We now move into a session that is sure to enlighten, energize, and inspire every aspiring professional in this hall. Today's discussion focuses on how the next generation of chartered accountants can reshape the profession with vision, creativity, and courage. We request the chairman of Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICI, CA Jolly Stephen, to escort our esteemed panelists to the dais, CA Banvar Burana, CA Akash Kandoi, and CA Lijil Lakshman. Let me take a moment to introduce our panelist and panel moderator for the day. CA Banvar Burana, fondly known as BB Sir, CA Banvar Burana is a visionary educator and one of the most influential voices in direct taxation today. He is the founder of BB Virtuals, started in 2017. Through his platform, he, along with other faculties, has guided lakhs of students across India and beyond, making tax education and other subjects accessible, structured, and deeply logical. Known for his storytelling approach to teaching, he inspires students to view taxation through reasoning, purpose, and practicality. With immense pride, we welcome you, sir, to Aksharam 2025. CA Akash Kandoi, well known for teaching financial reporting for the CA final level and advanced accounts for CA intermediate students, brings a unique blend of conceptual clarity and practical insight. He currently teaches through BB Virtuals. With over 7 years of experience, his mission is to make accounting enjoyable and intuitive. He is a chartered accountant, CFA level 2 cleared, and holds a diploma in IFRS from ACCA. With immense gratitude, we welcome you, sir, to Aksharam. Our panel moderator for the day is CA Lijil Lakshmanan. He is a practicing chartered accountant, a passionate educator, and inspiring speaker. With over a decade of teaching experience and an All India 1 rank in finance and accounting from IIBF, he is known for his clarity and practical approach. He also contributed to student-centric initiatives such as co-opted member to committees under SIRC of ICI. We are privileged to have you with us, sir. Welcome to Aksharam. Today's panel discussion, The Next Gen CA Innovating Within the Profession, is not just about what to do, but about how to think, adapt, and build a future that reflects our ambitions and values. With great respect and anticipation, I now invite our panelist and panel moderator to begin the discussion. Over to you.
That's a very not so coachy good morning. Good morning, everyone. Perfect. So it's wonderful to start a session in a national conference, which is not always happening. And I'm super delighted that I have two wonderful panelists with me here. And I think both of them requires no introduction, even though we had an elaborate one today. And very reputed names in education in terms of what they do and how they inspire thousands of young chartered accountants. And about the topic that we have today, I'll give you a brief of what this panel is about so that you be prepared about what is that we are going to do. So we're going to discuss about innovation within profession. That's the name that we have given for this session. To be honest with all of you, innovation is not the most heard word in our profession. It's very rarely being discussed. And I'm extremely happy that, SICASA Ernakulam has taken up innovation within profession to be the first discussion of Aksharam. Okay, great job, guys. And to start with, okay, so we will have about an hour of discussion or less than that maybe. And we will have last 10 minutes, I'm just giving you a heads up, last 10 minutes we will leave it to you guys to ask questions to the panel. So you can prepare all your questions for the end and then we will take up that interaction. And Of course, you've got an introduction of both of them, but I would really be wanting to know their life story from them. So I wanted, both of you to start with, what is the story that, both of you guys have about yourself, and also an initial thought about what do you think about innovation within profession. Over to Banvu sir first, and then followed with Akash sir. Akash sir first.
Okay, me first. So first of all, a very, very, very good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. That's like it. So first of all, it feels very nice to be here. This is my first time in Kochi. So sir told me that you should have come for a few more days so that you can roam. So are there any nice places to roam around here? Yes or no? The students must be like, we are studying, sir, don't ask us. Chalo. So coming back to the life story, see, I qualified my chartered accountancy in May 2017, sir. So like any other student, I was very much confused what to pursue. But at the back of my mind, I was sure that somewhere down the line, I want to get into teaching. So then someone told me that if you want to get into teaching 2 years or 3 years down the line, why not now? So I was like, my family condition is not very good so that I can get into teaching and give that 2 years to myself. But I had an elder brother who was earning, so I guess he supported me in that. So I started my teaching journey, and initially I always thought that I will be very good at teaching, and many students I will be able to cater at the initial stage, which I was very wrong, very wrong. So for the first 3 years, it was a very tough journey. For the first 3 years, I was not able to earn that much, not even 20% of what a normal chartered accountant earns. So then after 3 years, COVID came, everything went upside down. I had to leave teaching. I had to get a good job. But it says, na, destiny will always give you what you are made for. So then I again got an opportunity, thanks to BB sir, into teaching. And now here I am teaching again. So it feels very good. So I always feel that you should try to pursue what you like. If it doesn't work, but if you are passionate, if you were disciplined, if you are honest with your profession, it somewhere comes back to you, I feel. So that is what happened with me. So this is my short journey where I started teaching. I left it, and then destiny was written, so I again was able to start it. So yeah, feels very good. And thank you so much everyone for coming today. I feel very honored to be sitting here in front of so many students, because I always had this dream of being able to cater or speak in front of so many students. So thanks to all of you as well. Thank you so much. Over to BB sir now.
Yes, good morning to all of you. Okay, so guys, I am CA Bhavar Borana, and how I started my journey and from where I am. So basically, I am from Rajasthan. I studied in Rajasthan till 12th standard. And my family background was not that good. My father is a farmer. Still, he is a farmer. He is doing farming in the Rajasthan. Then, after 12th standard, in the 10th standard, I scored only 57% in the 10th standard. And in our school, there was one standard rule. If you score the first division, then only you can opt for the science. Otherwise, you have to opt the commerce or arts. Then I am not good with the theory, so I have opted the commerce. And after 12th standard, when I asked to someone, which is the best course in the commerce, then someone suggests me that there is one course name is a CA, Chartered Accountant. And in Chartered Accountant, if you sign, then you can get the money. So that is one, that rumors in Rajasthan, if you sign, then you will get the money. And just I notice in my notebook, last 2 pages, I have signed in the different style. So I had decided that I will do the CA. And guys, during the CA, I started CA, and to finance my education, I used to take the tuition. I used to teach to the student when I was in the 12th standard. I used to teach to the 10th student. When I was in the CPT or intermediate, I used to teach to the 12th standard student or CPT student. So how I started with the teaching. And after that, I completed the CA. And I can say you that CA is the course that can entirely change your life when you will become a chartered accountant. Whoever told you na, कि after 10th standard your life is set, after 12th standard your life is set, after foundation your life is set, everyone is liar. Only I am saying after CA your life will set. Because when you will complete the CA na, then obviously that entire life is going to change. And we all are from the, basically in the chartered accountant, student are from the middle class family and all. And in our families, main issue is related to finance. And chartered accountant, you have to invest a very less money, but obviously you have to invest lots of time and effort. You have to sacrifice everything, your family function, Diwali, Holi, everything you have to sacrifice. But I can say that when you will become a chartered accountant, then obviously you will feel that it is a worth to invest the time in this course. And after CA, I always say that after CA, don't restrict yourself to the teaching or not restrict yourself to the practice or industry. There are lots of opportunity where you can do like better in the after becoming CA. Like we all three are the chartered accountant and we all three are the teacher. We are into the teaching industry. Today also you will meet certain speaker. They are from the business background. Some are from the some different background. So guys, after becoming chartered accountant, you can do wonders in the life and you can do the whatever you wish to do. But just please take this degree because this degree will give you the platform. This degree will give you the surety. So sir, that's how I completed first CA and started with the teaching.
So this is the first time I'm meeting you, sir. Like yesterday when we casually catched up, and I cannot still get through the fact that you're so humble and still being Banvar Borana, right? So you're considered to be one of those OG faculty in our generation, and we all look up to you. Even all the teachers, in the industry, like we all look up to you to, be like, in terms of your humility and this thing. Thank you for coming, first of all, on behalf of the entire Kerala and Kochi. Thank you for coming.
Thanks to everyone to inviting us. This is my second visit to the Ernakulam. 2-3 years ago, I came here in the institute only to take the 2 days revision session. And I took in our branch office only that 2-day session. That was amazing and it was a nice experience. And really, I love South Indian students, sir, basically. They are so humble, sir. True. They are so nice, sir. Like, that whenever we teach in the, Mumbai or in the north, and whenever we are teaching any concept now, so any student in between can go for the washroom and something like that. But South Indian student never. They will listen carefully to what sir is teaching. And if there is a very rational doubt, logical doubt, then only the student will ask us. So, sir, we really love South Indian student. Thank you, everyone.
We are honored. And sir, since you're here, I wanted to start, before I go and start innovating our profession, I'm pretty sure all the students here wanted to understand. You've taught thousands of students, and I see every now and then that all the top All India first rankers comes from your side. And we wanted to know what's the secret. Tell all of us, what's the secret for that All India rank 1?
Okay, so guys, I was not All India rank 1. I never scored any rank in my CA. I just passed. In the CPT, out of 200 marks, I scored the 114 marks. So 57-58%, I qualified as a chartered accountant. But what I realized in my last 10 years of the teaching experience, when I interview the All India ranker and a normal student, what is the difference between both the student? That All India ranker student know that what to do and when to do. And he is a very disciplined. Guys, suppose I have just interviewed one of the All India rank 1 in the last result. Then I realized that he used to use the social media only for 5 minutes in the day. So just he scroll the Instagram for 5 minutes. After that, he give that mobile to his mom. That control that person is having. But a normal student, we don't have that control. Many times we used to scroll the social media, that Instagram reel for the hours of hours. 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, we are spending time on the social media. That is the one major difference between the ranker and normal student. Second is, that ranker student plan their study. He decide that, for every day, he has to study for the 8 hours. That is consistently he study. That consistency is there. But in our life, that, normal student, their life is like a gym membership. On the 1st January, everyone is motivated and that person take the gym membership. 3-4 days continuously he will go to the gym and he will do the exercise for the 2-3 hours. And after that, that motivation goes away. Same happened with the normal student and difference in the ranker student. Ranker student is consistent about his study. If he is studying 8 hours in the day consistently with same, you can say that same effective study he used to do for every day. That is the one difference in the ranker student and normal student. Now, second is, I always feel that if you are not a ranker student, but if you want to clear this course, easily you can clear. Because this course is for the hardworking people. I have seen many people who score the very good marks in the intermediate, crack in the first attempt intermediate, but they flunk in the final 5-6 times. And I have also seen the people who clear the foundation or intermediate in the 5-6 attempt and they clear the CA final in the first attempt with the rank also. Guys, this course is for hardworking people, and I have heard somewhere that hard work beat talent when talent does not work hard. So ultimately, you have to be a hardworking people. So if you are a hardworking, you are giving your effort for the 9-10 hours in the day, you are studying from your books, and effectively you are studying, obviously you can crack the exam. And always I say is that give your 100%, ICI will give you 50%, and we need only 50% to crack the exam. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So you've told about going ahead away from the social media and being very hardworking, being very focused. And I'll move the question to Akash sir in terms of the focus. Now it is not very easy. Like the world that we are living in, there's so much of information coming from everywhere. Every day there's so much of. We used to say that it's a generation of FOMOs and YOLOs. Fear of missing out, and you only live once. What's the whole point if I'm missing out on everything? So how do you stay focused in terms of, in terms of exams, studies, and whatever they have in their hand with so much happening outside?
Sir, first of all, a very good point said by you, because everyone knows we have to study, we have to work hard, we have to put in that effort. But the problem is execution is not happening. That is the main issue with the students. So nowadays also I feel one more thing is, we always feel there is a lot of competition in terms of so many students are appearing for this course, so many students are studying. But I feel in today's term, being successful is one of the most easiest thing you can have, because everyone else is very distracted. Out of 100, 90 to 95% students are distracted. So if you just avoid that distraction, you will achieve success. It is as simple as that. Now the problem is, how do we avoid that distraction? So I always have this theory of why. Your why should be very clear. For example, now if someone asks you that why are you pursuing this course? So you will think, why am I pursuing this? What purpose will this course solve? So I'll give a short example for this, how to get your why. So let's say, for example, sir, I'll ask you, let's say there are 2 buildings, okay, of high-rise buildings, 15 floors each. If I tell you to walk from terrace of building A to building B, and there is a plank of 1 feet, will you walk? I'll give you 1,000 rupees, sir.
I will not.
2,000.
Still no.
5,000, sir.
No.
Why? Because sir has no reason to take that risk, right? Second option. Let's assume, sir, your loved ones is stuck in building B and there is a fire and only you are available at the building A. There is no other option, only you can save your loved one. Will you walk?
I'll fly, why not walk?
Sir said in the second case, he was ready to fly down to the building B. Why? Because he has a strong reason to do that, right? Same is the case with your studies. You should have a strong reason to study. There should be no alarm clock which should be waking you up. It should be your reason which should be waking you up. Let's say, for example, what can be the reason to pursue CA? Let's take, in my case, I was from a middle class family. BB sir was from a middle class family. In our case, financial issue was a must to be solved issue. We knew that if we didn't study, we will be dying at our home with no money, with no food. So money was a necessity for us, and if we are into this course can solve that problem. First thing. Second thing, I always feel that when you have no money now, you also don't get respect sometimes. Have you noticed that? In your family, if you are someone who is little down in terms of money or something, or in terms of power, you don't have the respect. Always remember, a chartered accountant always get a respect. Even if you tell your family that you are pursuing CA foundation, they will be like, "Arey, they are pursuing CA." Until and unless we are only in foundation now, but still they will look up to us, "Arey, he or she is pursuing CA." So that respect issue will also be solved with this course. Second problem can be solved. So you should find your why. In my case, there was also a different why. So I will just go little informal. So in my case, I had a girlfriend, okay. So which was an intercaste marriage. So my girlfriend told me that my dad won't accept you because you are not from our caste, but only in one case he can accept. If you clear your CA in first attempt. Because he had a lot of respect for chartered accountants. So for me now, so there is no other reason to drop this course. So I had a even more stronger why to clear this course. So your why should be clear. Now I'm not saying to find a girlfriend, boyfriend to get that why. But of course, there can be multiple reasons. So find your why. So when you go home today, just write down your why. If you have that reason, distractions and everything will go away very, very, very easily. Mark my words. So if, let's say, I meet you 1 month down the line, you should have the answers of why you are pursuing this course and write that down on the first page of every notebook. Because whenever you feel demotivated or you're not feeling like studying, just see that first page. I can guarantee 10 out of 9 times or 9 out of 10 times you will sit to study by seeing those reasons. So we need to find our why. Okay? So I feel that can solve the problem, sir.
Perfect. So sir rightly pointed out on the respect part. I personally had this kind of an occasion. It's very difficult to say no. It's very, very difficult, especially it's family and everything. So when I was pursuing chartered accountancy, I had few of my cousins getting married and my exams were very closer. And I was studying in Chennai and then my cousins were getting married in Kerala. And there were a couple of functions that I missed, or maybe I came only the previous night of the function and then went the next day even. A lot of my cousins were not talking to me for a very long time, saying that I didn't participate the way they expected. But today, I filed their income tax return. So, that too free. So, they have the highest respect. They talk about me everywhere, wherever they go, saying that, "Oh, I have this cousin, he can get things done for you." So I think it's just a matter of time. So those no's that you think are very, very difficult today might be an easy no today and a better yes for the future. So that's something that you will all experience at some point. And so in terms of our courses, I think the Chartered Accountancy course, so you rightly pointed out earlier that it's about hard working and it's about toiling that extra hours and all that. Not the smartest gets to become a chartered accountant, even then the hardest will become. So when you look at chartered accountancy, I always felt like it's a bit of a mind game. How do you crack this particular courses? But and we always associate chartered accountancy to be a bit of anxiety-driven courses. Now there's a result anxiety, there is an exam anxiety, and I know it used to be like 2 times a year. Now they said, okay, you have not had enough anxiety, we'll make it 3 times a year. So now it's 3 times a year. So in terms of the courses, the one that creates a lot of anxiety is the changes. Now every now and then there are new changes that is getting introduced, as and when the students think that, okay, this is what I'm going to study. The government, the regulators are going to come and say that, no. That's for this attempt. For the next exam, I'll give you something else to study. And the primary talk of the town today is the new income tax bill. So I have 2 questions to you, sir. One, I wanted your thoughts being, in direct taxes for such a long time. I wanted your thoughts on the new income tax bill that has come and become an act. And also wanted to know how the students would deal with this changes that comes very occasionally and the anxiety created out of it.
Okay, so first is related to Income Tax Act 2025. Many students have the doubt, sir, when it will apply for the CA examination. So guys, new Income Tax Act 2025 will be applicable from the May 2027 onwards examination. Sir, is this bill or act is passed by Parliament, signed by President? Answer is yes. So Income Tax Act 2025 will be there, and that will be applicable from the May 2027 examination. So if you are appeared for your intermediate, then you will study the CA final in the new Income Tax Act. So sir, there is a lots of change in Income Tax Act? Answer is no. It is like same, but they have rearranged everything. Earlier, sir, in the section number, if we see the section 35 is a scientific research. So 35 is a section, after that 35 AD is a section, 35 ABB section, 35 ABA is a section, 35 CCC is a section, 35 CCD, lots of sections are there in the 35 only. So now they have rearranged the section from number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that is totally rearranged. One more major change this time is a assessment year and previous year. Many people are very confused about the assessment year and previous year. So they have removed the concept of assessment and previous year. Now it is only a tax year. And that is very simple. Okay, whatever income you earn in the tax year, on that you will pay the tax, obviously. So tax year, so from tax year 26-27, that new Income Tax Act will apply. One more point, sir. I mentioned that in the CA there are lots of changes. I think there should be changes. Because nowadays AI is everywhere. And you know that if suppose there is one formula, standard formula, that can be drawn by the AI. But if there are lots of changes, obviously AI will not adapt that changes so quickly. So there is a good scope for the chartered accountant in the future also. So AI is not going to replace the chartered accountant, because in the income tax also today like AI is there. But if you ask any question to the AI, because there are lots of data on the net and AI is taking the data from that and they are not giving the correct view or on the correct result from that data. So this is the good for the people or chartered accountant. AI will also not able to replace the tax like a complex law, tax and GST and all. So that is good for a student. And obviously whenever there is a change, then you will feel little bit fresh in the life. And like you also completed chartered accountant, I think. In which year, sir, you completed?
2014, sir.
2014. You have studied like 44 AB is a tax audit. 35 AD is a specified business. But now you will study in the different way. Different everything. So I think it is a welcome move. That is the good. And student will, sir, adapt it. Student, it is a very easy for the student to adapt the new Income Tax Act and all. And sir, whatever the effort they put now, they will see it in the result. And whenever they will clear now, that is the amazing day. So result day is, I think, 3rd is the result day. 3rd is the result day, na? I still remember like 3rd of January 2000, I think my result was on the 17th of January 2012. And guys, result day is the best day in the life. How many are waiting for result? Raise your hand. Oh, you are also waiting. So we are also waiting for the result. And guys, in the result, in my CA final result, that was the only day when I cried due to the happiness. Many times I cried in the life, but that was the first day when I cried due to the happiness. And this is the only result. When you clear, then you get shocked. Oh, we cleared. Suppose we flunk in the exam, then we know that, okay, audit was not good or law was not good. But when we clear the exam, then we feel, oh, we cleared the exam. And I still remember my result day. Guys, when I see the result first time and there was a pass is written, then first I check my result on the Google Chrome. Second time I check my result on the Mozilla Firefox also. Okay, is that same result is coming from the different browser also or not? And both places when I see the pass, then I believe that, okay, yes, I got the pass in the CA. And that is due to the hard work or effort we put in this course. So guys, in the future, whatever changes are there, you should adopt that change. You should learn that change. And in the life, you know that update and upgrade is a must. If you want to grow in the life now, you have to update and upgrade with the time. If you will upgrade and update with the time, you will be forever in the, like if you grow forever in the life. And if you remember that there was a Nokia, there was a mobile phone of the Nokia. There was a Kodak camera. There was an Ambassador car. Quality was good, but they are not there in the life today because they have not updated and upgraded with the time. So guys, you should be update and upgrade with the time and always welcome the changes, whatever changes comes in the study as well as in your life. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And sir, you've rightly touched upon the next topic that I wanted to discuss, which is AI. Okay, so that's the buzz down, right? Now, maybe in a year or two, like everybody's using ChatGPT, and it's just become like part of our life. There was a time we used to say that let's Google it. So that has been now very easily changed to let's ask ChatGPT. So that's been the structural change that we had. So and everybody, like now that we are innovating within the profession in the panel, everybody wanted to know how AI is going to adapt into our profession. So if Akash sir could give some idea on what's your thought on AI, sir? I generally want to know.
See, normally when AI is coming, so everyone says that AI will replace humans. So our role won't be there, our jobs won't be there. So this is the main thing which is being discussed in terms of AI, sir. So I normally feel, when computers were coming, that time also everyone said that computers will replace human. But did that happen? No. But yes, computers became part of our life. It is complementary when we want to work. Same thing will happen in terms of AI. That AI will complement you when you want to work, when you want to do some research. It will not replace you. But the main point is you have to be adaptive. As sir said, you have to adapt it. Because let's say, for example, most of our parents don't know how to use a computer, right? But let's say if in terms of our age, if we don't know how to use a computer, will you get a job? No. That same thing is going to happen with AI. That AI will not replace you, but of course it will make things easier for you. So for that, you need to know how to use it properly, what all tools are available, how you can use it to your benefit, to your potential. So that is what I feel about AI, sir.
In terms of, sir has rightly pointed out, in terms of AI, like the way that we should approach should be with the AI. Like we should imagine a future with AI wherein we are also part of the AI and then using the tools. Being in practice, I can say that it's going to be, that's what I'm seeing in terms of how we do the work. It's almost like we have audit assistants and ChatGPT working together to give us a report. That's how the structural changes have happened. And in terms of the anxieties, primarily because a lot of people think that can these jobs be automated, and tomorrow can it be a reason why chartered accountants would be out of job? And that's the primary thought process in which people discuss this AI. So my question is to Banwazir. I wanted to know your thought about how automation is going to be, like say, being it in taxes, a lot of compliance as a job role that people take up. And there's so much automation that comes in. And as and when people are filling something, say an income tax return or something, even today when we're filling these kind of returns, we ourselves have this conversation in the office saying that, okay, most likely this is going to be automated. There's going to be a tool that is available. So how should a chartered accountant looking into the future adapt themselves to change their thought process, just not being a compliance keeper, to something else?
Yes, exactly. Sir, compliance will be automated. Obviously, like earlier we used to file the income tax return also by hand. But now there are software. Just you have to put the data, software will process the return, and you will file the return. Now, drafting the notices. Earlier we used to draft the notice by yourself, but now adjournment notice, just give the command to the ChatGPT. ChatGPT will give you the notice within 1 minute. And we will, obviously this job will be replaced by the AI. But when it comes to the advisory, sir, we have to be an advisor. Advisory related to the income tax and related to the businesses. Because today, you know that everyone want to do the business in the different way, but there is no good advisor. So I think a chartered accountant, sir, chartered accountant study accounts, chartered accountant study finance also, taxation also, and after that, you can say that GST also. So we have to advise to the people. So we have to become the advisor after some time, because we cannot depend only on the return filing and some audit process and all, because that may be the automated, but we have to be a business advisor in the future. And nowadays, sir, in the advisory also, there are good scope for the chartered accountant. If we see the consulting firm of the world, like BCG, Bain and all, they are also hiring the chartered accountant, because they need the chartered accountant on the advisory role. So guys, you have to be an advisor. You have to give the advice to the people on various aspects of the taxation and all. So that role will always be there.
Brilliant answer, sir. I think we should change our thought process in terms of analyzing the law as well, in terms of, not just by hearting the sections, and instead we should look at the practice and then look at advisory. Great, sir. Sir, in terms of when we change these kind of roles, typically, this is what has been told to me when I, qualified to be a chartered accountant maybe a decade back, that the moment you qualify, what are the options that is available to you in terms of a chartered accountant? And there's always the primary thought process. I believe that the institute also thinks and prepares the syllabus to prepare a chartered accountant to be in practice. So the syllabus and structure is to become in practice. That's why there's an articleship and everything. And then there is industry, that people go into service and then they get into the industry and then focus on something. And then there are occasionally people like us who choose teaching as a profession. Now, considering that AI is coming and then the screen time is increasing and the social medias are becoming popular, now that you're saying advisory, what are the roles, I wanted to take these questions to both of you, wanted to know both of your opinions, so that you've coached so many people, so you would know first-hand information what people are pursuing after qualification. So I want to know what are the new segment of opportunities or job roles as a chartered accountant that we are yet to explore, but it is going to explode in the future.
So I feel, of course, getting a job or starting your own practice, and also nowadays teaching is something which many students are picking up. That is something which is becoming very common among the chartered accountants. One thing, as I already said, that being an advisor in a business, because I feel each and every business is going to require a chartered accountant. So business advisory or consultancy is something which can be looked after. Nowadays also I feel some chartered accountants are getting into the social media influencer thing. Like for example, because we are the only people in commerce who have knowledge of each and every segment which relates to commerce, be it law, be it tax, be it accounts, be it finance. So they are getting, not only advising the businesses, but advising general public in terms of how to invest, how to save your money, which is a better option, whether to buy a house or rent a house. So this advisory is something which we understand very closely, because we know what is present value, what is future value, what is the interest rate, what is the inflation rate. So I feel this social media influencing something which is really picking up. Third thing, I also feel that because you have so much of knowledge, and when you are into articleship, you go into so much of your client audit places. So you understand the business of the client also, because as a article, one thing which fascinated me the most was, in internship only, if I'm doing a, let's say, audit of 10 companies, I get to know 10 different businesses, how they run, what is their process, what is their profitability, what is their turnover. I get to know everything. So I would strongly urge everyone, when you are doing your internship, try to study each and every businesses closely. Reason being, you can start your own business in that same segment. Because let's say, for example, I was doing a articleship of a textile company. It was a loss-making company. Same textile industry, another client was there. He was a profit-making company. So I was the article assistant, and I was able to notice why this company is going into losses and why this company is making lots of profit. It was because the loss-making company was holding a lot of inventory, which they were not able to dispose of. So I feel as a student, you can also explore opportunities of going into various kinds of businesses, because you understand business closely. As an article, you will get to learn about the business closely. So I feel these are 2-3 more segments which you can explore.
Yes, and continue with the Akash sir discussion about the businesses. So guys, always try to start, if you are interested in the startup and all businesses on, then try to start some little business. Because if you heard from the IIT or IIM, everyone is doing business. All startup founder are either IIT or IIM. But we are the chartered accountant, yeah. We know everything about the finances, and we are not doing the businesses. So guys, you can start the business at very small level also. Nowadays, there is a Flipkart, Amazon, there are social media and all. One of the students, she is working in one of the company. She is doing the job, sir. And along with that, she started selling the bags. Like that purse and all bags. So she started selling the bags, and now she is saying that she is earning more than from that bag business than this job business. So that is the, and what she is doing, she is not doing anything. She don't have the stock and all. Just she created one Instagram page in the different brand name. And whenever order come, then just she ordered to some manufacturer on their own brand name, that manufacturer create or like manufacture the bag and they deliver. Simple business, very simple business, and she is earning more than what chartered accountant are earning from the job. So guys, that you have to think that what you should do, so you should think about the businesses also. Yes, sir.
Great, sir. I think you rightly said about both of you guys focused about entrepreneurship, and that's actually visible. So if all of you guys are watching Shark Tank, half of the people who are now coming to Shark Tank are chartered accountants.
Exactly.
I bought some product because I felt some kind of a camaraderie with one of the guys. That okay, that's a chartered accountant. I want to buy this product. So that understanding of the business is actually helping, and that's one common domain that people can get and then look into.
Sir, one of the my friend started the toys business because India is now banning the Chinese import of that toys, child toys and all. So guys, what happened? He started the business and now he has valued his company at the 25 crore rupees. Just he's a chartered accountant. He just qualified. And one more example is there is one guy name is Mohammed Patel. You must heard about the name of the Mohammed Patel. 2017 qualified. He scored the rank. After that, he started that peanut butter business, My Fitness. You heard about My Fitness peanut butter?
Yes, yes.
And that My Fitness peanut butter, that is started by a chartered accountant. He valued that company at 200 crore. After that, he sold this company to the Mensa Group. And so they are all a chartered accountant and they qualified in very like 2017-18, youngster. So we can do it. We have to just understand that what is the need of the market. And if you understand the need of the people, where people are stuck, and just you solving that problem, just understand the problem of the people, and if you are trying to solve that problem, that idea can crack and you can do the good business, sir.
Perfect, sir. Now, sir, I have a follow-up question on that. This is primarily on teaching. I know that a lot of the people who are sitting here would aspire to become, one of the teachers. We are all teachers here. So, even I wanted to listen from you on this. How to build a teaching career, because that's something that we all wanted to hear from you, sir. Like you're our generation's. Again, I'm quoting this. You're our generation's best teacher.
So, teaching is basically like if anyone is coming to teaching only for the money then it will not crack. Because many people are nowadays, why they are coming to teaching? Because okay, teacher are earning in the crores, teacher are earning goods, and teacher are buying the good car. That's why we are coming to teaching. So that teacher will not crack. Teacher will crack when his content is very good, and along with content, his delivery is very good. Sir, content is a prime. Because there may be possibilities some teacher do some shor sharaba and they can be click for the one examination. But after that there will no student. So first is your content should be the prime. Like your content is good, and second is your delivery is good. So if both are at place then you can be a good teacher. And you know that India need the good teacher as of now also. Nowadays, sir, in the various small towns and villages, we don't have the good teacher. In the Rajasthan, there are various schools, there no account teacher is there. So guys, we need the teacher, and for the next 10 years, sir, in the India, like health segment and education. Because my father was not that educated, but I am educated, so that is 100% sure that my son will be educated. So education is need of this country. So for the next 10-15 years, I think after AI also, that teaching profession will be there and medical profession, that will be there. These two segments are going to grow in the next 15 years, sir.
Perfect, sir. And do you want to add something on the teaching?
Yeah, just to add to this, I feel Indians are very good teachers. Because I have pursued chartered accountancy also, I have done CFA also. So when I opted for CFA classes, so they were being provided by an institute of US, Schweizer's Institute. So they used to just read the content. Whereas we Indians, we explain, we illustrate, we solve the questions, we give real life examples. So that time I came to know that Indians are brilliant teachers, because we know that we are used to spoon feeding. So we always feel that we need to give those examples, we need to go in much more depth. Whereas in outside India, if you see, even the good teachers are from Indians only. So I feel Indians are inherently very good teachers because they know how to explain things very nicely. And also to add, as sir said, your content should be prime, Your delivery should be prime. At the same time, you should be willing to accept the opportunities which come your way. You should be willing to adapt. Sir, I would just like to request, please tell that story, sir. I'll tell you one thing. In Kochi, sir, Malayalam is the most spoken language.
Manasalayo and Manasalai.
Manasalayo. Okay, nice. So, whereas me and sir are from Rajasthan, so sir studied from Hindi medium. So sir was not very much familiar with English, not even familiar. He did not know how to speak English. Now he's taking batches in English. So there is one story why he started to teach in English that will teach you how you need to be adaptive, even if that is not your comfort zone, because that can change your life. So sir, please, if you can share that story.
Okay, sure, sir. So what happened, guys? I'm from Hindi medium. I did my CPT also in the Hindi medium. So I used to teach in Hindi only because I thought that I cannot teach in the English and how to teach in English. So till 2018, I used to teach in Hindi only, 100% in the North Indian student. Then what? But my book was very famous. In the 2017, I have written one book in the name of the Compact. So 17, that book was very famous. And in all South India states also, a student preferred my book for the CA final direct tax. Then one day what happened? There is one guy from the Chennai, name is Aditya. He called me. He messaged me first. Okay, sir, since in the Chennai, every student is opting your book, so can you visit Chennai and take the 10 days batch in Chennai for the CA final? Then first question I asked to Aditya, Aditya, I have to teach in English or Hindi? Because I was comfortable with the Hindi and I 100% sure that I cannot teach in English that day. So what happened? I just messaged him and he replies, sir, here in the Chennai, everyone know English only, so you should teach in 100% English. Then I decided that obviously this is not an opportunity for me. So I have to reject that offer. But that day I decided how to say no, that I am not able to teach in English. Then I just replied to Aditya. That was very rude, but I replied, Aditya, you cannot afford me. You cannot afford me. Then Aditya politely replied, and all South Indian people are very polite, sir. I really love it. Aditya politely replied, sir, can you tell me how much you will charge for the 10 days batch? Then ball was in my court. I have to reply something, so Aditya can deny. So I decided that how much I can earn in a day. Then I decided, okay, 1 lakh rupees per day. So I just written a message to the Aditya, Aditya, I will charge the 10 lakh rupees for the 10 days batch. And I was 100% sure that he will deny. And he will say that, sir, sorry, sir, we cannot afford that much. And you know that? In the night, I just message him and I just keep mobile away. And in the morning, when I see my message, then Aditya reply was that, yes, sir, we will pay you 10 lakh rupees. And he has sent the flight ticket and hotel booking also. And you know that? Now, in the morning, when I just read that message, then I was like, what happened with me? After 2-3 hours, I just told myself, till what time I will say that I will not teach in the English? I will go to the Chennai and I will teach in the English. And guys, in the 2018, I visited Chennai. First day, sir, batch for 2 hours. I was not able to understand what I am teaching. But after that, I got comfortable. And that's why I am saying that South Indian students are very humble, very nice student. They accepted me, and that was 2018, and now it is 2025. We have our exclusive batches for only South Indian students. So that is what changed my life. So guys, in our life, you know that there is a one glass ceiling. We always see that there is a ceiling, but just you have to break it. And if you break it, you can rock it. And guys, sir, from teaching only, you are teaching in the South India, you are teaching in English only. You are not that comfortable with Hindi. But sir, I bet after 2 years, your lecture 100% will be in the Hindi through the AI. So there will be a good opportunity for the South Indian teacher to explore the market in the North. Because AI will change it, sir. I will teach in Hindi. My lecture will directly convert into the Malayalam, Kannada, as well as the English. So when you are the good teacher, and suppose you are teaching in English, then your lecture will be converted into the Hindi in the same manner you are teaching in English. So there is a good opportunity for everyone in the future, even if you are not comfortable with the Hindi, but you can explore the North market and the lecture will be converted through the AI, sir. So that is the good news for all teachers. But competition will be higher, sir.
Understood. But brilliant, sir. I think it's important that we get some kind of a skill, and it's all about taking that one step, no, sir. Like getting through that one uncomfortable, the feeling, and then just break that comfort zone and then come out. And sir, we talked about how you've come out of your comfort zone and then try to learn something, and how became adaptable. So when we look at the future, there are certain skills. We talked about AI is going to come in. We need to become advisors. Look at what the businesses are lacking, and you go and advise them, change immediately, get the feedback from the business. So we need to prepare our students in terms of the skills. Now, I'm sure that our students here are aware of it. Like ICA has been the pioneer in ensuring that the skills are being taught at the right time. Like for the members, I think all of you guys must be aware of this. For the members, there is a course called AI for CA. AICA, there's a website called AICA, and if I even checked the batches last time, and then it was all booked. I think more than 200, 300 batches are going on, wherein they're teaching level 1 of AI already to thousands of chartered accountants, and then they're doing that with ID training and everything in for students. Now, from the student's perspective, what should be the skills that they should look at? Okay, I need to sharpen this for the future. And like you said, REST AI and automation can take care of it. So what would be that skill that both of you guys can answer, or maybe one?
Okay, so I think first skill a student need is adaptability in any environment. Whatever happened with you, or whatever there is a AI or any transition or any new thing introduced, you have to adapt to that environment. Adaptability is required. Second is your communication skill is required. Communication skill does not mean that you should speak in English only. Suppose you are good with the Malayalam, you can speak in the Malayalam. There are very, very good speakers from the Malayalam, and they are speaking in their own language. So communication, this skill is required. And guys, you know that this conference is to improve your communication skill also. Because in the next 2 days, you will see that there are various students, they came from different part of India, and they will present the paper here. And they will present a paper for 10 minutes. After that, tomorrow evening, there will be a result, who is the best paper presenter and all. So guys, you should improve your communication skill. And in the next conference, whenever there will be any conference in India, you decide that in the next conference, I will present my paper. So second skill you have to develop, that is the communication skill. Third is the leadership. Leadership is required. Like now, Mukesh Ambani is a leader. He is running that businesses, that is the Reliance. So is it possible for Mukesh Ambani to look after everything? Answer is no. So guys, you should be a leader. And when you will do articleship, so many times what happened, when a student, suppose a boss told him, please give some work to the other article or junior article, he always resists, no, I will not give my work to the other. Otherwise, what I will do? Guys, if you want to go too far in the life, you have to be leader in the life. So this 3 principle, if you adopt one is your adaptability to every environment, whatever happen, and you have to adjust with the environment. Wherever possible, obviously. And guys, what happened, that just I received one call 1 month ago from one of the student. She was working with what company, and she is leaving this company. Why? Because there is no good communication with the manager. Manager is bad. There is office politics and all. Guys, there will be there. But you have to be a good person. You have to adopt the environment. And you always try to be a good person or people in your offices, in your job, at place of job. And second is, I told you that communication. Third is the leadership. So if you work on this 3 skill, then obviously you can go sky is the limit.
Perfect, sir. I think adaptability is the key. Okay, that's key to the innovation as well that we have in the profession. Okay, brilliant. So we will take some questions from the students.
If you have any question, then
before we
love to take the question.
Conclusion.
And I would urge all the students, if you have anything to ask, there is a brilliant opportunity. You can raise your questions, whatever you want to ask regarding CA course, regarding AI, regarding opportunities, or you have any questions.
Any question. If you have any problem, okay sir, she is not replying my message. or there is a long distance relationship, that long distance relationship is very toxic, what to do this, we will reply that question also. You can ask us. Because we used to get the question from
So we will have to have the whole conference for that if you allow them to ask that.
So I'm from Cuttack, Odisha as a paper presenter here, and I'm Siksha Modi. So actually I have this question. I'm doing my articleship right now. So it is a bit difficult to manage studies along. Like I do try to complete one lecture daily, but it is still very difficult to cope up with studies along with articleship because tax audit season is going on. So we are like not even able to sleep properly. So studies, like it's getting hampered quite a lot. So like how can we do that?
See, I always feel this issue is being faced by every student.
Correct.
So I feel we need to find one slot for ourselves. Let's say, for example, your articleship starts at 10:30 a.m. So you can fix a slot that from morning 6 a.m. till 9 a.m. That will be my study time no matter what. Let's say if you want to go to articleship little early, you are leaving at let's say 9:30, and if you are not able to get up early, then night slot should be such that you are fixing that no matter what happens, you have to study. Now, the problem with the night slot is once we are tired, we need sleep. So in my case, that was not the case because I was able to study at the night. So I used to come from articleship around 6:37 p.m. I used to rest for a couple of hours, then maybe from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. was my study time. I used to go into a library and study. So I would also suggest you can join a library for yourself because once you see other people study, that factor comes into picture that there is a competition around. And I feel out of 100, even after seeing this, 90 students won't be able to crack this, won't be able to cope up with this. But 10% will be able to cope up. That is exactly the same percentage of ICI result. Okay, so that's why I said the competition is very less nowadays because people are not able to cope up with all these factors going on. So I feel fix a slot for yourself. Find a good, sweet timing for yourself that this is the timing I can give to myself. And that can mostly be either early morning or late night.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much.
So I have a question, but before I ask the question, I have a small favor from Banwar sir. Now there are a number of students who regularly watch your videos. Can you give that iconic introduction of your classes in Hindi?
Okay, so like I always say that, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. कैसे हैं सब लोग? Hope so आप सब लोग बहुत बढ़िया रहेंगे. मैं बता दूं, मैं भी बहुत अच्छा हूँ.
I think the
Yes,
only thing you missed is the yes people in
Yes, oh yes people, yes people.
Yes. Okay. So my question is a follow-up question to what Lijal sir already explained. That is the upcoming opportunities in the sector. So you are someone who has been in touch with all India rankers and you've done interviews. So out of the students who've qualified, what are some interesting jobs that they have or interesting career path they have taken after qualifying CA? Something which you found it surprising or you found it new when compared to the traditional opportunities or what the opportunities are coming now?
Okay, so one is the obviously consulting. Consulting is something different. It does not mean that you should join any like big company only for consulting. You can start your own consulting also. And you nowadays you know that when finance is increasing, everywhere is a finance because everyone have the bank account, everyone have the share market, everyone having the mutual fund and all. So consulting is increasing. So many people I have found that either they are joining the consulting firm, they are joining that private equity also. So that is one opportunity, new opportunity I have just seen. Second is, businesses. Like many people are starting their small businesses. And from that businesses, they are getting the very good revenue. Third is the content creation. Now, content creation does not mean that you should start your own YouTube channel or you should start your LinkedIn and all. But they are managing the YouTube channel and LinkedIn of the other people. Like one of my student, he is managing LinkedIn of the 5 or 6 people and he is getting 1 lakh rupees per month to manage the 5-6 account. Now what he is doing, he just posting on their behalf. He just do the research and after that he just posting on their behalf. So that is also an opportunity and you are getting the good amount. And along with that, you are updating with the whatever going into the market. So that is the one opportunity. And guys, you also can start that. Here there are various chartered accountants, sir is here. Sir don't have the time to post on the LinkedIn. And suppose you are managing his LinkedIn and you can do it. And nowadays, you know that what happens, suppose for an example, there is a mutual fund company, fund. That mutual fund company don't have the time what should be posted on their social media and all. So that also you can manage. So there are different new avenues. Whenever you will just explore, then you will get it. So lots of opportunities are there after becoming CA.
Thank you. Just one follow-up question.
Yeah.
So with the upcoming job, do you feel that there is a decline in the traditional practicing of a chartered accountant? And if so, will it impact our nation's economy in any way due to decline in practice? Do you personally feel so?
I feel that we already discussed that point earlier, that procedural part may be declined. That suppose written filing, it may be through the automated, but consulting or advising cannot be through the automated. And nowadays, you know that earlier that written file was very less. Many people are not in that ecosystem of the banking and all. Now everyone is coming here. So obviously the role of chartered accountant will increase only. And I have never did the practice, so I don't aware much about the practice. But the other speaker will tell you about what are the great opportunity in the practice. And in practice also, now the specialization is required. Now suppose my friend is specialized in the transfer pricing. He know how to make the all reporting, TP study report and all. Then he can get the very good client also. And he can, you know that if you are like master in all the areas is not possible. You have to specialize yourself in the one particular area. And if you are perfect in that area, then you can just join any other firm as a partner also. And you can get the good client. Now, many friends, they are doing the practice. They always ask me, BB, can you join us to handle our direct tax department? Because I am expert in the direct tax, I can do the practice with those people. So always try to be an expert in the one subject.
And to add to Rajat's question on the practice part, I think your word itself is giving that answer, traditional practice. So it's traditional. So which means that as and when the time goes, the traditional practice needs to have some adaptability built into it. And I think the primary way in which we do practice would definitely change, and it's changing already. In terms of we were discussing about even today, if somebody is doing a practice, if it's a single man practice or maybe two people practice, what they could do with one person as an assistant was very less today. With AI and engine, it could actually be increasing. And I think primarily as the GDP grows, our country is improving, our country's, our businesses are improving. There would be more need of even that, primary chartered accountants jobs in terms of whatever they do in the practice. But the way in which we execute that would be more value adding than just a compliance keeper. That would be the change. Maybe we can take one last question. I know that we are, running a little late for the time, and then maybe close with it. I know maybe we'll choose one lucky person. We'll just move to this side, maybe here somewhere.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, it's a pleasure to talk to you in person, BB sir and Lijil sir.
Can you introduce your name?
Yeah, my name is Anagha. Sir, my question is, my attempt is in May 2027. So, what is the ideal time to start studying from scratch? That is, I have not started studying till now at all. So, for May exam, when should I start studying? Because I'm afraid if I start studying in Jan, I'll forget by next year. So
this is basically Adipoli question. Adipoli only, you say?
Yeah. Yes. Adipoli, superb.
Adipoli question.
thank you, sir.
So basically, you know that if your exam in the May 2027, many people are having the exam in the May 2026 also. They are also having the same question. Okay, when to start studying? So, May 2027 exam, I think you should complete your all the classes and all, everything at least before 4 months. Because 4 months, you need the revision time. And when there is no office, and obviously now you are into the 2 years of articleship, I think.
Yes.
So you have the sufficient time for the self-study also. So before 4 months, just complete all your classes, everything should be completed, and that 4 months is only for the self-study. And one more point is, sir, if I study now, then what will happen if I forget at the time of examination or before the examination when I will revise, then I will not remember anything. That is going to happen. Because anyway, whenever you will study, after 10 days, you will going to forget that. Whenever you will open your book, you will not remember, oh, this is your handwriting only or not. But that has happened with every student. But there is that concept will be in the subconscious mind, so don't worry about that, it will recall. So your thought should be that you should complete the SPOM, you should complete all the classes or whatever you are doing the self-study, then at least 4 months before, that should be completed, and that 4 months should be for the revision purpose. And if 4 months, religiously if you study for the 8 to 10 hours in the day, I am 100% sure that you can clear both the group in the first attempt. So just focus and just complete your plan but always remember that like a subject like a direct tax. So direct tax don't study now under the Income Tax Act 1961. Because for your examination, May 27 onwards, that Income Tax Act 2025 will be applicable. So plan your study in such a way that at least before the December 2026, every classes and everything should be completed, and 4 months should be for your self-study. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you, everyone.
Brilliant, sir. We're not taking any further questions. You have a lot more sessions to go and then have for these conferences, and I hope you will enjoy that session. And I hope you guys enjoyed the session. Did you guys enjoy the session? If so, have a big round of applause for the wonderful panel. And
Thank you, sir.
as a final thought for all of you to take care of, we have discussed a lot about adaptability, AI, the new job roles that's coming in. All of these are to be taken into the positive points in terms of understand that your primary role as a student to get all your skills, to get all your opportunities in the future. The Board of Studies has already planned our curriculum in such a way that if you just focus and then finish an examination and become chartered accountants, like all the panels that we are sitting here, then you will be able to take care of all that is coming in the future. So the primary focus to become chartered accountant should be the primary thing in front of you, and rest everything would be taken care, as and when your life happens. So once again, thank you all for your patient listening, and I'm moving it back to the MCs.
Thank you, gentlemen, for such an enlightening and inspiring session. Your insights remind us that being a chartered accountant is not only about knowledge and compliance, but also about curiosity, innovation, and courage. May I now request the chairman of Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICI, CA Jolly Stephen, to kindly felicitate our panelists with mementos as a token of appreciation. First, we have CA Banwar Borana. CA Akash Kandoi. And our panel moderator, CA Lijil Lakshmanan. Thank you, sir. With this, we conclude our first motivational session of the day. Let's carry forward the inspiration and momentum this discussion has sparked, because the future of this profession is not just something we step into, it's something we shape. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone, and you are really adipoli audience. Thank you.
CA Sanjip Sankhi is a practicing chartered accountant with over 26 years of experience in professional practice, digital transformation, and capacity building. He serves as a Central Council member of ICAI and partner at S. Sankhi & Co. His leadership has greatly advanced ICAI's professional development initiatives, and his work in digital transformation continues to shape the profession's future. He has contributed significantly through the key board ideas and committees such as Board of Studies, Professional Development Committee, Auditing Standards Board, and Digital Transformation Initiative. A leader, a mentor, and an advocate for the growth of young professionals. We are honored to have him with us today. Welcome to Aksharam, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to CA Sanjip Sankhi. Sir, we request you to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
This is my first time with this branch, and yes, I've heard this word for the first time, which is Adipoli students. You guys are really, really fantastic. I've seen a lot of cheers in you, a lot of excitement in you. And for the next 40 minutes, whatever we have, seen from Borana ji and others, we're going to talk about how your qualification can open doors across the world. Now, how many of you have traveled outside India? Can I see a raise of hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many of you want to go out of India? Others don't want to. Can I see a big raise of hand? Okay, I think I need to do some practice over here to say, like if I say you, those who are going to raise his hand, the highest is going to get some exciting reward. Let me see how high you can raise your hand. Let me see. How high? More high. Come on. More high. Can I see a little more high? I'm still not seeing it. Yes. Can I see a big round of applause for that little girl who is standing over there? This is what we are talking today. When we want to open our doors for the world, this is the approach and attitude we need to begin with. What has happened? There were 3 categories. One of the categories was people who were saying, well, will I raise my hand? Everybody is going to laugh at me. So they were looking around to see whether I should lift my hand up or not. Then there was a second category who said, yes, I can lift it as high as I can. And then there was a third category of a person who actually stood up and raised that. I never said that you need to sit and raise your hand. Those are the people who actually go beyond, who actually don't care, who actually have that fear factor gone. They come out of their comfort zone and they say, let's create an impact. Let's make a journey which I want to see going forward. And that's what our chartered accountancy course is all about. That's how we can position ourselves to the entire world. When we say that, yes, we want to work for the clients across the world, I think this qualification gives you all that necessary skills, all that necessary qualification, that training, which can help you do that. And if that is not happening, we need to do it ourselves. So let me ask you one more question. Let me see how well you are in this. How many of you know Excel? Let me see a raise. We'll do a lot of exercises today, don't worry. How many of you know Excel? Okay, keep your hands up, okay? And don't put it down till... So others who have not lifted their hand, they don't know Excel? Or you're still waiting? Well, do I really need to do this? How many of you know Power Query? Okay, I still see 2 or 3. How many of you know macros? What am I trying to say over here? It's not important that you need to know all this. It is important that you are doing something which you are not told to do. Till date, you need a coaching teacher. You need a book. You need someone to guide you, someone to mentor you, someone to tell you what you need to do. But the future is all about when nobody is telling you what to do and you are doing it on your own. Be the change which you want to see. Innovate in whatever you want to do. Create that difference. The idea behind this is it really tough to learn this? Or do you really don't know how to learn this? Is there anyone who want to ask me a question, how to learn pivot table? Any single person. Do you know how to learn this? Can I see a raise of hand to know that I know how to learn pivot tables in Excel? Do you know how to learn pivot tables? Yes. What is stopping us? Well, I don't have time. I have to study. I have to post daily pictures in Instagram. I have to work on my social media. I have to work on my WhatsApp. I have to work on my studies. I have to finish my syllabus. I have to do my articleship. I have to complete my deadlines. I don't have time. Sorry. Today is the day where you need to reinvent, re-engineer yourself to be a global person. How many of you are in articleship today? Okay, most of you. Can anyone give me an example that you have done certain work in 1 hour and you have introduced something in the organization that that work can now be done in 20 minutes? Anyone? What is happening again? What will happen once you become a chartered accountant? This is what is going to matter. How you are efficient, how you are more valued, how you bring more value to the organization. Whether you do an entrepreneurship, whether you do a practice, whether you join a firm, whether you go for an industry, if you are doing something which you have been told to do, you are doing nothing. If you are doing something which you have been told to do, you are doing nothing. If you are doing something which you have never been told to do, that is where the future is. That is where the success is. That is what is coming from within. From your burning desire, from your internal self-belief system to say, yes, I want to work this journey. I have a vision to be successful. I have vision, I have a passion. I have a strong desire to make sure that I want to reach this destination. If I ask you a question, what's this definition of success? Can we have few microphones on the stage? Do you want me to come down? Let me do that. And can I have this mouse, please? All right, everyone. Let me see from all these ID Poly students, what according to you is success? Well, am I going to say, if I say a wrong answer, everyone is going to laugh at me? Right? Right? That's the fear I have? Or you want to answer? What is success according to you? Yes.
Living a life that you're content with, being the best version or the best potential of yourself.
Being the best version of yourself on a regular basis. It is not a destination. One day, I will be making 500 crores. One day, I want to become this. One day, I want to become this. One day, I want to become this. That is not success. Success is, bringing the better version of yourself daily. If I am asking you, please answer me, you are going to raise your hand and say, sir, I want to take this opportunity. I want to take this opportunity and I don't want to seize this opportunity because there are two possibilities. Either I am going to give a very good answer or I am not going to give a good answer. Right? In both the possibilities, you are the winner. Because if you give a good answer, you are creating that impression, that persona, that aura, that yes, in front of so many, I have given the best answer. And if you are not giving a great answer, still you are a winner because now you know what is the right answer. So your learning never stops. Your learning never stops and you always get that confidence that next time, whenever I get that opportunity to learn or to perform or to re-engineer or to make sure that this is happening, it is going to happen. That determination, khudi ko kar bulandita. Do you understand Hindi? No? How many of you say yes? Okay, so let me try, and those who don't understand, you can narrate that to him. Khudi ko kar buland itna. Matlab, you have to make yourself so strong that khuda khud bande se pooche. That the God comes to you and asks, bata teri raza kya hai? What do you want? You are so well. Imagine you are into your articleship and your principal calls you and say, wow. How many of you get that honest feedback from your principal? Wow. They always scold us, sir, what are you talking? They always yell at us. We are always, in the board of studies, the chairman is sitting, he's going to ask all those questions to you, what is in articleship and all of that. But let me tell you, if your principals thinks about you, the first thing in the morning, and when he's going to go back to sleep, he's still thinking about you. You are successful. Taaliyan to bajao bhai. You are successful. You have created that aura in you. You have created that demand in you. Where people start following you. People start talking about you. People start getting inspiration from you. They start engaging with you, they start communicating with you, and they start learning from you. So stop being a learner. Create the learning. Stop being a job seeker. Start becoming a job giver. Stop learning things. Start, curating things differently. Nobody has told any chef how to cook a food. Was there any training for them? They invented food. They created dish. Right? Was there any training for them? That's why they are called chef. And we all follow them. And still we are not able to make exactly what they are making. That's why they are in that position and we are still, running our kitchen and everything. So when we talk about a passion, there was one student who said, "Sir, you say always that if you have a strong passion about anything, you will be successful." I love video games. Will I be successful? Come on, answer me this question. That student told me, "Sir, you tell me that, whatever you do with passion, you will always be successful. I love playing video games. Will I be successful?" What should I answer him? I said, yes. Everyone was shocked. How? I said, if you are playing video games, you will never be successful. But if you know how to make a video game, if you watch a cricket, you will never be successful. But if you know that you go back into the pitch and you can hit a sixer, you are successful. So when you have that passion of doing something really great, be a part of it. Own it. Own that responsibility. How many of you, while working on a tax audit, actually thought about what is the revenue of this client? How much money this client is making? What he has done in the last 3 years? What is his nature of business? What are the problems they are facing? How can I improve the system? How can I create a system wherein they can get information at the click of a button? How can I develop a system, give back to my principal to say, "Sir, you are doing only tax audit. Why don't we do these 3 things to these clients and they are actually looking forward to it and I'll be happy enough to do it for you?" Any examples of this? This is what you need to become. When we talk about we want to go across the world, we want to conquer the world, we want to make millions and millions of rupees. It's not easy. Success is the toughest journey where you kill yourself every day, where you fight with yourself every day, where you have a burning desire and you fight with yourself every day, every minute, every second, and you challenge yourself every second to say, "I want to be better than yesterday." And this becomes a journey and you create that habit. बोलते ना तालियों की, the claps, आदत पड़नी चाहिए. Once you get that, into your brain, that, I want that applause. I want that admiration. I want that testimony. I want that positive feedback in whatever I do. If that becomes your aim, you'll always do something better and better and better and better and better. And after 6 months, you will say, "Wow, how can I, knowing nothing, is now managing the entire organization?" So just being a simple player to becoming a team leader, to becoming a person where the organization is talking to you to say, "Well, do you want to go to this client and actually talk to them and actually try and convince them on this particular product or service?" Has anyone experienced this? Has anyone done a single work with no explanation about it? With no SOPs about it. And you created that SOP. You created that model. You created that system. Think about it. We talk about all of this, how we can open doors across the world. How will you work for people in Canada, in Mexico, in Spain, with different cultures, with different languages, with different thought process, with different qualifications, and with different studies? When you become a chartered accountant, believe me, you will be in a room, a virtual room, where there are 4 people. One person from Spain, one from Argentina, one from Norway, and one from Japan. all four working with you on a single project and you are discussing with them. If you're not learning today, how will you communicate? How will you collaborate? How will you engage them? How will you get your deadlines done? By working with them. When will you learn this? Sir, one day I'll be successful. One day I'll become a chartered accountant. One day I will learn this. Who will teach you? Nobody. It is you who have to develop that culture, that attitude, that approach of bringing that difference, of innovating things. So if you are doing something, again I'm repeating, with the same amount of time, in fact we take more time. If I work faster, I'll be given more work. If these are the mindset you have today, it's a challenge. But think about a situation if you are doing something which you have been doing for last 6 months and still you are not able to reduce your time on that. You are doing nothing. No value addition. And if you are not creating a value in what you are, if your name is not remembered, tell me one thing. How many of you know Girish Ahuja? Heard about this name? How many of you know Bhavar Borana? You just heard him. Come on, raise your hand. Why? Why will you hear about him? Became the magnet for so many of you, right? Why can't we? Why can't we? You know, your social media, we talk about, is the permanent print of your CV. You know about cyber vetting? Have you heard about this word called cyber vetting? If you go to any large organization and present your CV, let me ask you one more question, very important question. Let's say I'm an organization with 500 people working in my organization. I work for clients across the world. I do, but I don't want to say right now. And I have got multiple partners, various domains and everything, and you want to work in my organization. And there are around 1,000 plus students over here. Let's say if I get 500 CV from all of you in my table, what is that one thing which I want to see in that CV, which will tell me, well, I want to take this person in my organization? Can anybody answer? What is that one thing which I want to see in that CV? You know, most of our CVs are templates. Name, father's name, date of birth, my hobbies, all coming from ChatGPT. My professional qualifications, my hobbies. What is that one thing which I want to see? Anybody? You got an opportunity again. Yes. What is that one thing which I want to see? Yes. Like what? Give me an example.
For example, while doing a job, I can reduce the time, or the time which I take is more lesser than what others would take. Then my skills, my capabilities, such as... Yes, sir.
But let me ask you a question. If you write on that CV, sir, what if I posted in an accounting entry in Tally? My GST reconciliation is happening automatically. I've created a model on that. And you write that on a CV. What if you write, I'm just giving you examples, just to give you that idea. If you write that, sir, I've created a model wherein anybody can create the website and the entire social media, the testimonies, the calculators, you know, all the tax calculators, all the models which are required for the interest calculations, for getting the SOPs, for the documentation of all the internal audits. And if you write that on your CV, will I not pick you? Will anybody not pick you? Will any organization not pick you? So वापस say, make yourself so important. Make yourself so pleasant. Make yourself so knowledgeable that the entire world looks for you. That should be your goal. And if you do that, you open the doors across the world. You open the, and nobody's stopping you. You are unstoppable. And what you need to do, just have that focus on believing in yourself and trying to do something new every day. Every day you are doing something new, which gains your insights, which gains your foresights. When you're working in an office, what you're working on? You're working on hindsight. Now, what is a hindsight? Anybody? You're working on historical data. You're working on summarizing of invoices, analyzing information and posting that for compliances. Yes or no? So basically you are doing all these summarizing exercises which will be taken over by machines. So whatever you have learned till date, as a council member I'm telling you, whatever you have learned till date is going to get outdated. Zero value. I'm into board of studies. I'm a vice chairman of board of studies. I'm giving you such an important statement. So what you need to learn? These are for examination purposes, getting a degree, getting a qualification, all of that. What is that which you need to learn? The mindset of going forward, of bringing that difference. The skills which you don't need to be dependent upon a tutor or a institute or something. You have got so many platforms available from where you can get all these skills and learning those tools. So mindset, skill set and tools. How many of you know tools like ERP, SAP, Zoho? There's so many things available. Do you know how to block your appointments automatically using calendars? Are you not excited doing all of this? Create that excitement in you. Anybody having an experience on forensic, on international taxation, on transfer pricing, on mergers, on valuations, on data analytics? Sir, I've never heard about this. All I've heard about is a chartered accountant is made to do income tax, to GST, do some ROC work. That's all I've learned. No. Today, a chartered accountant, a system architect, they are designers. They are people who are global players. Go and see GCC. EY, PwC, all these big four are a GCC, a global capability center. There are 2,000 GCC in the country and all headed by chartered accountants who are performing a role of analytics beyond numbers. They're giving you information and data in a designing format, in a lovable format. How many of you present your information in a graphical format? Anyone? Sir, we know PowerPoint and we know Canva, right? But do you use data to give an information in a more presentable format? These are questions which I have. Can I get this mouse changer for a few slides, please? Excuse me. Yeah. Before we get into that, can I have a few questions on your struggle, on your journey? What you study, how you study, and what you do. You're talking about the world 27 years back. Don't guess my age. Okay? I was a chartered accountant in the year 1998. I don't look that old though. But when I went to US 27 years back, I was having no money. I took a loan of 1 lakh rupee. There was no video camera. I don't have any relatives, any connects. Nobody has taught me what US accounting is. Nobody has taught me any software. Today I'm running a 200 people company. And it's all automated. That is the zeal you need to bring in yours. And I'm just one example. There are 100,000 examples like this. So it's important that you have to change your thought process from being a compliance person to a person who a person can depend on. From compliance to reliance. Not the reliance industry. Where the client and the people depend on you for your service, for your work, for your thoughts, for your imaginations, for your curiosity, for your creativity. That's what analytics is all about. Be an advisor, be a leader. And not just a follower. Sir, I'm going to an office. I'm standing in front of my principal and saying, sir, please tell me what to do and I'll do what you told me to do. Well, I don't need a robot. Why? I need thinkers. I need strategists. I need advisors. I need people who can take my organization forward? Are we working on this direction? Is there some magic going to happen once you get this CA degree? One fine day, as soon as you get a CA degree, the stars will come up, there'll be a lightning, some power will come to you and you'll learn everything on that particular day. Is that going to happen? Never. It has to start now. Do you think that lightning will come one day and will, get on you and you'll get superpower like a Spider-Man and a Superman? And one day you'll become to know everything? Not going to happen. Look at all these services. Any single service which you are exposed to. Can I see a raise of hand on any single services you are exposed to? These are just few examples. All the chartered accountants today are doing all of this. Well, sir, I never got this kind of articleship. I never got this kind of exposure. Stop it. I worked as an article in a firm which was a proprietorship firm with knowing nothing. Everything, it's you, and you. You are the person who is going to define success for you. Nobody in this world, except your parents, who can give you good wishes, can help you achieve your dreams. It is you only who can achieve your dream of success, where people look forward to you as an entrepreneur, as a visionary, as a strategist, as an innovator, as a person who can drive change. This is what we are talking about. More than 300,000 chartered accountants are outside India. Imagine if you complete your chartered accountancy and if you give 2 or 3 examinations of 2 or 3 different countries, go and study MRAs, Mutual Recognition Agreement. You become a global accountant, which means you can sit over here and you can work for the entire world. And there's a huge demand of accountants across the world. My son right now is a US graduate. He's paid $96,000 annually. आपको जोड़ना है क्या? 90 lakh rupees per annum. 7.5 lakh at the age of 21 years. He's not a CA. He's not a CPA. He's just a BCom graduate. He's pursuing his CA and a CPA, and today he's hired for this amount. And it's not just one special case study. Hundreds and thousands of people are getting similar packages like this. But you have to take that extra step. Why I have to say all this? Sir, you have to show us the carrot for us to get motivated. Why I need to show you the carrot? Why your self-desire is not giving you that carrot? Why your burning desire is not there to make that difference that yes, I can do it? Why anybody who have any LinkedIn, Insta or Facebook connections with any student or any accountants across the world? We go with today what happened? You came with 5 of your friends. Yes? You sat with them. You're going to have lunch with them. You're going to do chitto chat with them. And then you're going to go out with them. Yes or no? How many of you will take that effort to meet 1,000 students over here? Because you never know the person sitting next to you tomorrow, in next 10 years, can be the CEO of a multinational company. You never know. But are you engaging yourself with them? Then one guy stood up and said, sir, I want to meet, but that person needs to get agreed. That's on the lighter side. But how many of us are communicating, connecting, engaging with people around us? That is the point. We talk about all these global things. But look at yourself. We walk with 5 people and then we go out with 5 people. Make today a resolution that you know each and every person in this room. Connect with them, collaborate with them, engage with them, inspire them with your actions, with your thoughts, with your vision, with your leadership. And every single person sitting in this room has got one special quality which nobody has. Find that from that person. When you say people will laugh at me, people will make fun of me, people will, start talking about me and all of that, that's the insecurity and that's the fear we have within. Just remember, If you are really good in English, you will never laugh at people who is not good in English. Always remember this. If you are really a good person, and if you are not a good person, who cares? Right? In both the case, I am the winner. If that person is good, he or she will never laugh at me. Imagine a situation, you are very, very good in academics, you are very, very good in English, or whatever parameters you want to set up. Do you think you are going to laugh at a person who is speaking less? No. This is the future where we are not following the world is following us, my dear friend. Please understand that today we are not the future for you, you are the future for us. You are going to make this country and this profession proud. We are so important for us. We are the youngest country in the world. We have the largest accounting pool. We understand and talk English. We understand accounting better than any accountants across the world. We have internet. We have all the capabilities. We just need that drive, that determination, that desire, that courage, and that belief in ourselves that yes, we can. When a student come up and say, sir, everything is great and good. How will I pass my CA examination? You please answer me that, sir. I still go back to them and say, there are students who are getting 80%, 85%. They also have 2 hands. They also have 2 legs. They also have 2 eyes. What they have done which you are not able to do? There's something special which they have done. Just follow that. Or be a better version of that. You know, when I change the page of a book, I never have to repeat it again. Do a study like that. If I change the page, I never ever have to study that back again. That is how we have to put that effort in each and everything which we do. If we do it lightly, if I would have sat over there and just spoke, hello, my name is Sanjeev Sanghi, I'm a council member, ICI, and all of that. You'll say, it's okay. I'm putting that effort to create that impression in you. So put that effort in yourself. That is important. So this gate, be the gate for the organization. You know, you should be the most important person in the organization which you are. Most important. Everyone should look forward to you. How? Because you have a growth mindset. You have a focus, a clarity, and an aim of what you want to do today. You are organized. You're creating systems. You're developing deliverables. And if you have that mindset, you automatically start doing it. If you know the questions, you have the answer. Yes or no? The answer is all available on internet. You just need to find the right questions for you, not the answer. Transform from a caterpillar to a butterfly. It's not an easy journey. Not an easy journey. Think about how a caterpillar transforms from to a butterfly. That's the journey you have to travel now. And the more you work, the better you are. You talk about diamonds, you talk about gold, you talk about... Today is the day and the age where you have to push yourself, push. You have to do multiple things together. Take the certificate courses, learn media, study, go and do your articleship, everything all together. People say, what is happening? He's getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, till 12 midnight, again 5 hours, 6 hours sleeping, again going back into the same journey, continuously. Hard work. That's the future. We've discussed about this mindset, skill set, and tool set, and have a very, very positive attitude. At a point when you reach a position of maybe, as an entrepreneur or as a person working in an organization with a 50 lakhs package, 1 crore package, now you know everything which an organization knows, right? How will you go from that 1 crore to 5 crores? Because you cannot get better than that. You know everything. Now you have nothing more to learn or nothing more to experiment. Then what is that one thing which will help you? Your attitude. Your positivity. You're making things happen. You're trying to lead and make sure that this is possible and this can happen. That is what attitude is all about. Always be in a beta mode. Always we see that once we become a chartered accountant, now we know everything. No, that's the first step. As soon as you become a chartered accountant, you get that platform ticket. Now you have to choose whether you want to take Vande Bharat, you want to take local train, you want to take what. That is your decision. You are in your auto mode that time. That decision becomes very important. And that you cannot stop. Even today, as this date, we are learning every day. Every new things I'm learning. Learning will never stop. So always be in a beta mode. Have complete clarity on what you want to do. No, I used to like Sonali Bendre. I don't know what you like. In my times. Rohit ji, उस जमाने में हम लोग के टाइम में तो वही बेस्ट थी. I don't know who is your favorite actor or actresses. But have a complete clarity on what you like. Sir, I like this, I like that, I like that. No, stop. आस्ते आस्ते उसको consolidate करो. Start consolidating to say, yeah, this is the best. This is something which I want to do. When you make that desire within yourself, the entire world will work for you. The entire system will work for you. The entire universe will work for you. So have that strong desire that this is something, and I'll be 100% committed to myself. I'm not going to report to any person, including my parents. I'm reporting to myself every day, every second, every minute that yes, I'm so committed in my desire. Communications and collaboration, which we have discussed. This is the future which I'm talking about. If you learn this attitude, this mindset, this thought process of having a digital intelligence, having a strategic and analytical thinking, speaking with influence, and networking to brand building, this is something which is permanent. Then you can learn anything. Then you can specialize in anything. Then you can do anything, right? If you know all this. But if you focus on one subject, you only know that. If a new subject comes, a new area comes, a new thought comes in, you struggle. I never knew this. Nobody told me this. How can I do this? But if you have these broader parameters, you can do anything and everything. So yes, we are no more people with ledgers. We are people with global leadership. That is the thought. We are going to drive our country. We are going to make sure that we are the accountants for the world. Not for our country, not for the local place, but we are going to be the accountants for the entire world. Have your horizon, your dream, your vision so big. वो बोलते हैं ना कि when you, वापस में हिंदी बोलते, सपना वो देखो जिसको देखने में डर लगे. Dream something which you get scared of. Can I do this? Can I really do this? If you think about that as a dream and start working on it, which you yourself is scared about, think about the excitement which you will have if you achieve it. Right? Make that big goal of life that you yourself are scared of internally. Can I really do this? Thank you. So I'll be happy if you have any questions. Very, very happy to answer. Thank you so much.
Fellow CS students, this is your moment to listen, learn and engage directly.
Hello all, how are you? So no food, or maybe all are waiting for the lunch. Yes. So I also skipped my breakfast. I am also waiting for my lunch. But I am starting from here only, and then I'll go there, because the chairman told me that there is some protocol going on the dais. So I don't want to waste the time, and I don't want to come in between your lunch, and I don't want to get it delayed. So let me begin. See, I am CA Rohit Ruatia, Chairman Board of Studies Operation, and I am from Rajasthan, Jaipur. Is there anyone present over here is from Rajasthan? Anyone? No one? Belonging? Great. So this is my first time when I am coming to any branch in the southern part of the country. So I feel delighted to be here, the kind of hospitality, the kind of arrangements, because I immediately saw two important things going on. One is blood donation camp is going on, And another one is that the team is doing podcast also for the speakers. So it's a wonderful initiative, and along with the members program is going on, doing the national conference, fantabulous arrangements. It requires a lot of efforts. A great round of applause for the whole team of the Ernakulam branch, the SICASA team, because these people need the real motivation that each year we improve and each year we work for the profession, for the students, for the members at large. To start with, I would first talk about your council member, Babuji. We call him Babu Bhai. And I might say from the bottom of my heart, the kind of person he is. It's his second inning in the council. Maybe most of the people you don't know. He's your program director as well. But he's a so kind person that it gives us a motivation to work in the council. I could not come to the Kochi side, Kerala side. But we used to receive the mementos, the flyers with his photo, and I used to copy at times. And you can see, if you copy a good person, then you can become the Central Council member. So, so it's important, and you have sent a wonderful person to the council. So again, thank you, the team of the Ernakulam branch, that you have sent wonderful guy. Keep sending him again and again, so that, and we'll see that you need not require to send him again. So we'll see how things we can manage. Let me begin how it started, because it's my first interaction in South. I belong to a Hindi speaking state, and rather a Marwadi speaking state. So the local language in Rajasthan is the Marwadi language. So what my vice chairman sitting over here, who just now said that how many of you knows Hindi, very few hands were raised. But I'm sure if you talk about how many you know Marwadi, so I don't think anyone would raise the hand. But at the same time, if you ask me, how many, like, do I know South Indian language? So I don't know. But I know the language, the one language which is connected to our heart, the one language which is connected to our emotion. So that is the one and only language is our profession, Chartered Accountancy. So I'll speak in that language which can connect you. This is my second term in the council. We'll discuss related to the institute. Just I want to give some brief about myself. It is my second term in the council, and after my second term also I am the youngest council member in the history of the institute. I qualified in the year 2011. Then from 2012 to 2015 I was the branch management committee member. Like you have the Ernakulam branch, we have the Jaipur branch management committee. Then after from 15 to 18 I was the regional council member. Then in 18 I contested for Central Council. I could not make it. But in 2021 I again contested the election, and I was the youngest Central Council member. Again contesting the second time. The members appreciated the work which we did. Journey started from my school life. Why I am sharing this? Because I am an average guy. When I was studying, it used to take time to understand the subject. I'll be very honest. In 10th and 12th I scored 75% marks on both. And before that you don't ask me. It was, you all must have scored better than me, what I have scored. But why I am sharing this? The transformation which took in my life, doing CA course. At that time also there was question in my mind that why I am doing this course. But eventually when I see other chartered accountants, that give me the motivation. This is the only course which do not do any branding, any advertisement. You will find all courses doing advertisement, branding, popularizing this, that, but this is the course which we all have entered by our own choice, looking to any chartered accountant in the profession that okay, if you become a CA, you will become like that. Then we choose this course to do it. In the same way, I started people told me that it is the toughest course, how will you manage to do it? But eventually I can say that I became the CA as an average student, then the branch management committee, then the regional council, then the central council, and today standing in front of you as the chairman of Board of Studies Operation. So everything is possible provided you focus and you deliver it. So you all can achieve anything, whatever you want to do in your life, whatever you wish to do in your life. So just we need to have the focus. Today when I stand here as the chairman of Board of Studies, I wish to connect with all of you, with each one of you. We can have the mics amongst the audience, because I'll just straight away come to the point. Whatever thoughts are running in your mind, whatever you feel, whatever you want to discuss, whatever you want to share, whatever you want to ask, will directly come to the question and answers, because this is the session for interaction of Board of Studies. Try to improve it and try to apply it at the Board of Studies level. Whatever we are doing at the Board of Studies level will come up during the interaction only. If you'll ask, I'll respond. So we can have a Q&A for next 15-20 minutes, so that you can get aware about what is happening in the profession, what as a board we are doing it, and please ask tough questions. So don't ask easy questions, and don't bother that whether I should ask this thing or not. It's your event, it's your platform. If you ask today, you'll get something. So
when I did my articleship, I had to face an issue. It was a firm where there was no good worker. My English language is a bit weak, but it's okay. I will.
You speak in whatever your good language is.
No, I can manage, sir.
Okay, you manage.
Yes. When I did my articleship, it was an okay kind of firm.
Okay.
But I wasn't able to get good exposure. And when I went for a job after my articleship, I struggled so badly. So because of my lack of exposure, and I was fired from one job because of that. So this is a big issue. Our students are lacking, even though they do articleship, they are lacking some kind of things. And people now.
You ask a specific question. You don't give the background. Background we all understand.
Yes. How is Board of Studies going to address this kind of issues? It is increasing day by day. How are you planning to change the system actually?
So you want to say that how you will do good articleship? This is your question? Or you will do good articleship from good form? This is your question?
No. So everybody don't have the kind of circumstance which they do.
Okay.
But how to improve after post-articleship?
What you have to improve?
Yeah, for example, if we clear CA and we go for a job and we can't do such kind of works, it's a big problem we face in the industry.
Okay. So just coming to the point, you are saying that how to improve yourself when you come to the professional career. Why this is your question? So there are two things, please sit. There are two things. One is what you learn during your training. This articleship is significant and very important for all of us, because this is a concept and this is the only course which gives this kind of exposure, opportunity to each student to learn when you are studying. So first important thing is that you have to learn during your training. Suppose you are saying that you have joined a firm and you have not got that exposure which your friend has got. So that is an issue. That issue will always remain. This is a 150 crore country. So it is up to you. You have to explore, you have to study, you have to understand. Because the institute has given you a platform that you can do articleship with any principal, any practicing CA. You have to see, you have to understand that where you have to do. In that way you have to do it. Secondly, after qualification, there are post-qualification courses. Hundreds of post-qualification courses are there, through which you can improvise, you can understand, you can have better learning, so that you are relevant in a particular field. Continuous learning is the only way of success. Today also we all have to, like after becoming chartered accountant also, you you have to study daily so that you can deliver to the client. So the only way is to study regularly, to get updated, to get yourself updated, to have study circle meetings. This is the only way how you can do it.
Hello sir, good morning.
Yeah.
So my question is that we CAs, every CA is a powerful CA, but to be a good CA is very difficult. So many people pass the CA final exams, but very few come out to be strong CAs. So what skills do you think we have to develop from articleship age to bring out that good CA in ourselves?
So I can say one thing, we all follow the footsteps of our parents. So we need to, first thing I would say, one, that first follow your parents because they are everything. If you give respect to them, if you follow their thought process, ideology, then it will give you some kind of skill. Secondly, wherever you are doing your training, wherever your principles are there you have to learn. You have to feel, you have to devote your full time, you have to devote your energy because we feel a pressure in doing the articulation. If suppose you provide an institute, say that you don't need articulation further, or either it is done voluntarily, then I think most of us will say that okay, I am not going to do the articulation. But the real exposure, any student who do articulation genuinely, religiously, will certainly get what you are saying. So we need to focus on time. We are bothering that why our principal is making me work for so long. It should not be there in our mind. You have to change that thought process. Then only you can develop that thing. It should come from within. You have to focus on it's just the start. Tomorrow when you go to the corporate world, when you start your professional journey, you will have more challenges. Because life is made for it. So in today's time, as a student, I feel that why I am forced to do all these things, but today, these learning will help you to improve and to grow. This is how it is. I will rather ask, if you can ask related to Board of Studies about the institute, it would be more informative for all of us so that we can come to know. So I will speak related to scholarship. Everybody is aware about the institute scholarship? Yeah? So you are aware about the recent initiative, recent update which the institute has taken. At the last level of the country, the remotest part of the country, institute through the council recently, 3 months before, have increased the corpus from 100 crores to 500 crores to give 50 crores of rupees as a part of scholarship to needy students. And this has been implemented. Now the increase in the family income from 3 lakh to 5 lakh has also been done so that all the students who need the genuine help can apply for the same and they can take the benefit of the scholarship. Institute has introduced the foundation scholarship also, which will be started from January onwards. So this is related to scholarship which was done under the Board of Studies operation. So I just find relevant to share with all of you.
Got to advanced ITT and MCS course for 2-year article students.
Yeah.
At present, we are required to complete advanced ITT, MCS and advanced ITT exam. That's during the 6 months period we are preparing for our final. Since we are allowed to enroll to these courses only after articleship, at present we are only getting 3 to 4 months to prepare for final. Would the institute consider allowing students to complete these examinations before obtaining membership but after a final exam? I will.
Very good question. So first thing, clap for her that I thought that you have written somewhere in charity in class. So we are seeing all the matter. First thing. Second thing, it is not 6 months right now, it is 9 months. 6 months is the minimum time. Right now you are having 9 months of study period. 6 months is the minimum time. So that it remains. It is presently 9 months. So effectively we will get sufficient time to study. We feel if it is 6 months only, then 2 months are gone for doing advanced ITT and MCS. So we have considered this matter. The group in the council has been formed under Board of Studies. to revisit all these things. So let us wait for some more time. So that we have proposed, what we have proposed is to allow them to do these courses in the second year. But we have proposed them, let the council and the board consider it. So we will come to it. But your point is logical. We are working on it.
After final exam, because anyway we are getting
So I understand. We have raised this concern. It will be. No, I understand. I am saying it is under consideration. So it will be on floor in some time. Whatever is decided by the council. But it is we are seized on both the ways. After the final examination and during the second year, these both are taken into consideration. If council decide to allow them, then it will be done. If council don't decide, then we'll have some logic to it. We'll let you know the rest. Thank you.
Hi sir.
Yeah.
Sir, it's on the CA Final 6 paper, which is IBS. It's an open book paper. So, apart from just writing the exam, we are not gaining any much knowledge about it. I think so, because actually we are not.
I got your point. Yeah. You are saying that you are finding it less relevant.
Yeah, it's
the institute is seized of the matter. This item is also in the group. So it will be concluded soon that what we have to do.
Yeah, thank you.
Because this is there in the mind of the institute. So let's see what council decide. But we are seized of the matter. Yeah. Yeah. Please. So any question from the SICASA team which you receive the feedback from the general students? Yeah.
Sir, also in terms of advanced identity and MCS, right? Why can't we do that during the articleship? For example,
I have taken this question. I've said that it is under consideration. I have raised this question, why can't we do it? Whatever you are raising, I have already raised, so it is under consideration. Let the council decide.
And also, sir, on the SPOM exams, what is the actual relevance of it? Because, to be honest, do you think there's actual learning for us as professionals from SPOM?
Okay. So, you have asked a very, very, very difficult question. So, I personally feel, honestly from my side, we need to improve. We are improving it in terms of SPOM. And the thought process at the global level, online examinations are happening. So we have to adapt whatever is happening in the world. So the way those students have cleared SPM exam previously and the way SPM exams are going to happen in future are totally different. Things are going to change. Things are changed because whenever we start something new, it's find us quite convenient. We feel that it's quite easy. We do for 2-3 days. We do some online teachings all, and we give the exams and we are cleared. But now things are not in that way. When next time you are going to attempt SPM, you will find the change. So it's evolving day by day. We are improving day by day, and we get the feedback so that students get the relevant information, exams, pattern, everything, so that we become relevant. We are working. Yeah. Are satisfied with the institutions, whatever ICA is doing. SICASA team, SICASA team is there?
Currently the articleship is 2 years, right? So previously it was 3 years. And actually I am a son of a CA. My father is CA branch, he is actually here. And I am doing an articleship at his firm itself. So previously we usually see that 3 years articleship, we could get a more learning curve. Currently the 2-year articleship, the learning curve little bit deteriorated. Is there that issue is it? I have it come to your mind when viewers minded.
So he's saying that earlier there was a 3-year of articleship, now it is a 2-year of articleship, and how like 1/3 time period has been removed. But let me tell you, for a 2-year period, the total number of days for the articleship has remained same. So effectively, if you talk about the days, we have planned in such a way. Earlier there were holidays, other things were allowed, but now it is not allowed. 12 days leaves per year is allowed. So in that way, effectively, if you calculate, it comes equal to the 3 years of time period which has been given. So eventually, council or the institute has managed to reduce your 3 years to 2 years so that you complete your education at the earliest possible time. Similarly, if in case what MCS and advanced ITT which you are talking now, if it had been allowed in the first year or in the second year of your training, then your articleship will increase accordingly. So those periods will come under the holiday. Earlier it was not coming, so this is how it is. But altogether the total time period is same. An artificial intelligence workshop for 2 days for the students all over India, and I would like to tell you that more than 5,000 students have done Aura batches till now in last 2 months. And each one of us, to be relevant, we should do the AI workshop in the name of Aura, and the branch will conduct it soon. For all of us, this was one of the initiatives which we took so that our students are relevant. Second part, we are going to bring SAP soon. The learning on SAP, the council has approved through Board of Studies. By the month of January, we'll see that the students who are taking classes in ITT and advanced SAP soon. The learning on SAP, the council has approved through Board of Studies. By the month of January, we'll see that the students who are taking classes in ITT and advanced ITT will able to see and learn SAP during their training so that they are again relevant. We want to bring more ERP solutions like Oracle in time to come so that they are learning the effectively right products, right tools. Thirdly, we are going to bring simulation-based learning so that whatever learning is required, we can do it through simulation-based learning. So all these initiatives are there, will soon come up. All kinds of updates, softwares are there in the laptops, in the computers which are running in your labs. So we have ensured the best quality can be delivered, and even we are interacting with each batch. Each batch in the country, every month, there are 2 times interaction with all over India batches from the Board of Studies, so that any issue, any question which comes to your mind, any problem which comes to your mind, we try to address it and we try to cover it. So we have a good discussion related to the institute, related to the Board of Studies. One thing I must say from this platform, that we all should have feeling for our institution. The way we have feeling for our school life. When we see the teachers in our school, when we see the students in our school, when we see the building of our school, we feel that, okay, I have studied from this school, and you feel that it is your alma mater. But friends, I would tell you, your real alma mater is ICI when you are the CA students. You should have the same kind of feeling for your principal as well, for your friends as well, for your institution as well, for your branch as well, so that you are connected by heart. And I'm sure and I'm confident that if any student has that kind of feeling for your institution, no power in the world can stop you to reach to the highest possible place in the world. Thank you very much for your patience hearing. Jai Hind, Jai ICI.
Thank you, sir, for your guidance, clarity, and reassurance. Your words reinforce our pride in being a part of a profession rooted in purpose and possibility.
Anyone has any more questions? We have time because the inaugural session is scheduled for 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. So my name is Sriraj. So I have a query. I was in the committee 2 years back. So we used to get queries regarding like disputes between an article and the principal. And oftentimes the issue gets unresolved and it keeps on dragging. So is there any redressal or any measures that ICA is planning for the same?
One thing, principal and articles relation is like a contract marriage. So you have to check first, have the recce done, have the understanding done, have the terms done, then you start your articleship. This is an independent tip apart from institute. This is from my personal side. It has nothing to, disclaimer, it has nothing to do with the institute side. So one part for each one of us. If you decide to do learning under a CA, you have to do it. Second thing, the remedy or the redressal. So I find that there should be some solution. I forgot to mention, we are going to bring e-diary. Anybody has heard about e-diary? No? Okay, so it is new for all of you. From January onwards, we'll have the e-diary for each one of us. Every 15 days, every student has to submit online, that is connected to your SSP portal. Every 15 days, you have to submit your report like what you had done during like 15 days. The stipend details has to be submitted. The same need to be approved by the principal within next 15 days. And after the next 15 days, it will be auto-approved. So this is going to happen. So maximum dispute can be of 30 days. So this is how we are going to make a system. And 30 days condonation is allowed. So this is how we can make it. But all these things will be in a structured way. So e-diary will be available. A beautiful dashboard will be available once you complete your articleship. So we try to resolve. So by this e-diary, 99% issues will be resolved. But still 1% issue will remain. So that 1% issue will always be there in every relation. That 1% issue, like it can be between two brothers also, it can be between wife and husband also, it can be between two partners also, it can be between two sisters. So this issue can be there at any point of time. But as an institution, we have tried to bring e-diary, which will be there available this year in Board of Studies, so that will resolve much of the issues. Thank you.
I think we all need to give a big round of applause to the chairman for giving this. That also answers the question which one of the students was raising about understanding what actually is going on during the articleship. Once we start receiving those data at the institute level of what training you all are going on through, we can always come up with further guidance, further revisions into how we can transform the entire practice into a future practice.
I have a question. Now, times are changing, and today, after becoming a chartered accountant, the technical knowledge alone is not enough. You need to develop other key skills to better perform as a chartered accountant. So can you suggest some ways where the students can utilize ICI the most to develop certain skills beyond their technical, beyond their bookish knowledge?
So I think this is one question which is continuously coming, and the answer is very simple. You tell me one question, you have the answer. Talk about Digital Learning Hub. Talk about all the MOOC. How many of you know what MOOC is? MOOC? It is massive open online courses. That's a short form of that. YouTube is like a MOOC. Udemy is like a MOOC. Coursera is like a MOOC. We just started with Aura. You have all these ITT classes. You have all these GMCS classes. You have so many things available on internet. What else do we need? Tell me a specific question. You want to learn AI? Is anybody stopping you? You want to learn data security? Is anybody stopping you?
One particular thing which I've noticed is that after they clear or when they go to job interview, one key skill which I've noticed or which I've heard is like communication skills, command over English spoken language, because of which they even find difficulty in getting past the interviews as well. Of course, we have courses like MCS, GMCS as well as orientation, but similar skills similar to that wavelength. Is there any other way?
There are many communication courses available on ICI. If you talk about one of our committee, ITL, International Trade Laws and WTO committee, they have even foreign languages. You want to learn German, Spanish, Dutch, any languages. We have tied up with all these, institutes at a very discounted price, wherein any members or student can go and learn these courses. The problem over here, what I'm trying to address is, we want everything to come to us.
So how
We
can
don't
the
want to
students?
search.
How can the students access them?
Go to DLH. Type in communication courses, English speaking courses, ICI. See the results. You get the straight link, register and start doing it.
Okay, thank you.
But let me tell you, again I'm coming back to the same question. I learned my English looking at the mirror. Talk to yourself. Once you talk to yourself, you can re-examine. Take a video of what you are talking. And get better and better. Yes.
Sir, yeah, I will come to you. I have a suggestion to the students. You have to go through the ICI website entirely, not one page, two page. There are so many courses, so many facilities are there. I think a majority is not yet, gone through our website.
I don't know anybody is going into BUS ICI. Go and type BUS ICI right now. You'll see so many things you have never even thought of. How many of you are going to DLH ICI, Digital Learning Hub ICI? You will see there's so many things available today which we are not even aware of. So it's about how many times anyone, your principal, your parents, your council members, or anyone will come to you and say, do this. Rather you going forward and say, I want to learn this.
And to the BOS, I have a concern because after completing CA, majority of the students are going for employment. So when we go to employment, these people will be joining the accounts department. Definitely, they have very good expertise in accounts. Some of them will be joining in internal audit department. Definitely, they will be having very good idea. But when we go to the financial management or the finance department, the things are totally different from what we have learned during the articleship. So that point, what we can do.
There is an option for each student to do the industrial training as well. So that's why Institute has given a window, a platform through which you can do an industrial training of 9 months to 12 months. So to understand the corporate structure, the environment, the working over there, each one of us has an opportunity that for the first year we can do the articleship under a principal, under a CA firm. And second year you can do the articleship in the industry. So that whatever sir has recently shared the concern, so that option is available to each one of us.
Yeah, because when we work in the financial management,
So
majority
let me answer this question in a little different way, in your way. We all love vanilla ice cream, right? Vanilla ice cream. And we also love tutti frutti. What is the difference? It's the same vanilla. Where you are putting in the syrup, you are putting in nuts, you are putting in fruits, you are making it more exciting, more sellable, and more interesting to have it, and the value increases. So once you are doing this CA as a career, this is a vanilla for you. And slowly with your journey, you have started adding all these flavors, which is increasing the value of this vanilla to make it a tutti frutti. That is what you are going to decide, how I can make my career into the best tutti frutti ice cream. Is by adding these different flavors into your vanilla. That is where your success comes.
This is Divya from Hyderabad. I have this query regarding the post-qualification for getting the COP, so because we only have 2 years of articleship. So there's a proposal that we have to work again for 1 year to get the COP.
No, it's not there.
So it is not...
No, it's not there. You have to do 2 years of articleship. You have to clear final examination. You have to clear 2 SPM exams. And you can apply for the membership and COP booth. So it's not there right now.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I have a request. At first, I am expressing my thanks to give me an opportunity to ask you questions like a big guys like you people. Sir, I have a request that we are seeking permission from you guys to write an exam after completing 1 year articleships. Not only my request, but also friends working with me in our firm also seeking permission to write final examination after completing 1 year articleship. Is it possible?
In different time zone. Then why to do 1 year of articleship also? You should give exam within 6 months only. You start in 1 year only. January you do foundation, May you do inter, and December you do final. Why to do all these things? You will get more early. Things are not like that. We have to spend time to attain that level of maturity to give that examination. So in that way, it is decided. So like if you have to do 12th, like if you want to study 12th class, you have to spend 12 years. you can't do in 6 years. In the same way, it has been designed that a post-graduation course, which require a minimum time period of 4 to 5 years, as this timeline. So this is how it is. So it cannot be done right now, but tomorrow, maybe, since if you have thought and there is some thought going on, so maybe I don't know tomorrow it can be done or not. But today I believe that we need to have that much of understanding to write the final examination, because both the things are linked. Whatever you learn during your articleship, that comes in the exam. So that practical experience will help you in writing your examination. Just writing your exam will not solve the purpose. Thank you.
Not exactly related to BOS, it's also related to knowledge studies. Previously, we used to have n number of books and n number of study materials like practice manuals, questions and everything. Now everything is being segregated only one study mat questions, and there are n number of authors out there. So students are really confused to choose which author for which subject. I prefer to study from study material as a self-study. So previously we used to have practice manual, study material, many questions will be there. And also institute material will be the first and final thing we used to refer previously. But now institute material has a number of mistakes. The same question from study material is being repeated in RTP, but as a different version of answers. And then we need kind of a clarity over that, and it will be good if occasionally in BOS app, if we have a short videos regarding the sum solvings, any faculties, sum solvings regarding the AFM or FR or whatever subject it may be. Short videos, since we are into the trend of reels and everything, instead of swiping over the Instagram, because the initiative of MCQ was very good. So whenever I travel in metro, for studying SPOM exams, I was doing that only. The morning I used to do SPOM classes. Evening while going in the metro, I used to do MCQs in BOS app. So in BOS app, if you release short videos for any, in AFM, if a particular chapter is there, there will be difficult 10 questions will be there. For that, any short videos is being released in a BOS app. It will be very useful for the kids over there.
Yeah, we'll do it. Thank you.
So basically now the guidelines which we are having about the CASA guidelines is of 3 years of articleship. So since it has been reduced to 2 years now, the articleship tenure, so students are not able to participate fully, maybe like 1.5 to 2 years when compared to the 3 years of articleship. When we were there in 3 years, we were there for minimum 2 years. So are there any updations in the CASA guidelines, or will it be given shortly or something? That's my query.
It will be 2 years only now.
Yes, sir.
So you have to come in 2 years only. You have to participate in 2 years. You have to
get into the students association of that branch, we are only eligible for in the first year only. When we are in the second year of articleship, we are not able to join the committee. So,
I understand. So we'll consider it and we'll put it forward and we'll see that how to modify it. Good suggestion.
Thank you, sir.
Please tell me what are the skills that I should, as a beginner, start from today to become a better CA in the future?
So I think for last 1.5 hours we are only talking about that, but let's reiterate the fact that the skill to be flexible, the skill to bounce back, the skill of resilience, the skill of positivity, a go-get attitude. These are the mindset skills. But if you talk about technical skills, apart from what curriculum you have, you should learn all the important tools of technology. You should choose a subject which you love to do. Like you want to get into international taxation. You want to get into something which is more towards arbitration, something more towards negotiation, something more towards, automation. So that attribute you need to understand while working. What is that attribute which you are very passionate about? And then it follows with that degree. So unless and until you don't try 10 different things, you will not be able to pick up that one thing which really excites you the most. So this is how your journey should start. Start with the learning Excel. Start with Google. Start with Microsoft. Take those certificate courses. Try working in any environment on how I can do it more better. So once that approach comes in, the learning will start flowing. In 3 years, you're doing 100 of things. But then out of that, ultimately you'll get to know what is that one thing which really excites me the most? And you take your journey forward in that. That, I think, is the answer which I can give it to you.
Sir, sir, it's a question related to the MOU for the correspondence courses. So usually we were having a correspondence course MOU with IGNOU previously for BCom A and F course.
Yes.
I'm a person who enrolled for the same, and it got stopped, I think, a year back. And
It started now, sir, again.
restarted back.
Yeah,
Okay. And the people who booked for this, registered for a BCom A and F course, there was an issue that I cleared my first group in the old syllabus, and the new syllabus only I cleared the second group. So actually that advanced accounting paper was actually not there for my exam. So that for that reason, first of all, I got an email from IGNOU that I was not eligible for getting BCom. Soon after that, I tried to give a grievance to BOS, and after 2 to 3 months, actually, I got an email that the credit has been successfully given, and I received the BCom certificate. But this same issue was faced by many of us, and because of this change of old syllabus to new syllabus, the main email that we received from IGNOU was that this thing was not set to them via ICI, and soon after this email, I think these matters were discussed. So from now onwards, is there any new MOU with IGNOU or any other institutions for this correspondence course like BCom, etc., so that we can do it along with our articleship and will not lose any time by going to colleges?
We'll do it, sir.
In the 2-year course, we have 24 leaves. And out of this 24 leaves, we have 4 SPOM exams. We are writing those SPOM exams in the working days, that out of the 24 leaves, 4 leaves is being cut from that 24 leaves. Balance 20 leaves. I usually get sick soon, and if a person is clearing the SPOM exams in the first attempt itself, then only 4 leaves are cut from the 24 leaves. But if someone is not able to clear the SPOM exams in the first attempt, again the leave is reducing from the 20 leaves. As a person who gets sick always can that 4 leaves of SPOM be made mandatory, don't consider it as leave.
We'll raise this concern with the exam department. Should not be leave, but we'll work out on it, and good suggestion. So we'll work on it.
My doubt is, when I select a CA issue, what are the things I consider to get a good firm?
The question is, how should you select a good firm?
Yes.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Okay. I think every firm is good. Let's understand this more deeper. Are we marrying it for the entire life? Question number 1. What is our intent? Our intent is to become a chartered accountant and then take our career forward. So what we are today, they have 1%, 10% or 90% more knowledge than what you have today. Yes? Maybe there is a possibility that you choose and select a firm which is not having that exposure which you are looking for. Or maybe you think that this is something which I never wanted to do, but I am doing it. Correct?
Yes.
But definitely they have a client. Why don't I learn how to talk to a client? Why don't I learn how to negotiate with the client? Why don't I learn how to work around with the team over there? So they have a team of 2 people, 5 people, 10 people, 20 people. How can I team work with them? How can I showcase my leadership with them? And how can I pick up those subjects? So those subjects now I know. And then my entire life is with me to sustain and work on things which I really want to do in my life. So this is not the end game. This is just the beginning game. So don't think so much on that. Just do your performance at your best. If you have done a selection, if you have chosen a firm, that firm is the best firm for you.
Industrial training. So I am currently in industrial training as well, but some of my friends who actually want to pursue industrial training, right? The problem that they're facing is their firms are not allowing. So what I mean by this is, suppose let's say they're giving their interview at a mid-sized firm. So before the selection itself, they clarify that you're not supposed to go for industrial training. Both the years should be in this firm itself. So from that point of view, what suggestions can you do?
So again, the perspective is not that you get more opportunities or more exposures if you are doing an industrial training and not doing an articleship. Both are one and the same. Now, once you are joining a firm, at that point of time, if you really want to do industrial training, you have to understand what that industry you want to work on and what exactly goes on over there. I don't want to share those things to you, and I'm not saying this is good or this is bad, both are equally good. But if you at the time of joining a firm clarifies and make sure that this is what my plans are, and that should be a part of the understanding which you have, then there's no issues. But if you agree at that point of time that I will continue with you for 2 years of articleship, and later you change your mind to say, I want to do an industrial training, then it leaves on the mutual consent of both the employers, the principal, and the article. This is an independent contract, as rightly said by the chairman, because we are not giving you a firm. You are selecting that firm on your own, and that firm is selecting you on their own. So both of you have to be very, very clear on what exactly your 2 years time frame will be.
But sir, don't you think if we mention that we're going for industrial training at the very beginning itself, that becomes a reason for them to reject us in the interview itself?
Then there's no point. If that firm is rejecting, if you really want to do industrial training, how does that matter? You want to be in that firm. You join a firm where if you think that I really want to do that industrial training, join a firm who is okay with 1 year of articleship. Right? So you have to choose your priorities. That is what I'm saying. Once you become a chartered accountant, you have to choose the direction which you want to go. You want to take a metro, you want to take a local train, you want to take Vande Bharat, that decision lies in you. And that's why you need to be having a very, very open clarity of mind of what exactly you want to do. What is that which I'm going to get in industrial training, which I'm not getting in an articleship? Is something which should be very, very clear in your mind. That this is something which I'm not getting here, which I'm definitely going to get over there. What if what you are getting over here, you're not getting over there? Which one is more important for you? And is this time the real time, or can I do this after 2 years? Okay? Yeah.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. I'm here. First of all, good afternoon, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Here. Sir, you already said that hard working is the key way to success. So I have a lot of friends who are studying CA. They are very hardworking, but while they are facing a real examination, they are not performing well due to frustration and tension at the time of examination. So can you please suggest some ideas
bring them to these kind of conferences?
Yes, sir. I am actually...
and make them meet other people around.
Yes, sir. They are also performing such things, but they can perform well at the time of real examination due to tension and anxiety. So can you suggest some way to handle that pressure?
So I think
during
it's a
that
game of
examination?
mindset. I think the meditation, the belief system, looking into those influencers, looking into those students or the performers or the rank holders, talking to them, understanding what they are doing, how they are doing. Do they have failures in life? Let me tell you, any person in this world who you see as a real successful person have 90 to 95% failures in their life. We only see their success. We only see or read their beautiful story. But if you go and look at their life within, they also have their similar challenges. The difference is they bounce back. They come back and they say, let me do it again. Let me try it again. Let me come back with more pressure, more focus, more energy, more passion. And that's how they go beyond. So
Okay.
if that is inculcated into their mind, I think they will make a difference.
Okay, sir. But they are
Thank
trying
you.
for 2-3 years.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Sir. Sir, here.
Oh.
Sir, I am Roshni Ravikumar, representing Palakkad branch of SICASA. I am also the secretary of Palakkad branch. So I had a query that our branch is pretty wide. Like students are really scattered. We only have point of contact with the students who are currently doing articleship. Because even students who had newly joined our firm also told that they are not getting to know the activities that we are doing before joining articleship. So is there any way that we could convey the information to the students directly, because we don't have the access of their mobile numbers or email ID or anything. So if
So
they
the
are
question is, you are doing certain activities which students
Yes.
are not aware of,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So there are many ways. Right now, Institute is coming up with a platform called Engage, wherein it is going to get live in next 15 days, wherein you submit your activities to the Institute. It will automatically be sent as a WhatsApp and as a message to the students, on that particular location. So that activity is there, number one. Number two, even currently, what happens is, if you know 20 people, 20 students, 50 students, 100 students, ask them to add their friend into this network. So it's a combined workforce. It's like a team working together. So there is an option available wherein you can always say, hey, you add 5, you add 6, you add 10. So similarly, you'll get to know. If you create an activity which is so inspiring, which is so important, everyone will join, everyone will be connected. But if we come up with something which is very regular and we are trying to push it, it is not going to work. Okay?
Sir, also I had one more query,
Yeah.
that in our whole Palakkad project, there is only one SPOM center, and that to the frequency of SPOM
Chairman, sir.
exams.
One SPM center. So these questions Chairman will answer.
What? Please come again.
In Palakkad, there is only one SPM center, and that to the frequency is not so. The interval of exams is just once in a month, and that too, there was a gap in between also.
Which place you are talking?
Palakkad.
So how far from here? 4 hours. And you are from?
Palakkad.
Okay. So there is the regular exam center is also there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how many exam centers are there?
2 centers.
So 2 centers are there, but you are saying that only one exam center is there for SPM exam.
No, sir. Even though the center is one, the frequency of exams could be more, no?
No, I understand. So you are saying that, but that exam SPM center is away far, or you need to increase the number of attempts?
Both the issues are there.
So the center is far from the city.
No, it is in the city only.
So you are not concerned with the location of the center.
Sir.
You are concerned with the frequency, number of times the exams you are saying.
Yes.
So you want to increase.
Yes.
You please drop me a WhatsApp.
Okay.
I'll ask the team to increase the center, increase the frequency.
Okay. Because last month only it came, and in between there was a lot of gap. So that's why.
No, not an issue. So you please write my number. If any student have any issue, don't call me, but you can drop me the WhatsApp, because it will difficult for me to address. But please write my number 95717 95717 99999. I am sharing my number for the first time in any of the conference, but I find the people of South to be very much intellectual and brainy students. So I am sharing my number so that we will certainly improve. We'll get the good inputs, because when I was standing with that SICASA team, they also gave very good suggestions. So these suggestions help us to improve for all over India, for all the students. So I'll repeat again, 95717 99999. So Madam SPM, Madam, you have written?
Yes,
sir. We'll be sharing it, sir.
Yeah. So you send me SPM. Anything related to exam, anything related to study material, anything related to the classes, anything related to the institute, please drop me a WhatsApp. I'll see that it is reached.
Sir, adding to it.
Yeah.
Actually, while setting exam centers, I am a person residing in Ernakulam, and actually, when setting an exam center, we are getting a center which is much far from us. Actually, Ernakulam is a district having a border with Idiki also. So from here, we usually, some of us got centers at Muatura. It's nearly 40 kilometers away from where we are standing right now. Usually we had got, before that, center near to some 2 to 3 kilometers nearby.
So
That's
have you raised this concern to anyone?
Yeah, these questions were raised before, but soon after.
Not question. Have you raised this concern to any of the elected
grievances? Yeah, some of our friends.
You have your local council member over here, no?
Yeah, we are already raised.
You have raised this concern to him?
Yes. Soon after that, one time these issues were cleared. This year,
drop me this issue also. I'll raise it.
For these previous exam also, the same issue came. Most of us got Angamali, which is also a little bit far from the city.
You send me
fine.
the issue with the suggestion. My request, wherever you send the issue, please send with suggestion also that what you think it can be done, so that it will become easier for us to implement it.
Sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So.
Sir, over here.
Yeah.
Because of my registration date, I will have to wait 10 months to write my exam. My exam will be 10 months after my articleship. So many students are facing the same problem.
Which issue? I did not get you. Please come again.
So because of my registration
Which
date.
registration?
Articleship registration date.
Articleship registration date?
Yeah, because of the mandatory 6-month study period, I will have to wait 6 months after my articleship to write my exams, final exams.
You had to wait for 9 months in total.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that's right.
So I will lose a lot of my time.
No, not only you will lose, every student will lose.
Yes, all of them.
All of us.
Yes.
Yes.
So is there any way I can write the attempt right after my articleship?
So if there will be any way, it will be way for all of us, all of you.
Yes.
So no single way can come for you.
Yeah,
So,
I was including.
So it is the timeline we have. It's not about 6 months. Let me clear you. It's the minimum timeline for 6 months which is there as a study period, excluding the timeline for the examination. So we are working on it, but it needs to amend in the regulation. So we have taken this matter into the consideration for the group, which is there under Board of Studies, where we want to see that if this can be reduced somehow. But presently it is 9 months, so don't look in that aspect that your 9 months are wasted. You have to prepare yourself for the examination. So this is how it is. Earlier it was 10 months. Due to 3 times examination in a year, this timeline is reduced by 1 month. If somehow your results will come in the same month, like if it comes in October, then it becomes quite chance that your 3 months period is reduced. But exams need minimum 45 days to give the results. So we are working on all these stuff, all these issues. Let's see how things will evolve. Right now, don't consider it as 6 months. It is a minimum 6 months. The present cycle says that you have to, your attempt will come within 9 months after your articleship period is over. Thank you. Longest Excellence Conference in Jaipur on 4th and 5th. So I was talking to my SICASA team and I have written them, please incorporate 2 things. We are going to do the blood donation camp and we are going to do podcast in Jaipur also by copying you. So you can understand that whatever good things. So the podcast room we are preparing in Jaipur, and the blood donation camp also I have allocated volunteers and team. So I find 2 good things. So immediately I have implemented in my conference also. So all the best, kudos to you. So this is all. Rest all thing I took the photo and screens photo also. So I told them plan something like that. So you can see I am following you all. Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Post-examination procedure which is followed by our institution. We just have the facility of re-verification only, but not re-evaluation. Do you have any clarification?
Very good question. Very, very good question. Dura Talia. Clap for her. So on this question, I have a question to you. Tell me any institution where there is evaluation. I want to understand. Just a question. Is there any exam in which you have the revaluation? Objective type I am not talking. Descriptive paper I am talking.
Normal university exams, we have scrutiny revaluation procedure.
No, university exam, there are lakhs of university in India. I am talking about the competitive exams. Any examination where there is a revaluation. I am just asking for my memory because this was the question which was asked by me. From me by the exam department. So that's why I am asking you the same question. I was the student, asked the exam department that it should be done. They asked me reverse question, sir, you give one institution in the world which is doing revaluation for the descriptive paper. We will try to follow the protocols of the same. So then what I responded to them, sir, let us become the first institution in the world. Let us explore it. So this, I responded him. So this question is there in my heart, but it will open a big Pandora box. I don't know how things will happen, but we'll ensure these things in time to come, that all these things can be done. But presently, if it is objective type question, then it is possible. But in descriptive paper, practically it is not possible, so it is not there right now. But if any country or any government or any court will order that you have to do it. But right now I have never seen in any of the examination descriptive paper. Raise your hands. Everyone. So just a tip for all of you. Whenever you use social media, you are recognized as a CA student. Tomorrow when you become member, you will be recognized as a CA member. So my sincere request to each one of you, each one of us, to follow a social media protocol while writing anything over social media, that you are being watched as a CA student, you are being watched as a CA member. So please take care while posting anything over social media. So it should be within the protocol of the institution, that it should look graceful. You can raise your concern over social media, but of course, it cannot go all the way writing anything. So we must take care. This is a small tip and suggestion from my side.
SPOM exam. I'm currently doing articleship and I have got registered for an SPOM exam on a working day, and I wasn't able to attend the exam. So is there any possible ways so that we can postpone the exam or
Right
just
now it is
cancel?
not there. You have to choose the window again.
Yes, we are losing the money when
So
we are
you
not
are losing
able.
the attempt also, no?
Yeah.
So you have to. You should,
No, it's because there was an urgent review meeting I had in the office, so I wasn't able to.
I understand, but this is the concern. If you have booked a schedule, we have to plan all these things in such a way that we write the exam. If you are not able to write the exam because of this reason, your personal reason, your professional reason, it becomes difficult for the institution. Tomorrow, if we give an option to all the 1 lakh students, all the 10 lakh students to postpone or to reschedule your exam, it will be a never-ending process. So we have to freeze somewhere and we have to go ahead. So this is how we have to do it.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Of people, 4 categories of people who are waiting. One, the chairman is waiting. Students are waiting. They are waiting to sing and they are waiting to organize the next step. Yes, so I think this is the right time when we can discuss in length about the future of our career, and I think we all are very, very happy to answer those questions. Like if you have selected already anything which you want to take it forward as a career option, this is the right time to discuss that. Anybody who has thought of what they want to be in next 10 years? Yes. And if you have any questions on that.
Actually, I had a question in my mind to ask to you. That you said that consulting and the business, that both things are the new things we as CAs we need to pursue in our career. But what if both together, why CAs are not attempting forward. That means if we are going to consulting, we are joining a consulting firm like McKinsey or BCG, and other international firms. So why CAs? That means what dragging back CA from beginning McKinsey or BCG like firm in India?
So I'm not clear with the question. You are saying why are chartered accountants not joining McKinsey? Is that a question?
No, not that.
Okay.
Why they are not starting a firm like McKinsey or BCG in India?
That is what you need to answer. Like I have my firm
No.
which is like that. So this is where I think that's the objective. That be a job giver. So you can and your consulting should start from today. It's not one day that will happen. Today, when you go back to your firm as an article, you can even do consulting over there.
Yes.
You can even, give your suggestions over there. You can even walk the talk over there. You can come up with those prototypes and models which you can showcase to your organization to say, hey, can we do this? I have learned this, but if we can do it this way, wouldn't this be better? So that's how you can start your journey from there. And if you really do that, if any one of you really do that, you can always build your network, you can always start your own firm, and you can start doing consulting as a startup. Practice is all about making your own startup and play it well, because it is so easy for you to get clients once you as a chartered accountant go forward and give values. When other professionals or other people who are not chartered accountants can set up a consulting organization, can set up a startup, why can't we?
But I found not interested in these things and all, and recently I found out that this analysis like investment banking, mergers and acquisition will be more suitable for me. So this is my plan. Like I just want your guidance from.
So you want to do investment banking? Very good. So find out people or firms who are really good in that.
Actually, I've been trying to find out people from LinkedIn and all, and
you're not getting it.
Yeah, I got some replies from 1 or 2% out of.
And just go over there and start working.
Yeah,
and don't have your demands.
Yeah.
Even if they are offering you 1 rupee, work.
So can you,
from 1 rupee to 1 crore, you can make that journey yours with your journey. So if you want to aspire, work on your dreams, you cannot have multiple conditions together. Lakshmi and Saraswati doesn't go together. So if you are really good in Saraswati, Lakshmi will automatically come.
Yeah, actually I'm trying that, and I have been I've been planning for the next 5 years, or what I need to do. So this is what I'm planning to do. After passing the exams, I will be
very good.
I'll be going for some elite boutique firm or something to understand the analysis.
Yeah, just work over there. If you are looking for a boutique firm who is specializing in investment banking, just go there and say, sir, I want to work over here. You decide what you want to pay.
Yeah,
I'm going to work over here.
Yeah, but the thing is while practicing, I'm not learning much about this.
Yeah, I'm just coming. So, once again, thank you. Just a last question to all of you before I wrap up. How many of you are learning Python? Really? Just a food of thought for all of you. These are things which are really going to shape your journey to grow forward. Thank you again. The president is on the way. We are going to take it up. Thank you.
We request you to please give a standing ovation.
Vidya dadati vinayam, vinayad yati patratam, patrata dhanamapnodi, dhana dharma tadasukham. Knowledge imparts humility. Through humility comes worthiness. From worthiness comes prosperity, and from prosperity, righteousness and happiness. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to one and all present here to Aksharam 2-day National Conference for CA students, organized by the Board of Studies Operations ICAI, hosted by the Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI and Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI. It is indeed a moment of pride to welcome our distinguished dignitaries, esteemed members of the profession, faculty, and enthusiastic students from across the country. May I please request CA Babu Abraham Kallivelil, Central Council member of ICAI, to kindly escort our chief guest for the day. Member SICASA, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to kindly escort CA Sanjeev Sankhi, Vice Chairman, Board of Studies, ICAI. May I please request CA Jolly Stephen, Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to kindly escort CA Dr. Rohit Ruvatia, Chairman, Board of Studies, ICAI. May I please request CA Deepa Varghese, Secretary, SIRC of ICAI, to kindly escort our guest of honor, Justice Devan Ramchandran, Honorable Judge, High Court of Kerala. May I please request CA Babu Abraham Kallivelil, Central Council member, to kindly escort our chief guest for the day, Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose IAS, His Excellency Governor of West Bengal. We are truly honored and privileged to be in your presence. We welcome you to Aksharam 2025. May I please request CA Dibin Divya Kumar, Member SICASA, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to kindly escort CA Sanjeev Sankhi, Vice Chairman, Board of Studies, ICAI. As we commence this momentous occasion, let us rise in the honor of our nation for the national anthem.
शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे येष सुप्तेषु जागृति येष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं कामं पुरुषो निर्मिमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद् ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः श्रितः सर्वततो नास्ति कश्चन यदद्वैता यदद्वैता यदद्वैता
To extend warm welcome to everyone gathered here. May I invite CA Babu Abraham Kallivailil, Central Council Member, ICAI, to deliver the welcome address.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Respected Chief Guest, His Excellency Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose, Governor of West Bengal, a visionary civil servant, reformer, and acclaimed author. Guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Devan Ramachandran, Judge, High Court of Kerala, an eminent jurist known for his insight and social conscience, Honorable President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, a visionary leader with missionary zeal and an inspiring orator, Chairman and Vice Chairman of the Board of Studies, respected seniors, members of the press, my colleagues, my dear students, the Managing Committee members of Branch and SICASA of the Ernakulam, a very warm welcome to all. It is my privilege to stand before you as the Conference Director and member of our great institute on this momentous occasion of the ICA National Conference of Students, aksharam. This event is personally special for me. It marks 31 years of my journey with the institute. My professional life began here at Ernakulam branch as the chairman of the SICASA, continued through SIRC, and today as a Central Council member standing in Kochi. Truly feels like coming home. Aksharam is more than a conference. It is a celebration of learning, connection, and collective growth. It brings together professionals, thought leaders, and students from across the nation to share ideas and shape the future of our profession. The timing is so meaningful as we celebrate Kerala Piravi, the birth of our beloved state, a land of intellect, culture, and integrity. What better day to celebrate Aksharam, a word that itself means knowledge and continuity, echoing both Kerala's spirit and our profession's ethos. Our world is changing rapidly with technology, AI, and sustainability, and assurance innovation reshape our roles. Today, chartered accountants are not just accountants. We are strategic partners, policy influencers, and guardians of trust in transforming economy. The carefully designed sessions of Aksharam reflect this evolution. From startup and SME IPOs to corporate governance and emerging technologies, showcasing how dynamic and future-ready our profession is. We are deeply honored by the presence of His Excellency Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose, whose life embodies innovation, integrity, and service. A Jawaharlal Nehru Fellow and the first Fellow of Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy of Administration, his UN-recognized work in governance and affordable housing continues to inspire many. We are equally privileged to welcome Honorable Mr. Justice Devan Ramachandran, a jurist of intellect and empathy, whose judgments have brought justice with compassion and progressive vision. Our heartfelt gratitude also to our President, C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, whose leadership has placed ICAI on the global stage, notably making India the first nation to issue forensic accounting and investigation standards, a milestone that reflects our profession's innovation and integrity. Before I conclude, I extend sincere appreciation to the Board of Studies, the organizing committee, and the Ernakulam branch and SICASA teams for their dedication and teamwork in bringing this event to life. On behalf of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and all of you present here, I once again extend a warm welcome to all dignitaries, speakers, and delegates from across the country. As we embark upon this journey called Aksharam, let us celebrate knowledge, ethics, and unity, reaffirming our timeless values of integrity, independence, and excellence, a true foundation of our profession and our contribution to the nation building. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. To present a welcome bouquet to our chief guest, I invite the Board of Studies Chairman, CA Dr. Rohit Ruwatia, to present a bouquet. To present a welcome bouquet to our guest of honor, Justice Devan Ramachandran, I invite member of Managing Committee of Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICI, C.A. Sandra Thomas. To present a welcome bouquet to the President of ICI, C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, I invite SICASA, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICI Secretary, Mr. Vivek Jacob. To present a welcome bouquet to Board of Studies Chairman, CA Dr. Rohit Ruvatia, we invite the Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICI Joint Secretary, Mr. Akshay. To present a welcome bouquet to Board of Studies Vice Chairman of ICI, CS Sanjeev Sanghi, we invite the Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICI Treasurer. To present a welcome bouquet to CA Babu Abraham Kallivelil, Central Council Member.
Thank you. To mark the auspicious beginning of this conference, may I now invite our chief guest, Dr. C.V. Anandabose IAS, His Excellency Governor of West Bengal, and our guest of honor, Justice Devan Ramachandran, Honorable Judge, High Court of Kerala, along with other dignitaries, to inaugurate the conference by lighting the traditional lamp.
Salon at rupees 700 and
Chairman, Board of Studies Operations ICAI, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon once again. I was there all the time, so I'll just take 30 seconds to mark the respect of His Excellency C.V. Andhra Bose, the Governor of West Bengal, Justice Devan Ramchandran ji, Honorable Judge High Court of Kerala, our very own President of ICI, C.A. Charanjit Singh Nanda, the Chairman of Board of Studies Operation, Rohit Ruwatia, the hero of today's program, Babu Sir, our council member. A big round of applause for him and the entire team who has worked effortlessly for such an important 2 days national conference of students. And I think, sir, President sir, just for your information, we had the longest interaction of the Board of Studies where multiple questions were discussed and answered. So I wish all of you a great success of this program. Thank you.
Very distinguished chief guest of today's 2 days national conference, Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose ji, His Excellency Governor of West Bengal. The guest of honor, Justice Devan Ramchandran ji, Honorable Judge, High Court of Kerala. Honorable President of the Institute, C.A. Charanjit Singh Nanda ji. The Program Director, Babu Bhai, we call him very proudly Babu Bhai, so he's brother of all of us in the council. I must congratulate him for organizing such a wonderful event. So great round of applause for him, his entire team, the team of Ernakulam branch, the SICASA team, and of course for all of you for hosting such a wonderful event. This is my first visit to any of the branch in South. I come from Jaipur, Rajasthan, and as a chairman of Board of Studies Operation, I'm delighted and I'm so happy to learn a lot from Ernakulam. I would like to share two important things which they are doing today, and I have immediately copied and asked other branches to follow. They are doing blood donation camp today, a cause for life, which I have told to all the branches to do it in all the conferences. Secondly, they are doing podcasts for the speakers. So these initiatives which we have captured. My vice chairman in the council, in the Board of Studies, Sanjeev Sanghi ji, the chairman of the branch, secretary of the branch, and the SICASA chairman of the branch, senior members in the profession, and my dear students, a very good afternoon to one and all present over here. We have already interacted a lot, and today is the time to hear Honorable President Sir, the guest of honor, the chief guest. So I'll not come in between the dais and between you all, because we have a lot of things to learn from them. So I'm again thankful to each one of you, the branch, the SICASA team, and the council member Babu Bhai for inviting us here and hosting such a wonderful event. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai ICI.
Thank you, sir. It is now time to hear from the visionary leader who steers our profession with dedication and distinction, the president of our esteemed institute. May I now take the honor of inviting C.A. Charanjit Singh Nanda, Honorable President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, to deliver the presidential address.
Honorable Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose, IAS, His Excellency Governor of West Bengal, the guest of honor, Justice Devan Ramchandran, Honorable Judge, High Court of Kerala, C.A. Anand A.S., the Chairman of Ernakulam branch of ICI, C.A. Dr. Rohit Ruwatia, Jaipur Chairman, Board of Studies Operations, C.A. Sanjeev Sanghi, the Vice Chairman, my very dear brother and man behind the show, C.A. Babu Abraham, the Central Council member and Chairman of Committee for Corporate Laws, Madam Deepa Varghese, C.A. Jolly Stephen, all members, young students who have come here to go home more enlightened, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly honored to be amongst you in this momentous occasion. All of you are aware that we are proud members and aspiring to be the proud members of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. You are all aware that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was set up an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949, when the most important document of the democracy, the Constitution, was not adopted. You are aware that the Constitution to this great country was promulgated on 26 January 1950. The pertinent question that arises: what prompted the Constituent Assembly to set up an Institute of Chartered Accountants of India when its own democratic setup was not in place? The answer is very candid, very simple, very forthcoming. They were looking for a disciplined band of soldiers to steer this country out of confusion and put it on the path of perpetual growth, advancement, and clear-cut vision. And there we are, the financial soldiers of this great Republic of India, chartered accountants. We started with a very humble beginning of 1650 members, and today we proudly stand as the largest accounting body of the world with over 5 lakh members and 11 lakh students. I want to tell you, yesterday I was in Hanoi, Vietnam. I was speaking there. When I spoke that we have 5 lakh members, the entire board was taken aback. They said, Mr. Nanda, if we add all of them, we will not be even 25% of chartered accountants which India has. This is our strength. Coming on to the international perspectives, India is a force to reckon with. We have 54 chapters internationally. We have 31 representative offices. It means we have presence in 85 international cities. We are the first in the world to come out with guidance on remote auditing way back on 30th March 2020 when COVID had barely started. We are the first in the world to promulgate 23 forensic standards. We use IFRS and pay royalty to the IFRS Foundation, which is situated in London. You will be proud to know that the entire world now wants to pay royalty to ICI for using our global forensic standards. I'll tell you a very interesting thing. As an institute, we have MOU with so many bodies. We were very keen to have an MOU with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Singapore. We wrote to them, but somehow they did not answer in the right spirit in which we expected them to do. And then came World Congress. I'll stop here and say something about World Congress. World Congress was given to India after 108 years. It went off so well that the Vice President IFAC in the valedictory session said, Na bhuto na bhavishyato. I don't think any country in the world can organize a program of this turpitude. And therefore, this is the last program which has been hosted by India. We scrapped World Congress. In that World Congress, the President Institute of Chartered Accountants of Singapore came. As was customary, our President invited him to our BKC building. Very reluctantly, he came to the BKC building. But the moment he entered the building, he was taken aback. Oh my God, what a great, fantabulous, splendid, marvelous building it is. Our President very humbly said, he said, sir, we have more than 130 such buildings in the country. He went back and wrote, he said it is not appropriate to have an MOU with India because MOU entails 2 parties. Rather, I propose to make a singular announcement. Now listen to what is written in golden words in Indian accountancy history. He said, any Indian chartered accountant who remains in Singapore for more than 6 months for reason whatsoever shall become the member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Singapore. There is a couplet in Urdu, Dete na the jo jawab, unke salam aane lage. Dete na the jo jawab, unke salam aane lage. Waqt badla, to mere neem ke ped par aam aane lage. We are undoubtedly partners in nation building. Though our Honorable past President APJ Abdul Kalam sir said that Indian Chartered Accountants are partners in nation building. Yes, we are. And now we have graduated to be partners in international building, global building. I want to tell you, we do a lot of work for C&AG. Whenever they need us, they call us and we do training programs. We do a lot of programs for income tax, for GST. The government calls us for everything. Now the Prime Minister's vision of making a big 4 aligns with the vision which we have at ICI. Going ahead, I want to first of all congratulate my students. A great program, and I want to congratulate the student community along with the organizing committee to have such a great program. And more importantly, calling 2 visionaries to guide us all. For us, nation is first. If you know, a gruesome incident happened in Pahalgam. We were the first to hold a council meeting with our family and children in Pahalgam way back on 15th August 2025, which was the first body coming to Pahalgam after this incident. So ladies and gentlemen, all things, good things in life have to come to an end. My interaction also has to come to an end to you. But I want to tell you, we are holding a World Forum of Accountants. I told about World Congress. There close to 8,000 people came. We are holding a World Congress of Accountants in Greater Noida. Where more than 25,000 chartered accountants from across the world will come. Who's and who from international arena will come and speak. So I call upon you to come and attend that. There is a saying, difficult roads lead to beautiful destinations. It may be difficult for you to come that long, but you will never forget this experience in your life. I am thankful to Honorable Chief Minister, sir, to Justice, sir, that they have come here to enlighten our students. As an institute, I promise you, sir, wherever you need us, we are there. We are a disciplined army of chartered accountants and students who have learned one thing. If nation is first, you also stand first. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, dear members. May I take this privilege to introduce Honorable Justice Devan Ramchandran to the gathering here. Justice Ramchandran was born on 19th March 1968 in Ernakulam. He completed schooling at Bhavans Vidya Mandir, Elamakara, and his undergraduate degree from SH College, Thevara. He went on to pursue his law degree at Maharajas Government Law College, Ernakulam. He commenced his legal practice in March 1991, joining the chambers of his father, Senior Advocate M.P.R. Nair, Barrister at Law, Middle Temple, London. Thereafter, he started his independent practice, focusing primarily on constitutional law, corporate matters, banking, and other financial and commercial laws. In recognition of his distinguished practice, he was designated as a senior advocate by the High Court of Kerala in November 2015. He was sworn in as additional judge of the Kerala High Court in October 2016 and became a permanent judge in March 2018. Justice Ramchandran has delivered several landmark judgments on matters of public interest, reflecting his deep commitment to upholding constitutional values and citizens' welfare. With these words, may I introduce Honorable Justice Ramchandran to the gathering here. Thank you.
We are privileged to have among us Justice Devan Ramchandran, Honorable Judge, High Court of Kerala, as our guest of honor. Sir, we request you to kindly address the gathering.
His Excellency, Mr. Nanda, ladies and gentlemen, I shan't hold you for long. It's 2:15. I don't think any of you have had lunch, as His Excellency or myself. So words can't substitute lunch, of course. So I'll be very careful. Anand, thank you for speaking so glowingly about me. I never knew that you could lie so convincingly. Thank you for all those words. Many things I want to say, but then as a judge, I have the discretion to understand where I stand and when I stand. I will be very careful. I see the next generation of India's future, and that really makes my heart glow with so much of pleasure and pride. I'll just tell you two things and nothing more. I promise to finish it in about 2 or 3 minutes and nothing more. We always stand as an Indian under the umbrella of the Constitution. This is something which I say in almost all my speeches, particularly when I speak to youngsters, students. Our Constitution is the finest in the world. There is no doubt about it. And if there is any voice to the contrary, just disregard it. From my experience working with the Constitution, I'm telling you, there is no Constitution better than ours. I'm not here to sing pains about the Constitution. I'm here to tell you something else. Our Constitution has certainly fundamental rights, and that is what is normally resonated even in courts when I hear matters. But there is also something called the fundamental duties, which is couched in one article. It's Article 51, capital A. There are 13 or 14 sub-articles, but I want to take your attention to one of them, Article J. All the youngsters who have your devices, you can always search on it. You will see 51, capital A, J. It is an obligation on every citizen of India. When you are born in India, you are under the Constitution. You are bound by the Constitution. You are obligated by the Constitution. And the Constitution under Article 51, capital A, J, makes it your duty to be excellent. That excellence is not a choice. That excellence is a duty. It's an absolute mandatory obligation. If you are an Indian, we have to be excellent, and there is no choice. It is an obligation. And that is why I said this constitution is by far the finest in the world, because it makes every citizen, it's a duty of every citizen to be excellent. So therefore, we are all nation builders. Mr. Nanda is right. You are foremost in them, because now India is galloping to be the powerhouse of the world. We are there already at the top. Who can take us lightly? Our country is the finest in the world. We are the most powerful in the world. And that power comes not from weapons. That power comes from intellect and thought processes. Who else can claim more ethos than us? No one else. So therefore, your duty as professionals is much more when you understand that you stand within the sweep of this constitution, which makes our duties very, very explicit. Second thing I'll tell you, as any professional, I'm also a professional. I was a counsel for about 26, 27 years before I was elevated. As a professional, there is one thing I want to tell you, the youngsters who are sitting here. We are known by nothing more than our reputation. However good you are, however learned you are, how much ever you have prepared yourself or studied anything, the fact remains that if the society deems you to be a good professional, you are a good professional. Otherwise, you are not a good professional. It's as simple as that. And therefore, that reputation is a slow-cooked reputation. It's something that you garner over the years. There are no shortcuts. And believe me, if you think that you can get that reputation or the success by shortcuts, you are in a fool's paradise. You will never get that. It's a continuous evolution. If you see Mr. Nanda sitting here, it must be after 40 or 50 years of his career. I am here after 34 years of my career. We have all invested our lives in it. And therefore, there is one thing more I want to tell you. When I'm talking about competence and excellence, I must also tell you one more thing, and I'll stop with that. The world is looking out to India. We are going to lead the world in no time. We are already the third or fourth highest economy, the largest economy. I'm not bloating, I'm not gloating. But I'm saying we need professionals who are honest, who take the virtues of virtuosity and righteousness to be the guardian rules. We want professionals who the world will look up and believe for your signature. If there is a certificate that you have given in your hand, in your signature, that must be taken as truth, and that is where we really excel. That kind of confidence we require for the system. As a judge, I'm telling you, when we get certificates from professionals, be that doctors or engineers or chartered accountants as the case may be, we certainly have a problem in understanding whether it is, it has got that competence behind it. But the day we are able to take it, that your signature carries that stamp of excellence and genuineness, that really will now define the profession. You are all nation builders as much as we are all. Every citizen of this country is a nation builder. You have a role to play because financially, transparency, compliance, tax, the compliance to tax regimes, etc., these are the ones that fuel the economy of the country. And therefore, your role is also much more sacrosanct and much more implicit. I wish all the youngsters who are here to take the lead of the greatest of our citizens you have seen. Some of the names have already been taken. I don't want to take specific names. We've all been inspired by great statesmen, and those are the kind of people who should guide us. The role model should be those who have made India proud, and you certainly will step into those shoes, and one day, God willing, perhaps I will be sitting there and listening to you standing on the dais as the foremost citizens of the world. Thank you so much, and good luck to all of you. Godspeed.
CA Deepa Varghese, Secretary SIRC of ICAI, to introduce our chief guest, Dr. CV Anandabose IAS, His Excellency Governor of West Bengal.
Most respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. Sir, I'm greatly reminded of the year 2019 when I was the SICASA chairman, and it's so happy to see that the bar is being raised every year as SICASA Ernakulam branch is conducting the conferences. Every single year it's going up. A heartfelt congratulations to SICASA team Ernakulam. And these children are the ones who give us the energy to run. Actually, any member, the students, unless they back us up, we will not be able to run at the speed that we do. And to my dear children, to all of you, please don't forget the 4 F's as you travel that road which has not been greatly taken. The 4 F's are faith, family, friends, and a fruitful career. Always keep this in mind. And now let me get into the job that I have been assigned. To introduce His Excellency Dr. CV Anandabose, IAS retired and serving as a governor of West Bengal. He's a man who has been described as by our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji as a man of ideas, and Kerala government calls him as Lord of Ideas. And former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh says he's an inspired civil servant. Dr. Bose is an eminent civil servant, management guru, housing expert, innovator, writer, and orator who retired from the IAS service in the year 2011. Dr. Bose is a recipient of the prestigious Jawaharlal Nehru Fellowship. He's also the first ever fellow of the Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, Missouri. A prolific writer and columnist, Dr. Bose has brought out 350 publications, including 70 books and 9 languages consisting of novels, short stories, poems, and essays. And 4 of his books have become bestsellers. The pioneering institutions set up by him, such as the Nirmiti Kendra Building Center District, Tourism Promotion Council, Fair Price Shops for Medicine, have been replicated at national and global level. He was also the chairman of the Atomic Energy Education Society. Dr. Bose has been the recipient of 33 international and national awards for his outstanding contributions in different fields. He's also been, in recognition of his pioneering efforts in the field of housing, nations has selected his initiatives as a global best practice 4 times. He is known for his drive against corruption. As it's very obvious, he is a son of freedom fighter, late Sri P.K. Vasudevan Nair and Srimati Padmavati Amma, former Government of India official. Dr. Bose was born in Mannanam, Kottayam, Kerala on 2/1/1951. Married to Srimati S. Lakshmi, Dr. Bose was graduated from Stella Adler Acting Studio and is currently pursuing his son and acting in Hollywood as a son, and Advait Nair as grandson. Dr. Anand Bose has been honored with Doctorate of Literature and holds a PhD from BITS Pilani and MA in English Language and Literature from Kerala University. So it is my proud privilege to have introduced you to this August gathering. Thank you.
We are honored to have with us Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose IAS, His Excellency Governor of West Bengal. So we request you to deliver the inaugural address.
Honorable Justice Devan Ramachandran, President ICAI Charanjit Singh Nanda, my friend and younger brother Babu Abraham Kaliwailil, Sir Sanjeev Sangai, Sir Rohit Ruwatia, Ananda AS, Srimati Deepa Varghese, Sri Jolly Stephen, my very dear friends, chartered accountants and students. First of all, I thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to address this distinguished gathering. I am particularly thankful for the Compia who introduced me in saying so many good words about me. I wish my wife were also here to listen to those words. I would like to remind Mr. Chandrajit Singh Nanda, I think I was there for a convocation of yours last time. There, I was very much deeply impressed by the organization of the conference. I had one discomfiture from that. You had engaged so many photographers. One of the photographers had an AI camera, artificial intelligence. He took my photograph speaking on the dais. I looked like an amalgam or a balance of Amitabh Bachchan and Shah Rukh Khan. Impressed by my own photograph, I showed it to my wife. She looked at the photograph and told me, it's better than the original. So I'm scared of the photographers who are in front of me. May I share a secret with you? As governor, I have had the opportunity of addressing many national and international conferences, part of my duty. But this is one of the most dignified and most disciplined conferences I am attending. The credit goes to all the students and organizers. I am here not as the governor of a state, Babu Abraham asked me to come, so I came. I am here as an Irish bride. Irish bride. In Ireland, there is a custom. The boy will come and announce, on 25th of this month, my marriage will be held. Then he starts hunting for the bride. He will ask many women, many girls, some may agree, some may not agree. If nobody agrees, there is a set of ready-made brides there. The Irish bride, she will come and sit there and have the function conducted, then she will go away. So I am also here like that. Babu Abraham fixed this meeting, then started for some Irish bride to inaugurate this. He didn't get anybody. Then he knew that I am here. He asked me, so I am here as an Irish bride. Thank you, Babu, for the opportunity given to me. This is the nth meeting of the Chartered Accountants which I am attending thanks to Babu again. Even in Kolkata, I think I have attended 2 of your meetings, right? Yes. So I have an umbilical relation with the Chartered Accountants Institute. And now, what is particularly of happiness to me today is to share this with Justice Devan Ramachandran. You know, I am a student of literature. Shakespeare said, Daniel has come for judgment. That means the perfect judge has come. But Mr. Devan Ramachandran also, I will quote Shakespeare, Daniel has come for judgment. He is not a populist judge, but he is a people's judge. There is a subtle difference in that. Without being populist in his orders, he is people-friendly. How a single judge can turn around the society, that he has proved. You know, I will compare him to a statement which is made by Nobel laureate W.B. Yeats, the Irish poet. He is speaking about Eastern 1916 rebellion there, where ordinary people came out, and Irish rebellion became successful. There he says, all changed utterly, a terrible beauty is born. All changed utterly, a terrible beauty is born. When I hear the judgments, when I read about it in the newspapers, the judgments made by Devan Ramachandran, I can also speak about Kerala society. His judgments through that, all changed utterly, a terrible beauty is born. Kudos to the justice who is with us. I consider it a great privilege to share the dais with him. You're all students. You know, education, Gandhiji said, live as if you will die tomorrow. Learn as if you will live forever. I repeat, live as if you will die tomorrow. Learn as if you will live forever. Aristotle said, the roots of education will be bitter, but the fruits will be sweet. Isn't it? The roots of education will be bitter, but the fruits will be sweet. And how do you learn? You know, Einstein said, education is what remains once you forget what you learn in the classrooms. Right? Education is what remains once you forget what you learn in the classrooms. Take one of the golden chapters of Indian history. The young prince is routed in battle. He runs away for his life, chased by the enemy. He and his guru, they seek asylum in a widow's kitchen. The widow is making bread. Suddenly the guru tells the prince, look at the lady making bread. If you want to eat bread, start from the periphery. If you bite at the center, you will burn your tongue. Taking a cue from this, the prince again goes back to the battlefield, attacks the enemy from the rear where he was very weak, wins the war, establishes an empire. Rest is history. Chandragupta Maurya and Chanakya are part of history. Chandragupta Maurya learned his lessons in warfare not from the Indian Military Academy, not from Sandhurst or North Point. He learned it from the widow's kitchen. Education is what remains once you forget what you learn in the classrooms. Education is emancipation. Education is empowerment. Education is enrichment. Education is enlightenment. But education also should lead to employment. I remember, in my village, there was one gentleman who was an engineer. He got first class in engineering, but he did not get a job. So he came to Kochi, where the circus company was there. The circus company had one item in that. You know, the lion's cage will be brought to the center stage. Then the monkey's cage will be brought near to the center stage. The lion's cage will be opened slowly, slowly, slowly. The monkey's cage will be opened slowly, slowly, slowly. The monkey will be pushed into the lion's cage. The lion comes to catch the monkey. The monkey turns somersault to save his life. In that circus company, my friend engineer, he got a job. One day, the monkey died. Then the circus company owner told this engineer boy, now that you are with us in the circus company, you please do the role of the monkey today. And he said, how can I go to the lion's cage? But they made him do that. Put on the robe of a chimpanzee. The monkey's cage was brought. Lion's cage was brought. Lion's cage was opened slowly, slowly, slowly. The monkey's cage was also opened slowly, slowly, slowly. This engineer boy in the shape of a monkey, he was pushed into the lion's cage. Lion jumped over him, pounced over him. This young boy said, please don't kill me, I am an engineer. The lion said, don't worry, I am a doctor. So education is also emancipation, education is enrichment, education is empowerment, but education should also lead to employment. I am sure that you will also take a cue from Einstein. You know, education is what remains. As chartered accountants, what you have learned is just accounting. But your president himself said it. Chartered accountants are not treated as experts in accounting alone. You are change agents. You are strategic partners in the country's progress. You know, we have a transformational India under Narendra Modi. Transformational India. Every field India has transformed. You know, the world has started recognizing India with respect. We are a great nation. We should assert we are great. We are a strong nation. We should assert we are strong. Yes, Jhanda ja rahe hamara. That should be the flag which you carry with you, the flag of excellence. And here, Sri Devan Ramachandran started his speech saying the pursuit of excellence. I never knew that it is a fundamental duty in the Constitution of India. That's what you are doing, excellence. He is in the pursuit of excellence. You know, as Robert Browning said, on the earth, the broken ark, in heaven, the perfect round. On the earth, the broken ark, in heaven, the perfect round. He explains it in another words. He says, grow old along with me, the best is yet to be. The pursuit of excellence, as the justice has told you, is your duty. Its attainment is not your right. As they say in the Bhagavad Gita, Karmanne vadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadajana. Karmanne vadhikaraste ma phaleshu. Do your duty. Yes, in the Mahabharata, there is a scene. Arjuna takes a vow. Today before the sunset, Jayadratha will be slain by me. Otherwise, I will commit self-immolation. Pitchy battle takes place. Jayadratha is not killed. Sun has set. Arjuna is stupefied. He sits in his chariot, not knowing what to do. Jayadratha is making triumphant dance in front of Arjuna's chariot, knowing full well what is going to happen. Then Krishna, mischievous Krishna, with a whip of his hand, sun has again risen. Arjuna doesn't know what is happening. Krishna tells mischievously to Arjuna, Arjun, sun is above you. The weapon is within in your hands. Enemy is in front of you. Act, Arjuna, act. India is telling all of you, act, India, act. Act, Bengal, act. Act, Judiciary, act. Act, Civil Service, act. Act, Executive, act. Act, Chartered Accountants, act. What the nation needs from the Chartered Accountants, youngsters in front of you, is action, not an alibi for inaction. Action, not an alibi for inaction. I wish you the very best. I should not be taking more of your time because the justice himself has said we are all hungry, isn't it? Now, I have another discomfiture to present before you. You know, for speaking too much on the public platform. One day, I happened to be the district collector of Gokulam. There was an interfaith international conference there for 1 week. Every day, A senior person, spiritual leader will come and address the gathering. So thousands of people gathered there. That day, it was a turn of Swami Chinmayananda. Now Chinmayananda is known for his discourses on Bhagavad Gita. I know him. I have also heard him. And to pay my respects to him as a local collector, I went there to the Maidan to listen to him. Then I heard an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. The flight of Chinmayananda ji has been delayed by 1 hour. Then second announcement, In the meantime, our district collector Ananda Bose will speak to you. I was stunned, When I came on the stage, I asked them, what is the topic on which I have to speak on? What was the topic? Dialectical materialism and the essence of Indian philosophy. I didn't understand anything. Have you understood anything? But I started speaking dialectical materialism and the essence of Indian philosophy. 15 minutes passed. Somehow I could manage. Then I got a chit. So when you get a chit during your speech, it normally means please wind up, isn't it? You know what was written in the chit? Chinmayaji's flight has been delayed by 1 more hour for speak on. So 2 hours on dialectical materialism and the essence of Indian philosophy. I had to speak. Now this is scene 1, scene 2. As they said here, I received the United Nations Global Best Practice Award. To receive the award, I was invited to the UN General Assembly special session. Award was given to me. Then I was also allowed to speak for 3 minutes. Happily, I was coming and settling down in my hotel room in Manhattan. At midnight, I get a call from Kerala. At that time, the mobile was not very popular there. It's a long distance lightning call which came from Kerala. I knew it's an old lady on the other end of the phone. She asked me, am I speaking to Dr. Bose? I said, yes, ma'am. Dr. Bose, I need your help. Please tell me, ma'am. Doctor, I am not able to sleep for the last 2-3 days, so you should please help me. So I thought maybe she thought I am a medical doctor. So I told, ma'am, I am not a medical doctor. And she said, I know everything about you. I was the professor of English in Fatima College when you were district collector here. Oh, yeah, Madam Stella, how are you? How is your health? Oh, health is very bad. I told you I couldn't sleep for the last 3 days. Then I need your help. Then I asked her, ma'am, do you have hypertension, blood pressure? I have hypertension. Are you in the habit of taking sleeping pills? I am in the habit of taking sleeping pills. Then maybe in the last 2-3 days you might have forgotten to take the sleeping pills. That's why you are not getting sleep. No. I took my regular dose of phenobarbital 500 mg. Still I am not able to sleep. Then I asked, ma'am, in what way can I help you? Only you can help me, Dr. Bose. You remember when you were district collector here, you gave a speech on dialectical materialism. 1 minute after he started sleeping. Can you repeat the speech over the phone once again for me to sleep? So I don't want you to tell that about me. And one more discomfiture which I had, See, I am now chancellor of 50 universities in my state, Bengal. There, for political reasons, convocations were not held for years together. So I was also a vice chancellor once. I take education very, very seriously. So I went from university to university holding convocations and distributing certificates to the degrees to the students. There, I gave a speech. People encouraged me, clapping, laughing. So I thought they were enjoying my speech. I spoke for 1 hour, more than that. At the end of it, I told the youngsters, we need educational reform, we need social reform, we need cultural reform, we need industrial reform. But one student from the audience told me, but you need some chloroform. Before I say that, I wish you the very best. God bless you. Thank you so much.
We now move on to the presentation of mementos as a token of gratitude to the distinguished dignitaries who have graced this inaugural session with their valuable presence and words of wisdom. We are truly happy and privileged to have such distinguished personalities with us at this conference. With immense respect and gratitude, may I invite Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose IAS, His Excellency Governor of West Bengal, our chief guest, to kindly receive the memento. We are deeply honored by your gracious presence, sir. May I request C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, President ICAI, to kindly present the memento to our chief guest, Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose IAS, His Excellency Governor of West Bengal. Thank you, sir. With immense privilege and honor, may I invite Justice Devan Ramachandran, Honorable Judge, High Court of Kerala, and our guest of honor to kindly receive the memento. We are truly privileged to have you with us today, sir. May I request C.A. Joby George, Vice Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI, to kindly present the memento to Justice Devan Ramachandran, Honorable Judge, High Court of Kerala. Thank you, sir. May I now invite C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, Honorable President ICAI, to kindly receive the memento. Sir, it is our honor to have you lead and inspire us with your presence. May I kindly request C.A. Rupesh Rajagopal, Secretary, Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI, to kindly present the memento to C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, Honorable President ICAI. Thank you, sir. May I invite C.A. Sanjeev Sankhi, Vice Chairman, Board of Studies Operations ICAI, to kindly receive the memento. We are delighted to have your presence and encouragement at this conference, sir. May I request Mr. Fevin Varghese, Vice Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to kindly present the memento to C.A. Sanjeev Sankhi, Vice Chairman, Board of Studies Operations ICAI. Thank you. We extend our heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries. We are truly happy, honored, and privileged to have you here with us. Your presence has indeed made this inaugural session memorable and meaningful. To express our gratitude to all who made this inaugural session possible, may I now invite C.A. Jolly Stephen, Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to propose the vote of thanks.
Today, National Conference name is Aksharam. Aksharam is a Malayalam word meaning alphabet. It is not just an alphabet, it is the beginning of wisdom and the foundation of every learning. Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, senior members and students. It is my deeply honored, it is my proud privilege on behalf of SICASA Ernakulam and the organizing committee to propose the vote of thanks for today's inspiring inaugural session of Aksharam. We are deeply honored by the presence of our chief guest, His Excellency Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose, whose words reminded us that true education is about awakening and the mind and serving the society with integrity. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Justice Devan Ramachandran. He is always talking about values and ethics every chartered accountant must uphold. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. Our sincere thanks to C.A. Charanjot Nanda, our beloved president, for his visionary guidance that continually motivates the students to aim higher and dream bigger. Thank you so much, sir. A special word of appreciation to C.A. Dr. Rohit Urvatia and C.A. Sanjeev Sankhi, whose relentless efforts through the Board of Studies make the conference like this a beacon of learning for thousands of students across India. Thank you so much, sir. Our sincere thanks to Babu sir, our pride and guide always. Without Babu sir's support, this conference wouldn't have happened. Thank you so much, sir. And my sisters here, Deepa Varghese, SIRC Secretary, and Chairman Anu sir, both of them are always with us, guiding us. Thank you so much, both of you. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to every faculty, volunteer, and sponsor who made this national conference a reality. To all my dear students, may Aksharam remind us that every letter of learning we gather today becomes a word of wisdom tomorrow. Let us carry forward this spirit of knowledge, ethics, and excellence, the true essence of our great institute, ICA. Thank you, everyone. Jai Hind.
Everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे दाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
capital market landscape, from exchange infrastructure to merchant banking and advisory. At Indorient, he works closely with growing businesses, guiding them through the listing and capital raising process and support them in presenting their value. We should have you, sir, with us today. Hearty welcome to Aksharam. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite our speakers to begin the session.
Good afternoon. It's always a difficult session to do post-lunch. When your bellies are full, your eyelids are heavy, and you go into the sleeping mode. Anyway, the students are still coming. I hope by the time we go into full mode, I'll have enough capacity to address. I have my ex-colleague, Himanshu here. He is the senior manager representing National Stock Exchange for India and the SME segment. So, two of us, we are going to take you through the, what you call, the entire periphery or entire detailing of an SME IPO. Some of you will find it technical. I am giving a upfront disclosure. Do not hesitate to ask questions, or rather keep a note, and as we go for the Q&A session at a later point of time, feel free to ask. I do not expect you to know everything. That's the reason this particular point I am mentioning. That way we'll be able to simplify things and address your doubts. As I was introduced, I am an exchange specialist myself. I have worked in all three exchanges. I'm a chartered accountant by profession. I'm also a postgraduate from IIM Calcutta. And I started my journey in 2018 with this particular organization and decided to do some specific work in a space which was evolving at that point of time, which is the small and micro enterprise initial public offerings. So there is no M before the SME. M is the medium. So typically when you address it is a MSME. No, it is not MSME, it is SME. There is no medium enterprise here. It is small and micro enterprise only. How do you operate this? Ah, yes, okay. Okay. I hope it is visible to all of you guys. Or maybe I can pull the chairs out. We don't need the chairs. Take it out. So, as you can see, what is the purpose of doing an IPO? You are running a business, you get bank loans, that capital is available to you. Why should you give away your ownership to outsiders? That's a standard question which comes to mind whenever you are running a business. And what are the benefits? As you can see, primary benefits are, in broader sense, is you get more capital. When the bank limits are exhausted, you cannot take more money from the bank. You do not have collaterals, you don't have securities to offer. Bank refuses to give you money, so you go to the public to ask for capital. That's one. If you have long-term capital loans like term loans, if you want to retire them, you dilute equity, use that money to pay off those debt. That way your interest burden also comes down. Your debt equity ratio improves because you are paying off the term loans. Overall, your credit rating goes up, and of course, the cash outflow also improves because you are not paying anything to a lending agency. Then comes, of course, the primary importance of doing an IPO. That is the biggest event in the career or in the history of a company, and that is the greatest marketing tool which you can use. Today you are a company in this state. Maybe the local people know it because you are dealing with them. Rest of the 29 states in the country may not know you. When you go out to do an IPO, literally every person who is investing into the IPO, every person who is involved in the capital markets will come to know. Because you are filing a document in public domain with all your financial details. In terms of the amount of money you are raising, in terms of the financial details you have, in terms of your audit reports for last 3 years, lot of details goes into that document. So what it helps you as a company is create a visibility in the public that yes, look at me, I am a company which might be located in one region, but now I would like to go national. So it helps you to grow and position your company also. Now, if I am an entrepreneur or I am an owner, what value I will get? Why should I do the IPO?
Hello. So, as a promoter, One of the benefit which is already being explained by Soumya sir is, this is a platform which will help you to unlock the value, apart from the fundraising, certainly. So the basic calculation is, let's say my company is there, which is coming for IPO, I'm having X as a valuation. For example, let's say my company's valuation is, for example, 40 CR. And there is a requirement of dilution of 25%. So certainly when I'm diluting 25%, my IPO size will be 10 CR. So certainly when you are looking at fundraising, it's a by default, it's a byproduct. When I'm coming for IPO, funds is gonna flow in. But apart from that, as he mentioned, once you are listed, it gives you a great visibility in the entire ecosystem. Because tomorrow, although you are a SME company, but your shares are being traded across, on pan-India level. So we, as an NSE, we are having lakhs of terminal. So then there are different category of investor. When an investor which is, let's say, based out of, maybe Delhi, North India, and when they are looking at a company, okay, this company is based out of Thrissur, they are performing good. So it gives a great visibility to these companies. Or let's say, when these companies, let's say there's a company based out of Thrissur, they are into the exports, and they are going and talking to some company maybe in Europe. Now, let's say in Europe, there are two customers who are in a similar line of activity. They are going and approaching someone. That time, this company, let's say even if they are interested, so certainly there is something known as third-party verification, where there are lots of organizations. So what these companies are doing, they will appoint them to make sure, okay, companies are genuine, companies are, let's say, located at ABC location. So this is like a verifying the authenticity of the company. But at the same time, if there is a company which is listed, and the time when you are saying, okay, I am a listed entity, so it creates a different perception about your entity. So next person need not to go and check the background of about the company. They will just put the name at exchange website, and they can see our entire history. Okay, how much, when this company is listed, what is the market cap and all. So that gives a better credibility in the system. And today when you are talking about value creation, so certainly the value creation is only possible at capital market. Because tomorrow when your company is growing, it provides a lot of opportunity to external investors to come and invest in your company, to become a part of your growth journey. So that is one of the key benefit about the platform. Okay, it gives you a good visibility in terms of the investor base. It gives you a good credibility when you are going and talking to any one of the potential buyers, suppliers. It gives you a good platform. And these compliances will help you to bring a better structure in the company. So these are the couple of benefits which is being shared by the companies who are already listed at the platform.
Now, while we are doing this session for the students as well as the members are going to take home, I believe, a lot of learnings from this as to how to advise the existing clients for doing an IPO. You need a lot of convincing, of course. There are a lot of apprehensions about doing an IPO in terms of control, in terms of valuations, in terms of regulations, to do the IPO and continuing also. As far as students are concerned who are going to become members at given point of time, you are again the future advisors of your own client or wherever you work, that promoter, that yes, I understand this process, I'll be able to help you go public. Now, these are some of the stats. As you can see, the number of transactions which has happened in last 2 years are in excess of 400, right, in terms of SME, and it is growing year on year. Now, what does it mean? That there is a lot of interest on the small size companies to raise money from the public, which was not there a couple of years back. It was there, but the awareness was not there. And the support system in terms of hand-holding and capacity building was also not there. Now the new breed of advisors, the new breed of chartered accountants have started moving into this area very, very actively, providing the necessary hand-holding to the promoters as part of their consulting. Today morning somebody did ask that why we do not have the Indian version of the top 4 in terms of consulting. Trust me, this is one large area of consulting which is available to you going forward. Indian capital market has just started its journey, literally. Hardly 5,000-6,000 companies are there on both the exchanges combined. If you look at the number of companies which are registered in the MCA with at least 30, 40, 50 crores of turnover, I believe it will be in excess of 10,000. Imagine the opportunity which is available for all of you to take these companies public. In a year, the combination of main board and SME, total company listed you can see in 25 is less than 300. We are looking at 10,000 companies to list. Imagine how much of time it will take and the opportunity. These are some of the key market statistics, the numbers, some of the valuations which we'll talk about it later on, and the amount of money which are getting raised. See the size of the value of the market, the SME market. Combined market size of NSE and BSE are 400,000 crores. That's SME, not main board. That translates to almost what? $50 billion?
Easily.
That's the size of the SME market which are listed today. Now, there has been a consistent question. You guys are also reading, must be reading the newspapers about oversubscription. For a 100 crore company, 10,000 crore demand is coming up, 100 times oversubscription is coming. You are reading in the Economic Times, you are reading in Financial Times. What does that mean? That means your company is valued by the market, that yes, so many people are interested to buy the shares. That means quality companies are coming to the market to take investment. That is the clear sign. Otherwise, people would have kept their money in the fixed deposit. Nobody would have even taken out the money to put it in the market. Any equity market has its own risk of ups and downs, but they are investing. That means the trust level in this market is growing day by day. These are some of the comparisons. We will ignore that. Look at the size of the IPOs. 2 years back, if you would have asked me that is it possible to do a 100 crore IPO in SME, I would have said no. It's not possible. There is no investors only. Nobody is willing to give money in SME. But look at the size. 197 crores are raised in the SME platform. In SME. Sometimes even the main board transactions are of that size. That also shows the confidence of the investors in this particular platform. That means there is a confidence in the SME companies which are coming to the IPO. That also means that the regulations which are set by the regulators, by the exchange and the market regulator, are getting implemented properly. That means that the regulations which are set for the intermediaries or the market intermediaries, like the chartered accountants and the advisors and the merchant bankers and the all other people who are involved in that process, they are doing their job properly. So it's a hand-in-hand kind of process where everybody collaborates with other to bring out a quality thing. You go out to a restaurant to eat, you like a particular dish because that is prepared well, because the content of that particular dish is very good, the quality is very good, because the chef is also very good. So it's a combination of multiple things. And when the chef has presented that dish in a plate, he has done very nice decorated way of things. So When you look at it, you instantly like the dish. Then comes the taste and everything else. So that's how the whole process of a SME IPO also works. It is not a single event which goes into it. It's a long process of events, long process of work. Now, let's start the whole process. This is a broader overview of how things work. From the merchant banker point of view, which I am, my first interaction of doing an IPO is talk to the promoter. Yesterday evening, I had discussion with a promoter. I spent 2 hours with them explaining them what IPO is all about, how the things work, what is the process, ultimately what will happen to his company, how much money he is likely to get, what is the kind of cost which is involved, what is the kind of timeline which is involved, who are the regulators, who is going to ultimately control it, what is the kind of regulation which is going to come after the listing. In 2 hours, I gave him a snapshot. This is the broader snapshot of that whole thing. Kick-off meeting, diligence of the regulatory approvals, drafting, filing of the DRHP, receipt of the approval from the exchange, filing of the updated DRHP, receipt of the principal approval, pre-marketing, road shows, price determination, everything, all the way to the listing and trading. This whole chain of events follow each other. In between, you have the research, you have the analyst report, you have the industry's report, and of course, the investors' roadshow. Now, what is the investor roadshow? Typically, you go out to people requesting for their investment in your IPO. You meet people, you explain them what your business is. Why should they invest in your business? What kind of ROIs you are going to provide? What kind of margins you are going to provide? What kind of forecast you have in terms of your future business? Who are the intermediaries? As I told you, there are multiple people who are involved in this. If you are running a business, the top part is what you are. You are the promoter, you have the CFO, you have the CS, and you have the independent directors. On the corporate governance side, we typically say 3 C's. C as an alphabet. The CEO, the CFO, and the company secretary or the CS. Now, CFOs typically are chartered accountants everywhere. I have very limited company I have seen where the CFO is a non-chartered accountant. Why they are critical? Promoter anyway, the owner has to be important because they decide what is going to happen. CFO decides or provides the entire financial data which is needed by a merchant banker for preparing the document. Company secretary ensures that all secretarial filings are done in time and they are meeting the Companies Act requirements or any other act requirement, whether it's a Factory Act or Labor Act, whatever filing is requirement, they have been taken care of. Because there are countless times the focus of the promoter is not on these things. They don't have the core competency to look at the regulatory part or the finance part. They are more a businessman or an engineer who is focused on doing the business. This supporting role is taken care of by these 2 guys. And that is very, very critical for doing an IPO. Because your entire corporate governance requirements are taken care of by these 2 guys. Then comes the third most critical part, which is the independent director. Now, independent director are face of the company. They have the fiduciary role to protect the public money post-IPO, that they are properly utilized. That is the role of the independent director. There are liabilities, of course, which are defined in the Companies Act. There is whistleblowing requirement, which is there if the the practices on the board are not in line with the act and the rule. Also, in case of an IPO, it is a practice that the number of executive directors and the number of independent directors should be equal. So that if there is a decision which is not in line with the interest or the best interest of the public, is taken by the executive directors, can be opposed by the independent directors. If your numbers are overwhelming, by majority voting, they can overwhelm the independent directors. That's how it is always equal in number. Coming back to the other, you got peer review auditors. That's a standard requirement for an IPO. The PCS or the practicing company secretary, independent chartered engineer. Now, if you are into manufacturing and you intend to set up one more factory, like we file project report with the bank for loans, you need to file a project report which is certified by a chartered engineer as part of the document. Then you have the RTA. Now, who are the RTAs? If you are a private limited company, the SEBI has also said, the MCA has also, the Companies Act has also specified that you cannot do any share transfer without dematerializing your shares. That means you have to open a demat account with a depository participant. Before that, the shares of a company, which are basically defined as securities under the Securities Rule or Securities Act of SEBI, now there it says that you need to have a unique number for your securities, that is called ISIN, right?
ISIN.
ISIN, right? Now that ISIN is allocated by either NSDL or CDSL.
Depository.
They are the two depositories. Now, who are the people who are going to help you to get that? It is the RTA. So, you have to file the application with an RTA, requesting for an ISIN. They are going to open a digital account for you in your company's name. They are going to apply to CDSL and NSDL to allocate an ISIN. That's how the whole process starts. Only after you get an ISIN, you as independent shareholders having physical shares can go out to your demat account holder or your depository and ask them to demat those physical shares. And then only your transaction can happen. Otherwise, it is not possible. Broker, syndicate, these are distributors of our IPO. Monitoring agency.
So, the role of monitoring agency is, you would have heard about credit rating agencies. Okay. So, if your IPO size is more than 50 CR, as per SEBI guideline, you need to have a monitoring agency to monitor closely the utilization of fund. So, for example, if my company is ABC Private Limited, ABC Limited, I got listed at exchange, I have raised 60 CR, for which the object of issue I have mentioned, okay, out of 60 CR, some portion is gonna use for buying some machineries, then marketing expenses, ABCD. So the role of marketing, this monitoring agency is to make sure the fund which is being raised, that is utilized properly in all the respective points which is being highlighted in your draft. Okay, so that is very crucial. Now here the next point comes up. Tomorrow, any company, so as a stock exchange, what we are looking at, when any company goes for IPO, one of the most important thing is the utilization of fund. Tomorrow, whether you are raising 10 CR through IPO or you are raising 100 CR through IPO, it is very important for the promoters to have firstly the clarity of fund utilization. Okay, if I am raising even 10 CR, in which all activities I am going to use that 10 CR, or let's say if it is 100 CR, which all activities I am going to use that 100 CR, and the monitoring agency will monitor, okay, there should not be misutilization of fund. You would have heard about lots of cases, okay, there are some kind of flags being raised regarding ABC company. So that is where. So it's an external body which is there to monitor that things are being done as per the regulatory disclosure.
Now, coming back to the rest of the guys, these are very, very regular printing and advertising agency. Why you need a printer when you are in a digital world? Today also the requirements are that you still have to print the forms or the application forms and submit to people who need it. Hopefully in future that is not going to come. Advertising agency plays a very crucial role in advertising your IPO to the entire world. That can be digital, that can be through social media, that can be through meetings called inviting investors, the road shows which I called. Of course, side by side, it can be preparation of the collateral like the presentations, videos, interviews of the promoters, showcasing the company. All those role is taken care of by the ad agency. Now, legal counsel plays a very, very important role here because the entire drafting of the document, except for few chapters, is taken care of by the legal counsel. They ensure that the legal diligence is done. They take care of the crime check, they take care of the civil check. All those checks on the promoter, on the company are done by the legal counsels. As merchant bankers, we typically look at the business chapters where the entire business of the company is described. The object chapter, the object is basically where the money utilization is defined and to certain extent the risk. These are the three broad areas because as merchant bankers, I understand the business better compared to a legal person. Then comes the escrow and the sponsor bank. Now by SEBI guidelines, there are set number of banks which are defined as sponsored bank or empaneled banks. Not every bank can be given that title of sponsor bank. These are the banks who are designated for the purpose of IPO and their details are mentioned in the document. They collect the money on behalf of the promoter and they open the escrow account where all the money is collected. These are the IPO accounts. Now, why escrow account? RTA also plays a similar kind of role when the IPO comes in, that all applications which you file for IPO is collected by the RTA as far as the numbers are concerned. Those details are sent across to the exchange and the whole allocation process happens. I'll tell you how the allocation also works. There are basically three categories. One in an IPO, retail, the HNI or the non-retail and the corporates, and the institutions that we also call as QIB, qualified institutional buyers. If you break up the IPO into three parts, the first part is the anchor book. What is an anchor book? For a book building issue, you would have read that in your chapter of finance also. One day before the IPO opens, there is an allocation process called anchor allocation. And what is that? It is basically participated by only the QIBs. And who are the QIBs? These are basically the SEBI registered funds. They are alternative investment funds, they are mutual funds, and there are large NBFCs whose net worth is in excess of 500 crores. They can only participate here. What is the quantum? 30% of the IPO size gets allocated as part of the anchor book. Now this 30% is basically again reduced from the main book offering. Now what is the main book? The distribution of main book is 50% is QIB, 15% is non-retail and 35% is the retail. So out of 50% of the QIB which is part of the main IPO, 30% is already given as part of the anchor. This is how the whole breakup of the IPO is done. Now coming back to the last part, which is the industry report. Now why you need an industry report or industry research agency, and who are these guys? You have heard names of Dun & Bradstreet, you have heard names of all these credit agencies like CARE, ICRA, CRISIL. All of them, they do industry or sectoral level research. And that is very, very essential that we provide that research report as part of this document, because whoever wants to assess this sector as a whole in terms of growth, in terms of its numbers, in terms of size, independently, without any bias, they can get it from that particular report. Now comes the role or the key person who runs the whole thing, that's the BRLM, Book Running Lead Manager. That is the actual official name, but they were called lead managers also, they are called merchant bankers also. Merchant banker, why they are called? Because the SEBI license itself is a merchant banking license. Lead manager is a very short form of that, is what it is sold. As far as SME is concerned, the list happens either on NSE or on BSE, not both. The main board companies have to be listed on both, but this way you have to file it on NSE or you can file it on BSE, not both. Now comes the document. As I told you at the starting point, this will be a technical session. Lot of details will be there, and do ask your seniors to take this particular presentation as a reference point for any future transaction issue, because these are very, very detailed, very, very kind of properly documented thing which you can easily refer when you are talking to a client, when you are trying to do a document or kind of briefing anybody also. So as I told you, there are multiple sections in a document. DRHP, RHP and prospectus. These are the three ways of doing. First we file the DRHP, draft red herring prospectus. Now can anybody tell me why do we call it a red herring prospectus? Why this red herring thing comes in? It's a fish. What fish has to do anything with our IPO and regulatory matters? Any idea? Search. We will talk about it. Search on your Google and let me know. So coming back to this, we have these three sections. Business section, as I told you, is going to give you the details of the company details, what it does, services, business, product, offerings, everything in very, very detailed manner. Along with that, we kind of also talk to the management and give their views also as per their analysis. Our management report and discussion analysis is what is given. Part of the business, as I told you, is the object. What Himanshu mentioned about the utilization of the money is mentioned as part of the objects.
Object of issue.
Right? So if I talk about a 100 crore IPO, what are the segments, what are the breakup of that IPO? I mentioned about the parts in which the IPO is applied. How do I break up? If you can.
Okay, so when we are talking about, let's say, object of issue. So a promoter, let's take an example, there is a ABC company based out of Kochi. They are looking for business expansion. For that they are having some land where they are looking for doing a construction. Or second one can be, okay, this company is having a business in entire Kerala. Now they are planning to expand their business, let's say, in rest of the south or maybe in other part of India. So doing a capex can be one reason. Expansion, for that marketing is required, that can be another option. Let's say these companies, they want to attract good talent, maybe some chartered accountant. Now these people, when tomorrow they are gonna join the company, they are having some kind of a expectation with regards to the salary. So as if tomorrow any company wants to get a good caliber employees, certainly they will look for those people are gonna come with certain a decent amount of, they will expect a decent amount of salary. That's where today you would have seen there are lots of corporate companies, they keep on giving a combination. They will give you a certain amount of salary as a CTC and then rest of the money is given in as a maybe e-shop. So what is e-shop? It's a good way to firstly attract the talent. Ki, okay, you want 40 lakhs as a salary, I will give you 30 lakhs in CTC, 10 lakhs worth of shares. Now these shares you cannot sell just after joining the company. So this is gonna have certain lock-in. So that helps to attract and retain the employees. Okay, so basically anything and everything which is related to the particular entity, you can use the fund as per the criteria or cap given by the regulatory bodies. So it's not like, okay, at SME platform, so let's say if you have raised money today, 100 CR, you are having a debt of 100 CR from your respective bank, you cannot just go ahead and repay your debt. So there are certain caps given. Following those guidelines, following those limits, you can utilize that fund. And this is very crucial part of the entire transaction.
Coming back to financial information, these are the disclosures, as you can see, tax benefit statement, financial indebtedness, what kind of loans we have, whether it is from the directors, whether it's from the banks. Have we declared dividend earlier, part of the dividend policy? First two parts are heavily scrutinized by everybody because that shows the quality of the company. Then comes, and of course the first part, the objects of the issue is extremely crucial for getting the approval of the exchange also. Because they have set amount of, now let's talk about it in detail, okay. We have usages of return of loan, which we have. We have a concept called general corporate purposes, GCP as we call it in short. Earlier it used to be 20% of the entire IPO size as general corporate purpose. If you do a 100 crore IPO, 20 crores, there is no questions asked. Do whatever you want. However, that got misutilized. People used to do 50-60 crore IPO and 10-12 crores simply used to get no questions asked, no responsibility, no accountability, nothing. So exchange, in consultation with the SEBI, reduced it to 10 crores, right?
Yep.
Or there is a percentage, whichever is lower.
15.
That minimized the unnecessary misutilization of the money. Similarly, this object is very, very critical because post-listing, you will be held accountable on these lines, whatever you have disclosed before the IPO. You cannot deviate from that. That is where the role of the monitoring agency also comes in. Then comes the non-business part. As you can see, we have the very, very regular things. Look at the last part, the basis of issue price or the capital structure. For example, let me put my marketing hat, not the regulatory hat, while talking about it. If I am doing a 100 crore issue and my per share price comes out to be 1,000 rupees, how attractive it is for a retail investor? People will say it is too highly priced. It's a psychological thing. If I make the pricing per share to 100 rupees, they said, okay, it's fairly priced. Let me apply for it. This is a typical psychology. Nothing to do with value, nothing to do with the quality, nothing. So what we typically do is to increase the number of shares as part of the paid up capital so that the per share price comes down to an acceptable level. That is what we are talking about in terms of the basis of issue price, the issue structure, and the any other aspects. These two are decided then. How do you do that? Suppose today you have a paid up capital of, say, 1 crore. You have 10 rupees paid up value or face value, so you have 10 lakh shares. And you intend to do a issue of 50 crores. So straight away, the per share price comes to 500. Right? How do you reduce that? What do? You have your reserves. You issue bonus shares to increase the number of shares as far as your paid up capital is concerned. You can do it on the face value also, you can do it premium also. That is subjective. That way what happens, your overall net worth doesn't change. However, the number of shares which is available for issue goes up substantially according to your need. So instead of 500 rupees, you can bring it down to maybe less than 100. And that is where the issue structure is decided. Now, continuing on the deliverables, as chartered accountants, read on the first line. Appointment of the peer-reviewed chartered accountant as statutory auditor. It's a mandatory requirement by the regulation. Now, only appointment of statutory auditor who is peer-reviewed is not going to help. Whether that person has done restatements, because there is a requirement that you have to restate the audited financials for previous 3 years and file it, but that is the number which is going to go into the DRHP as part of the document. Have you done that work? If not, you will find it difficult to do it. That's one of the requirement. Now, preparation of the restatement, as I told you, consolidated. If you have subsidiaries, of course, you need to consolidate those numbers. And as part of the process, sometimes this happens that, okay, I have got 3 companies in the group doing similar kind of business or businesses which are complementary to each other or they have backward integration. I would like to consolidate these numbers so that the holding company numbers are substantial. Maybe individually one company is doing at 30-40 crores, taken together that becomes 100 crores. My holding company value goes up substantially. How do you do that? One way of looking at it is you merge the company. You go to NCLT, you merge the companies. However, the flip side is if you merge the companies, the 2 other companies also lose their existence altogether. If they are growing businesses, the advisory is you do a share swap. Do the holding subsidiary kind of setup. So those 2 companies also continue to exist. Tomorrow, if they grow, you can hide them off and do separate IPOs altogether. That is also allowed. But if you do the merger, you are left with only one company. And of course, the timeline which is required to do merging is 9 months, 12 months and upwards. It's not necessary that the NCLT judge is going to give you approval or to do it immediately. Share swap, 1 month, at best 2 months. That is one more way of structuring the companies. Now, split bonus, what I mentioned, you can reduce the face value. That also increases the number of shares. Or bonus is what I mentioned. Coming down to the amendments, and in the your memorandum and articles, that should allow you to go ahead and do the IPO. NOCs, you need to take NOCs from all your lenders, all your bankers, all your major kind of partners. You cannot utilize today, of course, it's a possibility that you are using the logo of your vendors and your clients as part of your marketing tool. Unless until there is an explicit written approval from that particular vendor or partner that you can use my logo, you cannot use that logo in the main document. So even if you are doing government work, you cannot mention government of that thing. You cannot use that thing unless there is a NOC. You are working for Coke, you are working for Unilever, you are working for Tata, anybody you are working for. You might be doing financial transactions and commercial transactions. Unless until that company has given you in writing permission that you can use their logo, that logo cannot be utilized in your draft document as part of your marketing tool. That's a roadblock here. Now comes the last part which we have already discussed, the issue structure and the objects and the finalization of the overall details. Now continuing in that process, as you told you, this is the process. Conversion of private limited to public limited. You have to go to the ROC and file it. That takes a month and a half. Side by side, what it is advised that you apply for the ISIN, for the DMAT, if it is not done. That also takes a month and a half to do. Industry reports, we appoint independent industry specialists to do that report, which is started in the initial process itself. We don't wait for it to go ahead because it is part of the DRHP to be filed. Now, corporate governance, if you see, there is a red line, if you can see, which is, I don't know whether you are visible, secretarial due diligence report to be obtained from an independent practicing company secretary. This is becoming very, very critical these days. major non-filing cases are coming out. And it is happening at such cases that you as the auditor at time will be responsible to oversee this also. The PCS are not filing documents for multiple years, ending up that the board of directors are actually becoming defaulters. Now see the problem. You as promoter, you are assuming that the professional has filed the document because you are focused on the business. That guy has not filed a document for last 3 years, 4 years. I forget the section, otherwise I would have mentioned that. I think 162 or something that section is. There what happens, the directors are literally not appointed, they are default. Whatever document they have filed with whoever, that also becomes non-purpose. Imagine that situation. So you need to be very, very careful. That's the reason we see the diligence has to happen. That actually minutes have been made, they have been filed or not. Whether it's filed in ROC or not, whether the ROC acknowledgement is there with us or not, all those details we need to have. And very, very critical, the filings has to be checked right from the inception of the company. If it is a 100-year-old company, you are in a lot of trouble. Nothing will be available for sure for most of the time. So we do give a disclosure in the risk factors that, okay, we tried, we filed an application in ROC, but it's not available. What do I do? From this date onwards, it is available, hence I am disclosing. So again, the intent comes out. Did you try to make yourself compliant or not? That also has to be very, very clearly visible. Now I'll give you a classic case on the legal side. I was doing one company in Delhi. They were into chocolates and food. Husband, wife. We were in process of filing the document. We started the diligence. The legal diligence, the counsels came and started it. Imagine a situation when husband and wife are 50-50 owners and they have filed for divorce. What do you do? Both of them are not budging, none of them are giving any NOC, nobody is willing to sign the document. They are fighting the war in the civil court, that's a different thing. But both are 50-50. Nobody is willing to give away even 1% to take it forward. As a banker, what do? You drop the transaction. No choice. As an auditor, what do? You disclose everything in the audit report. So these are the risk factors. These are below the line risk factors which are likely to come. What if there is the divorce goes into real effect? What will happen to the company? Who's going to run it? So these are very, very difficult questions at times which we face and very typical questions. Now, coming back to the objects which actually Himanshu was mentioning as to how, what are the areas in which this can be utilized. It's a simple reading. If you see, purchase a plant, you can say you want to acquire any company, M&A, you need money for that. Up to 35% we used to keep for that. Implementation of new project for the capex purpose. Long-term working capital, of course we need that. Investment in JV. If you have a subsidiary, you can use this money to invest into a subsidiary to expand that business also. And it goes on and on. Now, in between, in the break, we were having a discussion as to, is the money only going to the company only? Is there any other way that the promoter can benefit? What is their benefit of taking a public money? They said, yes, there is a benefit, of course. There are two parts to an IPO. One is the primary, the money which goes to the company, and the company issues the shares. The second part is the secondary, where the existing shareholders or the promoters are selling the shares. In common parlance, that is called OFS or offer for sale. In technical parlance, you can call it a secondary sale. That money goes to the promoter's account. Now, why should I as an investor give money to the promoter to take home? If a promoter has been in this business for 30 years and he has grown the company from zero to wherever it is today, they have a right to take certain amount of money home. But as a practice, what we do as a merchant banker, we value the company. Suppose the IPO size is 100 crores. And the objects which I mentioned all that here, taken together, comes out to only 80 crores. What do you do with 20 crores? You have a value, which is official, and investors are willing to put that value on. 20 crores, we give it to the promoter as OFS. In market, you can see 100% OFS IPOs also. Any idea? It happened to a Delhi company, which is a competitor to Google Maps, Map My India. IPO was 100% OFS. Entire money was taken by the promoter to their home. Recently, Hyundai used to happen, 100% OFS. Entire money was taken by the existing promoters. LG also, I think, is 100% OFS. So there, the company doesn't need money fund, but the existing promoters are exiting. Earlier, I think Nykaa had a OFS, large component, right? Paytm had an OFS. All large transactions have a portion of the IPO, which is sold by the promoters themselves. That's secondary sale. Now look at the timelines. Now these timelines include the approval timeline, which is between 45 to 90 days, depending on what is the quality of your document which you have filed. And this is the kind of, you can say, the roadmap where post 3 years, you have an option to go to the main board, not a mandatory requirement. 3 years, mandatorily you have to stay in the SME, and post 3 years, you have a choice, subject to certain qualifications, of course, you have a choice. Now, these are the deliverables of different you can say, the auditor's deliverable. You can read simple reading. The financials which are filed should not be more than 180 days old. Like if you are doing a March audit, that should not be filed or has to be filed before 30th of September. If you are filing the document after 30th, you have to audit either June numbers or any closure numbers, and that number has to go into the document. Same goes when you actually do the IPO also. The financials which are available with part of the document should not be more than 6 months older. Now, there are some new things. I don't know how much you are familiar. There is a concept called Circle Up. Members might be aware of it. Are you aware of Circle Up? Circle Up is basically, actual literal meaning is circling the numbers of each of the document with a cross-reference to the supportings. Like in a document I have mentioned, I have attached 3 years financials, I have attached the industry report, I have attached the report of the chartered engineer and everything. It is circled that yes, it is actually there in the document. So the auditor and the legal counsel sit together along with the promoter and go through the entire 500-page document along with the content and go on doing the circle up. Actually, this is circled up saying that everything is part of the document. It should not so happen that I have mentioned in my main document this is attached or enclosed, or it is not there in when you go out a file. That is unacceptable. This is a practice which is done just before we go ahead and file the document. These are again some of the very basic requirement which I mentioned. As I was mentioning to somebody, the auditor is required to file almost 40 to 50 certificates as part of the requirement of an IPO. Can you see, sir, how detailed these are? These are only a kind of an explanation. There are many more. See the kind of responsibility you are carrying. At times, actually, auditor does say, how I am responsible for all of this. But you don't have a choice. You have to give this. So when you appoint yourself or when you accept an appointment as an auditor of a company which is going towards IPO, be prepared for giving all these certificates. Some of them are beyond your so-called scope of work, but that is how the regulator works. We have to also give kind of disclosures and things which are beyond my scope of work, but regulator says you have to give me comfort. I don't care how you do it. If you want approval, better give this. This is how it works. And we basically pass it on to you. There is nothing rocket science about it, because I am not a subject expert anyway. I depend on the auditor to give me the certificate so that I can go ahead and file it. For me, auditor is so crucial that you are the go-between between the promoter and me. Everything the promoter throws at me has to be certified and accepted by the auditor as correct. That is what I take it as it is and go ahead and file it. Now, what are the, we can say, the key business pillars, factors driving valuation? Let's come to the valuation part. I think a lot of questions were there on the valuation. Read. It's a very simple reading. Size and scale of the business, funding growth opportunities, management governance, sector and industry, and the valuation ultimately comes to that. So it is not a single factor. One, how good you are as far as your existing financials are, what is the margins, profit margins, EBITDA margins, how good are your competitors, what is the growth potential which is available in next 5 years, where you are likely to reach using this money. And of course, the most critical part, is there a succession plan, or the promoter is already old enough to retire? Then who is going to run the business? Business continuity. Whether you are good enough to adapt, whether the product which you are doing will become obsolete in a matter of years, then what? So all those factors go into the valuation. If you ask me as a merchant banker how you do it, okay. Starting point, understand the business. Understand the promoter, understand the growth potential. What is the purpose of the business or the money which you are raising? How that is going to get utilized? What are the projections because of that? Can you grow to a substantial extent without utilizing this money in next 3 to 5 years? Then comes the absolute calculation part as to your similar kind of companies or peers which are listed in the stock exchange, how they are trading today, or what are the kind of multiples which are available in the market today in terms of EBITDA, in terms of PAT. So we call that EV/EBITDA or PE, price earning. So these are the two benchmarks which we use. Now, what are the absolute numbers? If you go by the practice, typical SME companies command between 10 to 12 PE. The multiples, absolute multiples, as a valuation of the company. Now this, there is a two different aspect to it. What people understand is the value of the company post-listing. So there are two things. One is pre-money. One is post-money. Pre-money is something a company today is valued without the IPO happening. That means 10 to 12 multiple of a PAT, suppose you are doing 10 crores PAT, you are valued at 120 crores pre-money. You are diluting 26.25%. Normal dilution is 25%, this is 1.25%. It goes to another intermediary called market maker who provides the liquidity in the market. So if you assume 25%, you are diluting or you are getting 30 crores from your company. So you add that 30 to 120, your post-money valuation is 150 crores. So people actually think it's 150 crores is the value of the company. No, your value is 120. You are raising 30 crores from the market, so total comes to 150. So when you go to listing, your value is 150 crores, your market capitalization, pre-money and post-money. See the methodology which I was talking about just before. Simple reading. I am comparing you with larger companies which are listed. Why discount? You are at 100 crores turnover, the larger companies might be at 1000 crores. So how this is a comparison? They might be at similar kind of profit, or your profit is far less than that. That is why we need to reduce the multiple at which the larger companies are trading to arrive at the multiple which you are going to get. Possible that the larger company is trading at 20 multiple. Why I am offering you 12? Because you are small in size. They have been in listed space for a long time, hence the discount, hence the multiple. Now this is a kind of example which we have put for a company. If you can see, the turnover from 24, 25, 26 has gone up substantially. Now as a practice, some of the merchant bankers take historical number. And today if I want to value a company, they may take 25 March audited numbers as a base to value the company. We as practice, we take forward numbers. So I will take 26 March as a projected number as a base to value the company and apply those multiples which I mentioned on the last slide to value the company. And I don't give a single number. If you see, there is a range always. Nobody can give you saying that, okay, I'll be able to raise this kind of fixed money before the IPO happens. It's always a range. And what is that range called? The lower part is called the floor and the upper part is called the cap. So in this range, we'll be able to raise your money, somewhere in between. Now that number is finalized when you do the investor meets, which I had mentioned earlier. Well, those are the guys who are ultimately going to give you the check. They are the people who are going to invest into the IPOs. They will tell you what is the valuation that is acceptable to them. That is how you kind of fix the IPO price. And even IPO price also, it's also a range. It is never a fixed price. That's how it ultimately comes down to. Practices in market as far as the valuations are widely different. We compete with each other for good transactions. I might be offering 12, somebody might come out to offer 14. It all depends on what kind of, you can say, approach or kind of understanding of the business and acceptability by the investor happens. So it's all subjective. There is no definitive thing which I can commit here. Somebody did ask me about the cost of doing a transaction. Okay, typically if you ask me anything in excess of 50 crores upward to 100 crores, we charge in and around 10% plus the usual GST. Now why 10%? Because SME IPO, there is a requirement by the regulation that the issue has to be underwritten by the merchant banker 100%. That means if after you open the issue, sufficient amount of subscription doesn't come, whatever balance is not subscribed has to be fulfilled by the merchant banker. Example, if I am doing a 100 crore IPO, only 90 crore applications come during the issue. So the 10 crore balance has to be fulfilled or deposited from the account of the merchant banker. That is called, in other words, a 100% hard underwriting. So I am underwriting the issue. Hence, I charge a fees on that. What are the other costs which are involved? There is advertising cost, there is agency cost, there is legal cost, there is RTA cost, there is NSC cost, there is CDSL, NSDL cost, and of course, the most critical, of course, is the market maker cost. We have to pay to them. This and the legal, of course, the legal counsels. So this kind of broadly is taken together all inside that. And that's how it is kind of done. Timelines, 6 to 9 months from start to finish, unless your document, your financials are not ready. Primarily, again, the requirement of company secretary is mandatory. Requirement of CFO is mandatory. And Company secretaries have to have post-qualification experience of 2 to 3 years at least. That also is defined kind of by the regulators. Why? Because between CFO and CS, they take care of the entire documentation and all the compliance. That is how the requirements are. As a promoter, as a CFO, as a company secretary, as a director also, independent director also, if you are saying that you are qualified, you have worked in some places, you need to provide the proof of working. That means you need to provide the copy of your appointment letter as a proof of working. Otherwise, when we file your resume as part of the requirement, we will remove that experience. You may have actually 30 years of experience having worked in multiple places. If you do not have the proof of working, regulator says you cannot include that experience. I have already faced that kind of scenario already. The one person had 30 years of experience, actually, engineer. But we could only show 10 because he didn't have the appointment letters. He never kept it. No choice. You have to, if you say I'm an engineer, you should have the copy of your certificates, which has to be filed as part of the document. One critical area is your promoter and promoter group. Like you are a large family of brothers and sisters. If one of your brother or sister, there is a requirement of NOC, by the way. You need to take a NOC from, even though they have nothing to do with your business. There is a requirement of NOC to be taken from your brother, your sister, your parents, your wife, her parents, her brothers and sisters. It's like this way and this way. Those are written communication which has to come. If they refuse, then we have to go to SEBI for an exemption. So typically at the starting point of a conversation, we do ask, are you likely to face this kind of a situation where some of your relatives might say no to give this NOC? It's a possibility. Why should I give you NOC? I have nothing to do with your business. That happens. These are some of the very typical kind of nuances which I thought I will mention. And on the exchange side, if you have anything which everybody should keep in mind. One small thing before you start. Now, obviously, there is be a doubt, there will be a question, there will be inquisitiveness as far as your career prospects. Trust me, 1 year back, I was desperately searching for chartered accountants who can come and work for us. Things have improved, of course. If I see the way this market is going and the kind of work which is going on, the demand for chartered accountants in IB firms will grow. If you have interest, do study that area and try to get into that side of the world wherever. I'm not saying it has to be a IB firm, it can be a listed space also. The work is immense. Areas are highly specialized and demand will be always there. Because the number of companies which are available to go public every year is going to grow only, it is not going to come down. So also will be the demand for professionals and chartered accountants who are going to come into this field. And one funny thing which I've been discussing is anywhere I go typically to talk with the students, nobody talks about getting into the sales side or the marketing side. Everybody thinks that, okay, desk job is what I need. I need to become a research analyst. I need to be an investment banker. I need to stay on the desk. But then every product you are selling or creating has to be sold by somebody. Think about that.
During entire presentation, you would have seen, multiple times we had discussion regarding the object of issue, utilization of fund. Just to bring in your notice, sir, correct me if I'm wrong, more than 50% of the issues or DRHP which is being rejected, that is because of the lack of clarity in the object of issue. So if exchanges, SEBI, they will not get a clarity or they will not get a confidence in terms of the fund utilization, what company is planning to do. See, this is a hard-earned money of some investor. So this is a whole and soul of entire IPO. And as sir rightly mentioned, there are major chances tomorrow you might be joining some other CA firm. You will be dealing with some SMEs, small, medium companies or large corporates who may not be listed. So this platform brings you a huge potential in terms of the business. Just go and check the number of companies, as we have mentioned. I mean, at NSC, we are having close to 600 or 680 to 690 companies which are listed so far on pan-India level. Including both might be again less than 1200. Just go and check how many companies are there in India. And just go and check the statistics, how many companies came for IPO in last 2 financial years. Okay. So tomorrow, if you want to build your career as part of your some of the CA firm, or you want to start your own practice, you want to work as a investment banker, you want to work as a merchant banker. So majority of the merchant banker, they are CA. Over the period of time, due to the experience, they decided they have taken a merchant banking license and they are working very well. There are a good number of CAs who are working jointly with some other merchant bankers, and they are helping their clients to utilize the platform. So that is one of the probably a output you can take from the entire session. Starting from today, when you are looking sometime down the line, okay, for my career, how this entire session is going to be helpful for me. We are seeing a good number of CA who are doing their practice from last 20 years, 30 years, and today they are approaching us to know, okay, how the entire market works. If you'll see, I mean, you may not be knowing, I mean, some 3 to 4 months back, we had an event in Kochi itself, where ICI Delhi, they were also part of it. More than 120 to 130 CAs, they attended it. And majority of the questions were same, okay, how the process works. Okay, SME concept is there, but how do we guide our companies? So this is beneficial for you as a professional tomorrow. This is beneficial for your client, where you are bringing something different apart from doing a regular audit, maybe helping them for the raising the debt and all. So that's where it's going to have a direct output for you. Or tomorrow, if you are starting your own practice, this can be one of the offering under the bouquet of yours as an IPO consulting service. Today you'll go in the website of lots of known names across on pan-India level. They are having something known as IPO consulting service. So that is where it's something which is going to add some mileage.
Well, thank you so much for attending this in large numbers. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to speak about something which you have been doing day in, day out. I would appreciate that you continue to pursue this line. I would appreciate the office bearers who are present here to encourage them to pursue this line. And we would be happy to help in whichever way you think we can contribute towards their success. And all the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Himanshu Srivastava sir and Mr. Soumya Kantapati, for your insightful and practical perspectives. Your session has helped us understand the SME IPO ecosystem with greater clarity. May I now invite CA Jolly Stephen sir to present mementos to our esteemed speaker, Mr. Soumya Kantapati sir. May I now invite CA Sandra Thomas ma'am to present memento to our esteemed speaker, Mr. Himanshu Srivastava sir, as a token of appreciation.
Also, our paper presenters to come over to the dais, Ms. Parvati Shaji, Ms. Anita Joseph, Mr. Alan Soni. Judges for the session, CA Jolie PT, CA Suresh TN. A huge round of applause for all the dignitaries on and off the dais.
Introducing our session chairman for this first technical session, CA Vivek Krishna Govind is a senior partner at Varma & Varma Chartered Accountants and a leader who truly embodies excellence and inspiration. A recipient of the ICI Award for securing the highest marks from Kerala, he has served as the President of Kerala Management Association, Chairman of Ernakulam branch of ICI, and currently leads as the President of TIE Kerala. Representing India at G20 Summit in Istanbul, he has also held key positions with CII, Rotary International, and various committees of ICI. A certified information systems auditor, academics council member, and an inspiring faculty and speaker, he balances his professional brilliance with a love for sports, music, and culture. May I now invite CA Vivek, hearty welcome to you, sir, for this to Aksharam Conference 2025. May I now invite CA Vivek Krishna Govind to set the ground for our first technical session, Startup Ecosystem. Over to you, sir.
Let's keep this light and crisp. We have 3 student speakers here. They are the stars of the day. And startup ecosystem is a very, very vibrant place to be in. Those of us who are associated with them in different capacities, either professional or otherwise, we see the kind of energy, particularly in Cochin. Most of you here, I assume, are from here. How the Kerala Startup Mission is functioning here. You just go to their place at Kalamassery's digital hub of the KSUM, and you will see, just as you enter that building, you can feel the energy and the enthusiasm. That is how charged up the ecosystem is. And KSUM has wonderful ecosystems in Calicut, Trivandrum, and now in all the Mofussil areas also. And we see that youngsters these days want to get into entrepreneurship more and more. They are pushing harder. Even young chartered accountants, many of whom, when I talk to them, they say that they would like to step into the world of entrepreneurship, and they find that the qualification which they are aspiring and studying for at this stage, they see that actually as a stepping stone and as a ladder to being business owners and entrepreneurs one day. So this is that is what is really sets apart the entrepreneurship ecosystem and the startup ecosystem from the professional space which most of us who have typically been preparing and learning and who qualified many years ago, most of us are either in the audit space or in the consulting space or as part of industry. But these days we see that youngsters are really aspiring to be entrepreneurs. So I think it's a very relevant topic, and I must particularly congratulate the chairman Jolly for having selected this topic, and also the entire team SICASA here and the chair for the phenomenal work that you've done. I've been here since morning, and I'm seeing the kind of effort which has gone into organizing an event of this scale. You had huge numbers, you had fantastic speakers, and sessions are going well. But this session is all about our young stars here. So let me invite, they've been introduced? Yes, so I'll hand it back to the MC, and probably I'll talk a little more while I conclude. But right now I think we should save time and allow our speakers to speak. Over to you.
Before beginning the session, presenters, please pay attention to the rules of timing. The first bell will ring at the end of 16 minutes. The second bell will ring at the end of 19 minutes, and the final bell will ring when 20 minutes have been closed. And now this is the buzzer. Is it okay for 3? Is it audible?
Now to begin with our first technical session, Startup Ecosystem. First we have Ms. Parvati Shaji, who hails from Kottayam and is pursuing articleship here in Ernakulam. Every big company we see today once started as just an idea. And that's the magic of startups, turning small ideas into big ventures. We welcome Ms. Parvati Shaji to provide us more details on startups, building blocks for new ventures. Over to you.
Esteemed judges, dear chairman, and my dear audience, a warm good evening to one and all present here. In this pleasant evening, I am delighted to share my insights on the topic Startup, the building blocks of new ventures. Okay, for the past 1 month, all our social media platforms, televisions and smartphones were filled with an advertisement. India's biggest celebration of savings, the Great Indian Festival where happiness is delivered. Yes, Amazon Great Indian Festival. All of us are aware about the current status of Amazon. But how many of you know that Amazon was once a startup idea? Okay, let's take a quick review on the origin of Amazon. Amazon was founded by Jeff Bezos in 1994. It was an online bookstore which was started in Jeff's garage with a small team and was funded by Jeff and his family members. The objective was innovation, building customer trust and scalability. In 1997, Amazon went IPO. 1998 to 2010 marked the growth and diversification phase of Amazon. It expands beyond books towards fashion, shopping, electronics, and much more. The advent of Amazon Web Service in 2006 marked the ultimate turning point in the entire trade cycle of Amazon, and later it was followed by Amazon Prime. Now, Amazon, the global e-commerce giant, has transformed into a $1 trillion multinational company operating in 200 plus countries. And Amazon Web Service is the largest cloud service provider. A modest experiment in Jeff's garage has ignited a revolution, growing global, which is now known as Amazon. But when we hear the word startup, the first meaning that strikes to our mind is innovation. But my real question is, can all innovative ideas be classified as a startup? Okay, let's take the example of Google Pay. From cash to codes, with every tap and scan, Google Pay is bringing us closer towards a cashless economy. Absolutely an innovative idea. But Google Pay cannot be classified as a startup product. Why? If we can classify Amazon as a startup, why can't you classify Google Pay as a startup product? Because Google Pay is not an enterprise started from scratch. It is an initiative of an already established tech giant, Alphabet, the parent company of Google. Okay, then what else is startup? Let's make it simple. Startup simply means an independent venture created to develop an innovative product or a business model with limited resources but unlimited growth potential. Like a seed that transforms into a deep-rooted tree, there are a set of building blocks that transforms a startup into a multinational company. So let's get started. Every startup begins with one crucial realization: a problem that truly matters and a solution that solves it better than anything else. To identify the problems, founders usually analyze the customers to identify their behavior, their frustrations, and the inefficiencies which they face. At the same time, analyze the existing solution. Why should we analyze the existing solution? In order to understand what are the gaps that are present in that solution. Once the problem is identified, the next important step is to validate it. For validation, founders usually conduct surveys, interviews with potential customers, market analysis, and competitive analysis. Why? Market analysis, okay, I agree. Why should we analyze our competitor? Because no matter how experienced or professional you are, there will be always somebody else who is more talented than you. That's why we should always keep an eye in our competitors. Okay, now we have identified the problem, validated a solution, and the next step is to craft a clear vision proposition. What do you mean by a clear vision proposition? It simply answers to 3 questions. What are the problems that you identified? How is your solution better and unique? And lastly, as a customer, how can I gain satisfaction, or what is the benefit which I derive if I use your product? As simple as that. Once all these questions are answered, 50% of the battle is done. Next one is business model development. Business model development. Sounds interesting, right? But actually what does it mean? It simply answers to this. It simply means that how will you generate revenue while delivering values to your customers? But I want to highlight one harsh reality. Majority of the founders ignore the business model development area. Why? Because whenever they hear about revenue, they are like, we are in the startup, we are in the initial phase. We should not go towards the revenue in the initial phase itself. We should focus on products so that we can get a long-term sustainability. My dear brother, if you need long-term sustainability, you need fund, right? Either you have to give, if you have to fund by your own, or you have to raise it from external investors. Without a clear business model, none of the investors will trust you or invest in your startup. The next area is team and leadership. Yes, the one who executes the whole script, the director of the entire film. Behind every successful startup, there are a group of people or an individual whom we call founders, who took the first step to identify the problem and envision a solution. Let's take the case of Infosys, which was started by 7 engineers headed by Mr. Narayanamurthy. Infosys had limited resources, but unlimited team and collaboration skills. This itself is an example that how can a team spirit transforms a small team into a multinational enterprise. The next one is product and technology. Before getting into product, we have to understand one concept, which is minimum viable product, MVP. What is minimum viable product? It is simple. Draft a basic version of your product, launch it quickly, get customer feedback, and then improve. Then why can't you launch a full-fledged product in the initial phase itself? Because if we draft in such a way, then you can save the time, effort, and money to draft a feature which nobody wants. Next one is the crucial one, funding and financial planning. We know that finance is the lifeblood of any commerce activity. So the main aspects which we have to clear is how will you raise fund and how will you utilize those finance efficiently. For raising fund, we have 2 options. Either we can raise it from external investors or we can go for bootstrapping. What is bootstrapping? Bootstrapping simply means that the entire fund will be contributed by the founder himself or from the revenue generated from that activity. Take the case of Zoho, which was completely bootstrapped. Next one is the marketing and customer. The long-term sustainability of any startup is dependent on 3 interconnected pillars: branding, effective marketing, and strong customer retention. What is branding? We all are familiar with the word brand, right? But when we hear the word brand, the first thing that comes to our mind is a logo or a symbol or any kind of pictorial representation that represents a brand. But it's not always a pictorial representation. It can be your product, it can be your product's notification or even a message. And marketing. Why efficient marketing is important? Efficient marketing is important because we all know that consumers are the king of market. Hence, it is very important to inform them that an effective solution for your problem is present. And the next one is strong customer retention. Keeping your existing customer happy plays a crucial role in market expansion, because then only the customer who once purchased your product will keep repurchase and recommend your product to other people also. But we all know that years back we all heard a name, the one that made learning fuel with love, fun and interest. Come fall in love with learning. Byju's, the learning app. But as the company grow bigger, so as the challenges. Yes, challenges. But what are the challenges of a startup? Its own building blocks can be the challenges that can be faced by a startup. Lack of sustainable business model, inefficient management of fund, and weak leadership or team. But we all know that today's friend can become your tomorrow's enemy. Similarly, the building blocks that lays the foundation and helps you grow big will become your enemy or the reason for your distraction. And beyond all these things, beyond all these building blocks, there are 3 participants who play crucial role in the transformation of a startup to an enterprise. The number 1 is our own chartered accountants. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India had launched many initiatives like the Startup and MSME Committees, Startup Gateway, CA Proners and Startup Mandans to empower chartered accountants to become financial assistants, advisors and entrepreneurs. And the results are evident. Around 9,000 plus users are registered with initiatives launched by ICAI. The Startup and MSME Yatra had covered 100 cities within a span of 100 days, which is a very big achievement. And hence, ICAI proved that chartered accountants are the partners in nation building. And the other 2 people are incubators and accelerators. Who all are incubators? They are the one who take the initial step to support and nurture your idea. They will provide you guidance to form a product and helps you in seed funding and even provides you workspace to work in. And the second one is accelerators. Who all are accelerators? They are the one who fuel the scalability of your business or who will help your business to grow more quickly. Take the example that you have a business of an app that delivers home cooked food. Your business is pretty accepted by everyone. Now you want to expand your business to other cities also. You can visit an accelerator program. There, they will introduce you to investors, guide you how to scale your business, and provide you networking opportunities. So, in short, we can say that incubators are the one who will hatch your ideas and accelerators are the one who provide wings to your ideas. Startups play a crucial role in contributing to the GDP level. As per the reports of financial year 23, around 4% of the national GDP is contributed by startups. India, the 3rd largest economy, comprises of 1.25 lakhs of startups and it provides employment to 16.6 people in 55 different sectors. It is evident that startups are the building blocks of tomorrow's enterprises. Today's startups are tomorrow's enterprises. And in the reverse way, we can say that all the multinational companies in today were once a powerful startup idea. To conclude, I would like to say that startups are the one which shapes an industry, drives the GDP growth, and provides employment. Dear audience, thank you so much for your attention, cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Parvati, for that insightful take on the foundation of New Age entrepreneurship. Every great startup begins with a bold idea, but it takes more than just passion to bring that idea to life. Dreams need direction and, of course, funding. After all, turning a concept into a company often depends on finding the right investors and capital. We now welcome Ms. Anita Joseph to the stage to share her insights on the topic funding for startups.
Respected dignitaries on the dais. Every great enterprise begins with an idea, a vision to solve a problem, to fill a gap in the market, or just to make something interesting. This is the initial phase where the founder is having the dream, the spark. Yet history is littered with a great number of ideas. There are a lot of dreams that never saw light. Why? Imagine a founder who has been lately working in perfecting a revolutionary software. She got the prototype, she got the passion, and she plans to disrupt the existing industry. But the only thing which keeps her away is the one thing that stood between Steve Jobs and the Apple company, between Larry Page and the global search engine, the funding. The quest for capital is most daunting yet a critical phase in the startup journey. The journey of a startup from a garage-based prototype to a market-leading company is paved with a lot of financial hurdles. And today, I'm in front of you with my presentation, Funding the Dream, Navigating Investors and Capital for Startups to demystify this critical path. I would like to provide a strategic map of startup financing, beginning from bootstrap and angel investors, following to the venture capital and beyond. I would also like to provide a strategic map to navigate the entrepreneurs to find the right capital so as to secure the resources to transform their bold vision into a tangible reality. The startup journey, which begins with the vision and the talent to execute, which is all supported by a single element, which is money. Why capital matters? We need capital to build and iterate the product of our vision. To build and iterate the product, we need to attract the talent. We have to hire the people with talent. And once we have acquired a core product or the service of our vision, we need to find a position in the market. And as we all know, startup journey is not a straight line. It is filled with a lots of inevitable downstorms. And capital helps in staying resilient during this inevitable storms to a pretty good extent. The reality check. We understood why capital is very important for a startup. But raising capital in a startup in its initial phase is not at all an easy task. Moving to the challenges faced by a startup in raising the fund in the initial stage. We have to build the investors' confidence, equity dilution, and valuation uncertainty. Moving to detail. Earning investors' trust. Finding the capital is not a mere financial transaction, but it is about de-risking the investment made by the investor on the opposite side of the table. Demonstrate traction. Here is where we have to answer the question, is this really going to work? If a customer is ready to purchase this particular product, prove execution capability. Prove to the investor that we got the team with the talent to execute our vision and articulate the vision. Here is where we have to answer the question. If the particular product or service succeeds, how far it can grow. And here we determine if this startup journey is worth or not. Equity dilution, the equity trade-off. At the initial phase of typical seed round, the founder will be giving up his 20% of equity in exchange of capital, where he builds, iterates a product by attracting the required talent. And moving to Series A range, this is a phase when the founder will be finding a space in the market and focuses on finding a dominating space. And here he gives up a 15 to 25% of his additional capital in raising the fund for the startup journey. And at the end of Series A range, we will be having a scale and proven model. And at that phase, the founder will be having 50% of control over his company, and the rest of the 50% would be with the investors. Valuation uncertainty. This is a major dilemma faced by every founder in his initial phase, because as the founder is new to the industry, he doesn't know how to price the particular product. If the prices are too high, it makes the investors walk away. And if the price is too low, it is like giving up too much of equity. So, to find the balance and to overcome the dilemma, we have to acquire proper market knowledge, traction data, and the negotiation skill. Capital imperative more than just money. Finding the capital for a startup does not have a single element of raising the money, but there are many other elements required to boost our startup journey. Starting with the financial capital, this is a non-negotiable fuel to power our dream, which is the money itself. And moving to strategic mentorship. This is like a guidance given by a person who has already traveled through the same road, articulating us with the common pitfalls. And moving to industrial connections. A good investor helps us in introducing ourselves, giving us a warm introductions to the people who are known to have a significant control over the market. And market credibility. Finding a respectable investor is like having a sign of approval, which signals to the market and which de-risks ourselves in the eyes of future investor, partner, and even people in the higher talent tier. Funding ladder, a stage-gated capital acquisition. Finding the capital for a startup is not an arbitrary process. It requires a disciplined stage-gated approach. Starting from pre-seed and bootstrap, where we start to build our startup from our personal savings and tries to validate the concept. And moving to seed funding, where we find the product market fit, and then we go to the Series A. At the end, we will be having a scale and proven model. And as far we move to Series B, C, and beyond, as the dominance that we create over the market. Early stages, building the foundation. No startup begins with this pitches or investor meetings. Every startup is building with raising capital from their own personal savings or from the very trustable sources like friends or family. Statistics says that 82% of startup begins with their own personal funds. This is a phase of pure ideation and concept validation. This is also a stage where the vision is most vulnerable and the commitment of the founder is tested most severely. Personal savings and bootstrapping your foundation, which demonstrates commitment. Self-funding signals serious intent to investors and stakeholders because it is giving an undeniable message, because we are not asking an investor to invest in something which we weren't ready to take up. And this also shows how deeply and boldly we believe in our vision. Complete autonomy. Since the company is generated with our own personal savings, we have the complete authority. Therefore, there is no board to approve our strategy and there is nobody forcing us for a premature exit. Disciplined operations. Since we are building the company with our own savings, we are limited with funds. This is not, this is not a limitation, but it helps us creating an operational discipline which stands as a positive point till the end of our startup journey. Incubators and accelerators. For the emerging startups in the current society, there are various programs like Y Combinator, Techstars, and 500 Global supporting the growth of the startups. Like they would be providing 7 to 10% of the equity, an expert mentorship, investor network, and also a market credibility. Path forward your pre-seed journey. Here we will be having the result of our bootstrap or pre-seed journey. We will be validating our core consumptions, We would be raising capital from our personal savings or friends and family. And there are accelerators to support our journey during this phase. And at the end, our seed is ready. This is where our startup journey needs a shift. After the foundational work of bootstrapping and pre-seeding, we arrive at a milestone, seed funding, planting the first flag. This is where we transform from a promising idea to a validating core assumption. What is seed funding? This is the first significant institutional capital injection to our startup. This bridges the gap between the initial validation and achieving the true product market fit. Angel investors, your first institutional builders, high net worth individuals. They support us by providing personal investments rather than any institutional investments. The initial check provided by angel investors varies from $25,000 to $1 lakh per deal. And this investment is truly based on the conviction in the idea, the relationship with the founder, and also belief in the team. I'm moving to speed and flexibility. Without committee approvals or lengthy due diligence process, the angel investors helps us raising the capital within days or weeks rather than taking months or years. Strategic value beyond capital. These angel investors were once an operator or a founder. So they can help us by providing hand-in-hand mentorship, tactical advice, customer introductions, and even industrial connections. Primary goal of seed funding is to achieve the product market fit. We have to validate the demand. We have to prove the investors that the customers are ready in the market to buy our product, and this product has a significant position in the market. Refine the product. By collecting the customer feedback, we could improve frequently our product in case to refine our product into a truly robust one. We can scale the operation to establish repeatable process for growth. That is to expand our customer base and also increase the revenue growth. As we all know that we do not have a final product at the day one of startup journey, and seed funding buys the money to find an indispensable one. Series A funding. This is a strategic phase of venture capital financing. This is where the startup company transforms from a promising idea to a revolutionary business with a promising revenue growth. Series A is the turning point. Before Series A, it was about proving the concept, testing product market fit, validating customer demand, and asking if it works. Then after Series A, it is about accelerating the growth, proven market traction, scaling operations rapidly, and asking how fast it grows. What Series A really means? It is about building a formidable business around the valid concept that we have validated in our previous phase. Product market fit. We have to prove that consumer resonance on our product, that consumer believes us to be a must-have product rather than a nice-to-have product. Clear metrics demonstrate sustainable growth potential, which helps us to prove that we are capturing the clear and growing market segment. Ready to scale. Allocating appropriate resources to the sales and marketing sector helps us improving the demand without affecting the customer satisfaction or the quality of the products demanded. Who will lead Series A rounds? Understanding the people who is funding in Series A helps us to find the right investor. Established venture capital firms. They are institutional investors with a significant amount of capital and has a lengthy growth process. Active partners. They take our board seats to high-level strategy. They stand as an extension to our leadership team and even helps us scaling the challenges. Portfolio builders. Firm investing across multiple companies. They have a deep expertise in a particular sector and thus helps us in making customer introduction and providing us with industrial network. Deploying Series A capital. Strategic allocation of Series A funding determines the company's long-term trajectory. scale user acquisition. We have to maximize the allocation of resources to sales and marketing strategy, and we also have to maximize the returns from the investment by scaling and improving the conversion rates across the customer journey. Expand the team. We have to scale the technological and process foundation. In order, we have to hire the talented people from the higher tier. And we also have to focus in attaining people who has the capability of making scale and technologies or scaling process rather than completing immediate task. Optimize the operation. We should have a streamlined operation for all the departments in the company, and we should upgrade the technologies and system for a rapid growth so as to avoid any friction. Series A growth engine. At the end of Series A, the revenue grows from 10 to 20 times of the investment made. And the team would be expanded to 50 to 100%, and we would be having a market focus of 40 to 60% compared to the position that we had at the end of seed funding phase. Series B, C, and beyond. This establishes focusing growth stages for a company who has achieved a product market fit. This phase do not just focus on growth, but winning the market. At this phase, the success is measured based on the market share, the competitive position, and the speed in expansion. Proven model. We have to prove the product market fit with strong units of economics and revenue growth patterns. As long as we have the customer lifetime value greater than the customer acquisition value, addition of each and every customer adds to our profit. Market expansion. Once we have attained a position in the market, next we have to focus in investing our capital to finding a dominating space over the market. Strategic mergers and acquisition. It is not really necessary to develop everything that a company needs by its own. Instead, it can acquire a competitive company so that we can improve the customer base. Or imagine there is another company with a technological advantage, and which takes for us minimum 2 years to develop that technological advantage. Instead of that, we could use our capital to acquire that particular company so that we can have that key advantage. Growth equity and late stage venture capitals. These are the investors who are making investments at the late phase of Series B, C, and beyond. They are making a typical check size of 10 million, focusing on aggressive intentions like continental change, acquiring of many multiple competitors, or a massive marketing to find a dominant space in the market. And the expected returns at this phase is 3 to 5 times, which itself is a fantastic outcome. And the key takeaways at the end of pre-seeding and bootstrapping, the seed funding, the Series A funding, and Series B, C, and beyond. We have a proven product. We have proved our product market fit. And at the end phase, we used to do is what we have to scale the product over the market and choose strategically. Every check offered to us is not having the same characteristics or same risk. So we have to use deliberate strategies to analyze the characteristics provided by each investor, and we should choose our investor strategically rather than choosing it upon based on the amount specified in the check. Exit planning. And after the startup journey, starting from the pre-seed and bootstrapping, we are at the Series B, C range, and here the investors are focusing on a plan or is focusing on an exit or a liquidity. That is, they are preparing the particular startup for a IPO or a larger acquisition, which makes it more famous. And here I would like to conclude my presentation on funding the dream, navigating capital and investors for startups. Thank you.
Insights on scaling up, taking startup to the next level.
To one and all gathered here, honorable dignitaries and my friends. A problem, a solution, a viable market product, that is the solution to the problem. And a perfect product market mix. Friends, we just created ourselves as startups. Now, add a little bit of fancy funds to it, and we have a unicorn startup. But alas, of what use is a mythical unicorn in a world which is burning? Burning from the fears and ruthless strategies implemented by the strategic leaders of the market. No unicorn can fly us over that. In a world which is chasing after myths and unicorns, here I present before you, from Spark to Inferno, scaling up startups to the next level. A strategic framework for scaling up startups to a sustainable, market-leading enterprise. A spark can light up a fire, but is that enough to face the storm headed its way? In the same case, every startup, after its initial journey or initial success, is faced with the biggest obstacle or the biggest challenge yet, the scaling challenge. The journey is often romanticized, but yet it is the most important and the most crucial part of its life lies in between a scaling as well as a sustainable leadership, the scaling phase. Scaling is not merely an accelerated growth, rather than it is a deliberate transition from the initial spark and the initial informal organization that it was to a more formal and more disciplined organization it will be tomorrow. Yes, it is a metamorphosis, the scaling metamorphosis. This is a framework that helps the founders of startups, of emerging startups, to turn their spark of an idea into a market-burning inferno. Now, let's look into how a startup rises. Yes, the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur is the backbone and the core of any startup enterprise. Thus, it can be said that the entrepreneur is the enterprise. The characteristics and the qualities of the entrepreneur are what determines the initial characteristics and the qualities that a startup company is going to have. That being the vision, the hustle, and the obsession that he has. Together with the vision, the hustle, and the obsession, he creates the perfect story, the perfect background to create his startup, to introduce his product to the market so that the investors are attracted to it, as well as the customers feel related to it, so that the next time they come to us again and again. But here, the founders forget one crucial thing, that they are playing with a double-edged sword over here. The same characteristics, the same qualities, the same initial spark that helped them grow during the initial stages are the same characteristics and qualities that are going to turn against them, slowly poisoning them and thereby leading to their collapse. Now, let's look into some common pitfalls that startups fall into, where their initial strengths become the weaknesses that poison them and hold them back. Premature scaling, the number one cause of startup death. Investing huge amount of funds into something that is not viable. Yes, building a factory for a product that no one wants to buy twice. The operational quagmire. What worked for 10 is going to collapse under 100. Yes, during the initial phase, the enterprise was small, the startup was small, but it expanded, and we forget that. And the cultural dilution. Rapidly increasing and rapidly expanding the startup leads to the culture, the vision, the mission, and the objective with which the startup was created to dilute, and at the end, become missing altogether. Altogether, all these lead to one thing, the leadership gap. Yes, the founder, the entrepreneur is not enough anymore. His guts, his gut feeling, and his ideas are not enough anymore. There's a leadership gap. The leader is not incompetent for the challenge that he's about to face. Here, my friends, I provide you with a 4-pillar strategic framework that is going to help you scale your enterprise to a sustainable market leader ahead. Now, the strategies being operational scalability, strategic talent acquisition, financial prudence, and cultural cohesion. Now, without further ado, let's dive deeper into each one of them. Pillar 1, architecting operational scalability. The enterprise must be ready to accept that it is expanding. They must have an architecture, a process that is ready to engulf the expanded and scaled the business. Yes, process codification is nothing but the standardization of day-to-day processes so that it can be, and we can have a lead or something on the process. And next, the technology infrastructure, being up-to-date and having the most technologically advanced things in the market is never going to take us apart. And my friends, I bring you to the most important one of them all. Enough with the gut feelings, enough with the guts, enough with the initial spark. Let's dive deeper into data and decisions based on the numbers, solid facts, which is going to be the concrete on which we can build our pillars so that the scale enterprises can be held on. Moving on to the next pillar, strategic talent acquisition. An enterprise is only as good as its people. Startups, for expanding, must focus on talent acquisition rather than hiring. And it should make sure that they invest in leadership. Proper market executives and experienced players should be employed so that they can help the founder to make expertised and experienced decisions for the organization as a whole. And we must create a pathway for the employees to grow. Only if there's a clear career ladder for them to climb can the employees thrive. Now, moving on to the next pillar, and if you ask me, the most important one of them all, financial prudence and strategic fundraising. Yes, cash is oxygen to every enterprise alike, startups as well as well-established players. But for our startups, the cash is very important because how we use it and how we plan to use it depends on the scalability as well as our operations hugely depends upon it. We should make sure that we approach it in an economical as well as strategical way. Make sure that we get profit from a per customer basis and do not opt for a growth at all cost strategy because it is meant to collapse at the end. And a runway and a scenario planning is necessary so that we can know the base, the best, and the worst ways our cash flows. And investing and fundraising should only be seen as a means, not the end goal. A proper investor will never bring in all the capital. His expertise, his network, his connections are pure gold to us, sometimes more valuable than the capital fund he brings in, which brings us to the fourth and final pillar, intentional cultural cohesion. Every startup is started some basic values and basic objectives that it wishes to follow, that it needs to attain certain goals. But the expansion process is so rapid, so huge, and somewhere in the middle, we are completely lost. There's no vision, there's no mission left. So we must codify and implement 3 to 5 values, core values, into our daily operations. And proper systems must be implemented to ensure that these values are maintained and made and checked on a day-to-day basis for our operations. And last but not least, communication. Communication is key for everything, be it business or be it profession or be it personal. Yes, creating proper pathways as well as channels and networks for communication is going to be a very useful thing for the enterprise as a whole, not only for the current stages, but also for the future and upcoming enterprises. Now, enough with theories and theorizations. Let's move into a case-based study and see something from the real world. Yes, an edtech giant, once valued at $22 billion, now at ground zero. This edtech giant is not so unfamiliar to us. Yes, it is Byju's. It all started from a small village in Kerala where Byju Ravindran with his wife created a company with a passion for teaching. Initially, it was focused on in-person teachings, but everything changed with the introduction of the Byju's Learning app. Yes, my friends, the Byju's Learning app revolutionized how the Indian market, how the Indians saw education. Learning was not a chore anymore. It was an experience. Through its product innovation, through the animations and the interactive sections, they attracted both the students and the parents alike. And the Indian market was perfect for Byju's to grow. Together with the aggressive marketing strategies that Byju's had, endorsing celebrities, both regional and national, made the Byju's learning app a household name. And combine all this with massive funding from the domestic market as well as the international market, we had the perfect strategy, the perfect product. It was perfect, perfect, down to the last minute detail. By the year 2022, Byju's achieved the impossible. A whopping $22 billion valuation, making it India's top valued startup. The company seemed to be unstoppable, ready to conquer the worldwide education system. But, my friends, just like all good things, it wasn't meant to stay long. The collapse came swiftly and brutally. A toxic combination of unsustainable practices and unfair ethics saw the collapse even further. Yes, the company, which appeared to be unstoppable once, is now collapsed. That's it, my friends. That's the story of Byju's. Now let's see how the 4 pillars we just discussed could have saved Byju's and helped it thrive in the market rather than being collapsed. Operational scalability. Rather than focusing on scaling its revenue, Byju's should have opted for scaling the operations it had. Should have provided customers with the services that they are paying for. The huge amount of sales and the huge amount of revenue that it brought and the huge customer base, and the platform was not ready to handle it, thereby breaking it. Strategic talent acquisition. Rather than hiring sales executives and salesperson, Byju's should have hired some financial officers or operating officers who could have made sure that proper systematics was ensured and thereby avoiding the accounting chaos it was in. Financial prudence. Byju's adopted a growth at all cost strategy. For sure, it was meant to be collapsed. Rather, it should have focused on a per customer profit basis and providing lifetime value to the dedicated customers that we had. And cultural cohesion. Byju's towards the end was nothing but a cash-making machine for Byju. Yes, the initial spark it had, the initial vision it had to provide quality education, where the market and the revenue blinded Byju, turning it into nothing but a cash-generating machine. Now, the lesson we have over here, without pillars, when giants fall. Byju's serves as a perfect example for the industry and beyond. Yes, it had everything, a revolutionary product, the perfect market, innovative founders, backed by billions of dollars of funding. Yet, it collapsed under the weight of its own ambition, thus proving the fact that without pillars to hold you up, every dazzling startup is nothing but a house of cards, waiting for the next wind to blow it over. So, my friends, scaling the startup is the ultimate test of entrepreneurial leadership. Yes, the path to scaling is filled with the stories of enterprises that grew too fast for all the wrong reasons and in all the wrong ways. And I hereby leave you with reminding you that scaling is not an accident of growth, but the deliberate architecture of it. It is a disciplined process of building not just a larger company, but a better, a resilient, and enduring one, transforming the initial spark of an idea into a market-shaping inferno. Thank you.
I think that deserves a louder round of applause, please. I mean, all 3 of them, such phenomenal presentations. The way, the kind of effort that has gone behind each of these presentations is there for all of us to see. These are not easy topics to dissect. These are not our everyday stories that we study or that we do in our practical life, either during your articleship or otherwise, or these are not topics which you would probably have studied during your school days as well. So a lot of research has gone in, a lot of effort has gone in, and most of you made your presentations look almost extempore. And to think that you had synced it with these slides, barely looking at the monitor, you were able to go on soliloquy for 17, 18, 19 minutes itself is phenomenal. I'm sure there are several key takeaways from this. We will sit together, three of us, and put some points. But it doesn't really matter who's 1, 2, and 3, because each one of you here is a winner. It's the opportunity that you get to prepare, to be on a stage as grand as this, and to actually, present your topic with so much of flair and that's really the kind of confidence which you have shown, not just in preparing your paper, but the way in which each of you have studied the topics and almost sounded like professional presentations by somebody from McKinsey or BCG. So that's the kind of professionalism which is shown. It doesn't really matter, as I said, this is, it's going to be very difficult for us to, put points and decide who is 1, 2, 3, etc. All of you are winners here, all three of you are on, should all be, if we had an option, we would rank all of you as number 1. Now, this is a very interesting topic also. I would really want some of you to get down and understand the practical side of it as well. I work very closely with this sector, not just on the professional side, but also through another organization which I happen to be leading right now. We spend a lot of time with the startup ecosystem. As I said at the start of the session, there's so much of energy, there's so much of enthusiasm, vibrancy as youngsters. Please go spend time with startup owners who are your age. Some of them are even younger, some a few years older. But spend time with them and actually see these things also. That's my request to all of you here. You heard about the first topic where Parvati spoke about starting up, then you heard about funding by Anita, then you heard the scaling up from Alan. So these are things which are happening. As we speak today, there are hundreds of youngsters who are, in the process of starting something up, where an idea is there, where they are searching for finding the right kind of springboard from where they can get funded. And then the funding is, how do we go about it? Who do we meet? Who is going to be our pre-seed and who is going to come in as our seed and who will be there as our series A, B, C, etc. And as you move forward, then we see the angels coming in, the VCs coming in. So you took us through the whole life cycle. And then the scaling up game, which is really a game, You picked the right case to talk about how scaling up and shattering down, all of that happened in a homegrown entity. So all in all, it's been a wonderful session, and let me congratulate all of you here. You've done very, very well, and all the audience here, those of you who have very actively and enthusiastically listened to them, please pass on this message to your friends as well, that they've done really well, and I'm sure videos would be available, so maybe you should share that also with some of your peers who are in all parts of the state, because it's important that these presentations are also seen by large audience base all across the state. So good luck to all of you, and Chairman, once again, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, to the success. Thank you so much, CA Vivek Krishna Govind. We now invite the Chairman of Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICI, CA Jolly Stephen, to escort our judges to the dais, CA Joy PT and CA Suresh, sir, past Chairman of Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICI. Facilitate our paper presenters with a memento. First, Ms. Parvati Shaji. A big round of applause, please. Ms. Anita Joseph. Mr. Alan Soni. Now may I invite CA Jolly Stephen, Chairman of Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICI, to felicitate our session chairperson, CA Vivek Krishna Govind, with a memento. I request CA Jolly Stephen to felicitate our judges, CA Joy PT and CA Suresh TN, with a memento. You can please pose for a group photograph with the students as well, student presenters as well.
First of all, thank you so much to every students who had been here today for the day one. And we have come to a conclusion for today's event. And today we had a great number of eminent members who had been with us. Our president of ICA was amidst us, and the governor of West Bengal and Judge Devan Ramendran, and also other eminent members, including national faculty, Banwar Barona and Akash Kandoy. Thank you, sir, for being amidst us and making our Aksharam event a grand success. And to all the students who are here, thank you for being a part of Aksharam. And tomorrow we hope to see you all soon. And all our surprises, our student kit are all waiting for you for tomorrow. So be here and let's make Aksharam grand success again. Thank you.